Chapter 1. There was a saying that if you've committed a crime, you'd absolutely get punished. It's a saying that almost never came to fruition. There was another saying: if you were to go to hell, you'd have to pay for all your wrongdoings, no matter how small. Of course, I didn't agree with that one either. This wasn't really a saying and more of something I experienced myself. If a situation was just too incomprehensible, a person's thought process would turn rather simple. In a certain office, I was forced to make a certain choice by some sour-faced woman wearing a suit. It was rather complicated, so let's put it simple. Simply put, this thing called hell existed and I think I died. The cause of my death was also rather simple. It was acute myocardial infarction due to high blood pressure, which caused a cardiac arrest. My blood pressure suddenly went up like this, because of a malicious comment I was reading. That's what I've been told. My blood pressure went up because of some bad comment? Just for that reason? Really? My eyes grew a bit distant. That's supposed to be my last memory? Please sign this quickly. She threw a form in front of me. There was some stuff written on it, with a blank space presumably for my signature below. So, I'm dead. I just saw some malicious comments which made my blood pressure rise and then I just died. People can die like this? Do people always have to die for great reasons? There are a lot of people who die just by slipping on an icy road. Alright, hurry up and make your choice now. Even if I didn't want to believe it, I didn't have a choice in that matter. Anyway, I was in hell now. It was up to myself if I took the deal or just went right down. I just had to sign. I was forced to make a choice that I never thought I'd ever have to make. There were some lines written on this form that I was more than familiar with. The city of the dead surviving in a ruined world. The hunter became a manager. The trash returned somehow. The game became reality. But I'm just a janitor. The demon king is dead. These were all titles of novels I wrote. My charges were being a repeat offender and having no prospects at all. For that I was to be sent into the world of one of the novels I wrote. So, I'll get sent into one of my novels. Yes. As to which character or novel you'll inhabit is up to chance. Shit. I should have written more peaceful novels. This was the explanation I got from this person I presumed to be a Grim Reaper or a Hell's employee. Every single person sinned. Except for very rare cases, no one immediately got sent to heaven. That's why everyone goes through the process of atoning for the petty sins one had accumulated through their life. Additionally, since there were a multitude of different sins, the method for atonement differed from person to person. I was a novelist. A web novel author who somehow managed to make ends meet with novels one could describe as second or third rate. My biggest sin was leaving behind a lot of work throughout the years as a commercial writer. I told the readers who were reading my stories well that it was a writer's biggest sin to leave a story unfinished, before calmly digging up my sub-account to publish other works. To be honest, sins committed by individuals are often only on the minor side, but if the number of these small sins accumulate, don't you think the scale of said sins would increase? Yes. Was it decided by simple arithmetics? Was that really okay? Honestly though, just listening to her voice sent a shiver down my spine. The bitter voice coming out of the Grim Reaper's mouth seemed to directly pierce through my heart. This was on a completely different scale than normal bitterness. What if my blood pressure rose again? What would happen if I died again after I already died? My sins were just small ones that accumulated throughout my life. Anyway, the punishment I had to endure was being sent into a random character of a novel I wrote and surviving until the end. If I managed to do that, I'd get sent to heaven. Apparently there were a lot of people that just got sent straight to hell, so I had it good. That's how the Grim Reaper tried to console me, though that didn't really work. As it is a novel you wrote, wouldn't you know everything about it and what would happen in it? This can't even be called a punishment, now can it? In fact, wouldn't it be rather easy for you? The Grim Reaper didn't even look at me as she nonchalantly said this to me. No, see, that depends on the novel. Why? Well, I only wrote novels in which a lot of people die. Well, congrats then. Think of it as a trivial punishment for your disregard of life then. It seems you don't understand the preciousness of life. You bastard, it's not like I killed anyone in reality, now did I? It's just fiction. No, if I actually knew I'd one day have to live in one of the worlds I created, I certainly would have written something with a Dreamland amusement park as the setting, wouldn't I? How should I have known that I'd get punished for writing things like that? But who'd write a novel with that in mind in the first place? Who'd write about a master gunsman in their novel and didn't give him a gun? This was all just in my head. Just because I wrote down I could punch as fast as lightning, didn't mean I actually could pull that off. On top of that, I was afflicted with a minor case of pretentiositis, so I wrote a lot of stories about disastrous situations in which a lot of people died. To add to that, I was addicted to writing bad endings to the point that people said that, if one of my stories had a happy ending, I'd have gone crazy. Maybe my real sin was that I messed with my readers' feelings with my bad endings all year round. No, wasn't that actually rather convincing? So what actually were the novels I wrote? What would happen to me if I were transported into one of them? City of the Dead, a zombie novel. I was quite sure I'd die in a single day, surviving in the ruined world post-apocalypse. I was here in hell because I couldn't even survive in our peaceful, normal world, you know? Didn't I just get killed by some malicious comments? The Demon King is Dead. This novel got the worst ratings, but in my opinion it was the best. Because this was a slice-of-life novel. As I was criticized by my readers for always writing bad ends, I wrote this novel that didn't have any serious global crisis from beginning to end. I actually didn't finish it, but the beginning was rose-colored, very refreshing and peaceful. This novel told the story of what happened after the heroes defeated the final boss in the prologue. That's why its title was The Demon King is Dead. This story took place after the death of the Demon King after all. At least it's not like my other stuff, where one had to fight for one's survival from start to finish. I must get this one. No matter what. I just had to get this one. Speaking of the results, it worked out just the way I wanted. As a result of a random lottery, I was to become the Demon King's son of The Demon King is Dead. The Demon King's son wasn't a character that even made an appearance in my novel in the first place. She told me that I'd get put into a random character. However, I actually got something that couldn't even be called a character. An unlucky person would break their nose even if they fell backwards. Huh. That's what she told me. Didn't I just die because I got too mad about some comments which led my blood pressure to rise? Just as I was relieved that I drew the safest novel, I got put into a position in which I die right at the start. I wouldn't even be the Demon King, but just a prince. It would have been much better if I were the Demon King. For example, if I were the Demon King, I'd also be the highest level existence of the demon realm, so I could have just stayed put, surrendered, or ran away. Even though the Demon King dies right at the start, he's not to be trifled with. However, I was just a prince of the demon realm who just turned 17. Valier Jr. Age: 17. Status: Force: 3.4F, Agility 4.3F plus Dexterity 5.2D, Magic Power 9.9C, Strength 5.7D, Race: Arctemon, Talent: None, Abilities: Demon Domination D, unique to Arctemons. Comprehensive Ability Assessment: Lowest rank Demon Combat Level Assessment, F. Despite getting deceived by this novel, fortunately I was still able to find out who I actually was. A game-like screen appeared before me. I never put this setting into my novel, so is this something those guys who sent me here gave me out of pity? So in terms of tropes, I was in a fairly common situation in which an author somehow ended up in his own novel with a game system. However, no matter how common the trope was, it would never feel like a familiar situation if it suddenly happened to oneself in reality. I didn't appreciate this convenient ability in the slightest. Shouldn't the kin of the Demon King be of a different caliber? Arctemon was a rather simple species, but wasn't my current condition basically the worst of the worst? This guy had no fighting capabilities. I saw something that seemed like an ability to rule over all demons, but all around me were just dead demons. What a hellish situation. It was the start of the prologue. Event quest: Downfall description: The defeat of the Demon King's army is imminent, but you're powerless to do anything. Do your best to survive. Goal: escape the Demon King's castle. Reward: 100 achievement points. All I could do was run. I didn't even pay attention to that mysterious system window that appeared in front of me. Habon. Bababan. Crazy. There's nothing I could do to stop the war. It seemed like the Demon King and the hero's party were already fiercely fighting inside the Demon King's castle. The violent explosions and thunderous roars made me realize that this bloody war was really happening. Outside, there were shouts, screams, and cries of monsters as a siege was taking place. They seemed to have already broken through. The hallways were already lined with dead or fallen demons. I couldn't even imagine a person dying in front of me, but it was even worse seeing monsters that have only existed in my head previously dying right there. Still, maybe because I felt like death was imminent, I kept running. I thought I'd die if I stopped to vomit. Aren't I such a good prince of the demon realm? Only damn it. However, having this title while the demon realm was falling apart was much more dangerous. I'd rather replace it with Human Soldier 1. I'm really confident that I can switch sides and bow down to whoever. Chapter 2. In this slice-of-life novel I've written, I was experiencing the most violent event as an involved party, to be exact, as a victim. Strange letters I didn't recognize were carved into the walls above each entrance to the numerous rooms of the Demon King's castle. However, I was able to read them. Although this, too, was a common setting, it still felt uncomfortable, maybe because I was experiencing it myself. You didn't know how it felt to suddenly be able to read letters you were unfamiliar with until you experienced it yourself. I passed by numerous rooms, including the dining hall, the kitchen, the armory, the magic item storage, the alchemy lab, the prison, and the kennel. Of course, there were no signs pointing to a secret passage or something. I mean, it would have been weird if they put something like that on display, but couldn't they at least mark it like an emergency exit? I must say, it felt really strange being able to read a language I have never heard of before, but that couldn't be helped now. Naturally, the layout of the Demon King's castle, which never appeared again after the prologue, didn't magically appear in my head. In those other possession stories, when a writer or an avid reader entered the book's world, they immediately knew what to look for. That was just ridiculous. I didn't have a single clue about these things, even though I wrote it. I've never thought about stuff like that. Why should I describe or imagine places that weren't part of the main stage? Although, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have remembered the layout even if I set it up properly. Even the things I was wearing were just those fancy clothes the demonic royal family wore, not a single special magical item. Kugagong. This place was as complex as a maze. I didn't know if I'd ever find an exit, but in this situation I had no other choice but to just wander around through this castle, even though I hold the title of Prince of the Demon Realm. Let's think. I didn't really know what I was hoping would happen, but I had to think. There's no way to find out the structure of the Demon King's castle no matter how long I thought about it, as I didn't even know it to begin with. I didn't even see any of my loyal subordinates that could help me out or tell me where to go. Shouldn't there be someone like this sticking to my side? They'd provide explanations on this world's common sense and the current situation without being prompted to. Something like, oh, this is this and that, but in this and this situation, this is where you blah, blah. They'd either die right after they fulfilled their role or they became my advisor. Why didn't I have someone like that? Just because I was this novel's writer, did they think I didn't need someone like that? The Demon King would die in today's battle. I didn't know if there was a genre for this, but I tried writing this novel in the style of a post-ending story. A happy world after the story came to its conclusion. The part where everyone lived happily ever after defeating the Demon King. The world after the story of the hero's journey to defeat the Demon King came to its conclusion after his death. That's the stage of the Demon King is dead. The hero and his party, who were the protagonists of the imaginary original story, are supposed to die here as well. Like this, the only way they get mentioned in the story is when they get praised as the heroes who saved the world. Except in the prologue, they didn't have any other appearances. I had to come up with something. I had to come up with a way for me to survive. It had nothing to do with me that the Demon King, who was only my father, would die in this setting. If I was just a day earlier I could have maybe done something, but things were already set in motion. I needed someone to guide me, anyone who recognized me would do, the Demon King's attendant, anyone, but I didn't even catch the glimpse of a single hair of someone like that. They might already be dead or locked in battle with the human forces trying to besiege the castle outside. And the hero party who infiltrated through the castle's basement should have been fighting with the Demon King in the audience hall. I could escape using that underground passage, but I had no idea where it was. The hero knows this castle better than me, the Demon Prince. That was my situation. Ruyumble. Just the sounds coming from the main stage were really terrifying. After the Demon King died, the castle would fall. The strong magic barrier that was supported by the Demon King's mana would be lifted, and human soldiers would rush in here like surging waves. I couldn't look in the mirror, but I could feel a pair of horns on my head. I didn't know how different I looked from humans, but this alone was enough to reveal that I was a demon. How was I supposed to survive in a situation like this? No matter how much you knew what was going to happen in the future, what's the point of that if you were born right before a truck drives you over? The title of Demon Prince and the advantages I actually had were only useful if I was alive. I only found out that I died a few hours ago, but here I was already on the verge of dying again. Haha, I was already out of breath because I ran around the Demon King's castle without knowing where I was. Wasn't there anything special about the Demon King's bloodline? Or was it because I was still so young? No, this body was just hella weak. How could I be 17 and have such poor stamina? This body should be in its prime. I have no idea what talents this blood brought with it, but for now it was clearly useless. After running for some time, I finally was able to see my own face reflected in a window. I looked at it, but it didn't seem much different from a human's. I had horns on my head though. No, these horns were the only thing that stood out besides. I looked quite handsome. Oh, handsome. No, now wasn't the time for this. Absolutely not. It was all over if I died. To think I'd feel even the slightest bit of happiness in this kind of situation. I felt more miserable about getting happy. I tried to endure not to shout out in fear or joy. If I survive this place, I'll treat this body preciously. I wish I could show my ex-girlfriend my current body, though I won't be able to see her ever again. Let's calm down for now. First, the horns. The horns on my head were a problem. If the human army caught me like this, I should be grateful if they just quietly cut my head off. There's a good chance they'd do even worse. If I knew how to use magic, maybe I could have changed my appearance with magic. I suddenly stopped running. That place. I quickly turned around and ran back. That method might be surprisingly simple. So simple, one could call it ridiculous. Although I had no clue about the Demon King's castle's layout, I definitely remembered the places I passed by. Although I didn't know what's in those rooms or what I could do in them, in the places I passed by, there might be something that could save me somehow. Rumble the quaking was starting to abate. It seemed like the fight had stopped. If the Demon King died, the castle would fall immediately. I had no time to lose. Quickly, the first place I went into was the magic item storage. I didn't have a clue what was in there, but there had to be something in there that could help me out. There were a lot of magic items rolling around, but those weren't things I wanted. I went to the scroll storage where scrolls were piled up to the ceiling. There were some missing, but fortunately they were ordered and had the spells they contained written on them. The thing I was looking for was none other than a teleport scroll. Getting out of this place somehow was my top priority. I didn't know what I'd do next, but that was something to think about after I got out of here alive. Inferno Glacial Strike Blizzard Blazing Storm. There was a scroll cabinet that was apparently once full of powerful magic scrolls, but now it was empty. As a writer, there were many things I had no idea about, but I did know about this world's common sense and world view. Scrolls that made it easy to cast spells were sinfully expensive and difficult to make. Scrolls containing such powerful attack magic were being treated as powerful strategic weapons by modern standards. Scrolls could even be used by those who didn't know how to use magic simply by opening them, so they were worth their price. However, currently, the magic scroll cabinet that contained those powerful magic scrolls was empty. We were in the state of an all-out war now after all. They took whatever they could with them. Damn it, what if they took all the teleportation scrolls with them? I don't know how they were going to use them, but that was definitely a possibility. I searched the huge scroll storage and looked through countless scrolls. I didn't have much time. Most of the attack magic scrolls got taken out, but the storage was still overflowing with scrolls. There were some so small I couldn't even tell what magic they contained. Many subtype scrolls were left behind, such as Fascination, Delusion, Illusion, etc. Obviously teleportation was one of the highest leveled magic spells in this world. Teleport scrolls weren't common, but this was the Demon King's castle, for crying out loud. And after looking at that highest level scroll cabinet just now, it was pretty clear that they should have teleport scrolls as well. Found it. Among the pile of countless scrolls, I finally found it. Teleport. I didn't really know where to go. I'll just think about where to go after I cast the magic. As long as it wasn't this place, I was fine with anywhere. Even somewhere in the human realm was fine. It may have taken me 10 minutes or maybe an hour to find this, but death came closer with each passing second, so I just opened the scroll quickly. And then, nothing happened. Teleporting is forbidden in this area. Oh my god. The barrier made it impossible to use space-related skills or magic that moved one through space inside of it. Even though the Demon King was dead, was the barrier that interrupted space travel still active? Well, if that weren't the case, the heroes would have just teleported in and wouldn't have used a secret passage. I tried to justify my thoughtless rough writing. The heroes didn't have to teleport, they just entered the Demon King's castle through a secret passage. Wasn't it obvious? If they could teleport, why would they use a secret passage? There should have been that kind of comment. If someone commented something like this while I was still alive, I wouldn't have gotten punished like this. I didn't know about warp gates, but teleport scrolls were out of question now. There might be such a gate somewhere, but even if there was, I wouldn't know where it was. Wah! Shouts began to echo from afar. The human army must be pushing the demon army back after their morale had fallen to the bottom, like autumn leaves. Should I just die like this? If I just had some offensive magic scrolls here, I'd have bought time with those. However, there were only auxiliary magic scrolls that had no use in war here. I was the prince of the demon realm, but I turned out to be some loser dog with no power. The fancy clothes I wore on my body were only to show that I was the main character of the demon realm. A minute later, fancy clothes. My appearance as a demon. Magic scrolls scattered around the floor. There was still one straw I could grab onto. I didn't know if this would work, but that was the only thing left I could do now. There might be other methods, but to survive, I had to gamble with my life anyway. In this situation in which I was completely surrounded and didn't know the location of the secret passage, I had only one goal: to survive. Where I arrived was, the prison. As I descended to this dark, moldy smelling place, I threw away all my clothes and went in naked. It would have been nice to just have a few extra scrolls with me, but I had to gamble and throw everything away. If I had something with me, that would have been too suspicious. The magic spell I wanted to use was a low-level one. Only however, in my situation it was the most fitting spell. 1. My plan wouldn't work without casting camouflage magic. I changed my appearance. I disguised myself as a human prisoner caught by the demons. Chapter 3. The huge confinement facility was in the form of a prison. I couldn't help but be speechless at the disgusting stench and horrifying sight in front of me. If what I'd seen up until now were the corpses of demons that got attacked by the heroes that infiltrated the castle, then what was found here were all corpses of humans. There were no guards, but it looked like they had just killed all the prisoners before they went to the battlefield. I felt vomit coming up, but I held it in. Most of them were horribly torn to shreds. They were disastrous corpses. I couldn't even tell what they were subjected to. I didn't have any time to hesitate, but my hands and feet just couldn't stop trembling. There was, of course, a difference between writing something and seeing something in person. The unrecognizable, torn corpses were very hard to look at. There was a mixture of blood and feces everywhere. Someone died right outside an open cell door, perhaps they tried to escape. It looked so bad that I didn't even want to look at it. I was on the verge of cussing myself out. This was what I was looking for. God fucking damn it. Were the sins I committed in my previous life so great? To the point that I had to strip off the clothes of corpses whose shapes were unrecognizable just to survive? I put down my fancy clothes to pick up rags and wear them. I stripped the rags from a corpse that should be called pieces of flesh rather than a corpse. I couldn't afford any unnecessary pride, so I took off my underwear as well and rolled around on the dirty floor with the rags on. The feeling of having sticky blood on my face was terrible. I had no opportunity to look in a mirror, but I must have looked terrible. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and kneeled over. Hooey-weck. I gagged, but nothing came out. I could hear shouts coming from outside that seemed like distant echoes. With this my preparations were completed. I could either go into a prison cell in a corner and lock myself in, or I could pretend that I managed to escape. From now on, all I could do was pray that no one could look through my camouflage magic. By the way, who the hell was I supposed to pray to? Shit. I wandered around the prison cell in a miserable mood. The prison cell, which was previously filled with so many people to the point of bursting, now housed nothing but corpses. Did they have to kill them all? Is that what demons are like? And sob. I could hear someone crying somewhere. There were survivors. I didn't know who, but someone was still alive here. I instinctively moved towards that place. Fear rose, but I couldn't help but go look. My body moved faster than I thought. Before anything else, I thought I should help whoever was alive in this horrifying place. These sentiments also gave me a sense of relief, as it was proof that I was still a normal person. Who is anyone there? Sob. It was a very quiet, powerless, fragmented cry, like the cry of a small animal. I passed by a few gruesome sights showcased in the prison cells. And soon, I could see a little girl crying in a cracked voice, hugging something shaped like a human. I could roughly guess what kind of situation this was. There was also a mass of bodies and flesh scattered about. I hated to assume this, but judging by the remains, there seemed to have been 5 of them there. The crying girl not included. She was crying while hugging a corpse with an uncertain form, as if she didn't even realize I was in front of her. I couldn't even tell how that corpse died or how this child survived. However, the only thing I could tell was that this corpse the girl was holding was probably someone precious to her. Hey, calm down. Sob. Don't. Only after I knocked against the cage did the girl lift her head and look at me. Although she was covered in blood, I could tell that she had blonde hair and golden eyes. She was very skinny. The girl looked at me, got startled and pulled back. Who? How? Dude, don't worry. I was stuck here too. The girl was mumbling gibberish as if she lost all her reason. I'll get you out. Let's get out of here. The girl's eyes were filled with fear and sadness. She seemed to think of something as she looked at me, a person in rags like her. The girl looked at my eyes, arms and legs. She was looking at me who was terrified by these harrowing sights I was never exposed to before. Then the girl nodded slowly and softly. She was shaking, but it felt like she had chosen to believe me. As if she had no other choice but to trust me when she suddenly encountered me in this incomprehensible environment. Did she believe I was in the same situation as her, because I was affected by these sights? This was only possible because I wasn't a demon prince at my core. Hey, do you know where the keys are? I'll bring them over. Maybe there. Without a word the girl pointed to the other end of the prison. It's true that I felt compelled to save this child. However, It was also true that I had these calculating thoughts that my chances of survival would increase if other survivors could testify that I was also imprisoned here. I didn't know which one the right key was, so I brought all the key rings I could find in the warden's office at the end of the prison cells. While I was trying every key, the girl kept on crying. She was just crying, as if she lost all hope. Can you hear the sounds outside? Yes, the shouts of the humans could be heard. I couldn't go into detail, but I somehow wanted to tell her that everything's going to be fine. We'll be fine. Inevitably, this war had already been won by the humans. At my fearful yet confident words, the girl continued to weep and nodded her head. Finding the right key took a lot of time. I wondered if it was really necessary to open the door, but I wanted to get her out of that miserable place for now. It might be dangerous to go out, but let's open it up for now. Even if you don't want to go out of there, yes, the girl's voice was shaking violently. Rather, it seemed that she lost control of her emotions after meeting another living human like her. Still, I, as the older of us two, should put her mind at ease. Calm down, we'll live. You'll be able to live. That's also what I wanted to say to myself. You have to get out of this goddamn place and survive. I had to. I mumbled, let's calm down, we can live, to myself, as if I was trying to hypnotize myself. Just looking at her, I could tell that she was seriously skinny. I couldn't even begin to imagine how hungry she must be. Come to think of that. Wait a minute. I ran somewhere instead of continuing to try to open the door with one of the keys. The child seemed to be calling me, but I ran like the wind and rummaged through the clothes I had taken off. Then I came back with the stuff I pulled out from there. See? I found this in the place the keys were. I didn't have to tell her the truth, so I told her a little lie and handed her a biscuit. It was a biscuit I had unnecessarily in my pocket. I just remembered that I threw it away together with my clothes. You must be hungry, so eat this. The girl suddenly saw a palm-sized biscuit in her hand, which made her open her eyes wide. Yeah, things are sad and depressing, but you should also feel hellishly hungry. The girl was staring blankly at me who gave her the whole biscuit. Why you? I'm fine. You eat first. I started fumbling with the keys again. The girl was silently staring, as if she was trying to decide if it was fine for her to eat it or not. Time passed, then. Crunch. Along with that sound, something got pushed against my mouth, while I was still preoccupied with finding the right key. Why, you eat too. The girl wept and offered me half of the biscuit. How much determination did it take her to cut it and give me half of it? I felt emotional for some reason. Are we like this just to atone for some kind of sin we committed? Didn't I atone enough by dying after reading some malicious comments already? My eyes turned cold as I started to feel indignant for no apparent reason. Thank you. The girl started to cry again after she bit into the biscuit. I didn't know whether she cried because it was delicious or because she was sad. What does food taste like after having endured such terrible hunger? I didn't know, but I thought I knew to some extent why she cried. Kleck. As soon as I took a bite out of the biscuit, the iron door opened. The cage was open, but the girl didn't come out. Perhaps she didn't want to leave that body she was holding behind. I was about to carry it out as well, however, I knew that it wasn't such a good idea to go outside. It might still be dangerous. It was for the best to wait here. So rather than opening the prison cell to let someone out, I did this bizarre thing of walking into it. Can the Demon King be killed? Of course. I think he's already dead. I wasn't fazed by the death of my unknown biological father. The girl quivered and murmured things while shedding tears, her head buried in her knees. Artorias said he'd come rescue us. Unfortunately, the Demon King probably dragged Artorias down with him. He wouldn't be able to save us, but the human side will most probably come here. Yeah. Someone's coming to save us. This wasn't just a speculation, it was the truth. However, whether the army will come to save me or not was the most important thing. I mean, I wasn't the Demon King after all. I can't hear them anymore. The girl trembled. The overflowing roars suddenly came to a halt. Thinking that the human army was defeated, the girl grew more and more afraid. I reached out and hugged her by the shoulders. It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Is that so? The girl seemed surprised that I said that. You are so calm. These words seemed kind of eerie and made me stiffen a little. Oh, no. I'm also very scared. I think it was because I was next to a child, so I exaggerated a little, but it's true that I was scared as all hell. You'd be fine, but I might get my head cut off soon. Still, the girl didn't seem suspicious of my calmness. What's your name? The girl asked for my name. My name was Valier Jr. here. Since the Demon King Valier was dead, my name must be Valier now. I couldn't tell her that name. That would be like I was asking to get myself killed. To begin with, even a normal human would get stoned if they named themselves after the Demon King. See, I don't remember. In the end, I gave her the first excuse that came to my mind. Well, I don't know. I can't remember anything. Who I am, why I'm here, everything. That was the most convenient excuse I could come up with. Amnesia. I decided on going with the setting of having lost my memory after these endless days of merciless torture. I can't believe the day would come when I had to use this dog-like concept. Sob, what should we do? The girl hugged me as if she felt sorry for me. I felt a little guilty because she believed it so quickly. The girl held me in her slender arms, but she gave me a bit of strength as well. If I could get out of here, if I get out, I'll definitely get your memories back, I promise. How though? Clack, clack. Before I could finish thinking, I heard someone running from a distance. It wasn't the only thing I could hear. This seems to be the prison. They're all dead. Those were definitely human voices. People who I couldn't tell if they were knights or soldiers rushed to check the prison cells and finally met our eyes. Holy survivors! We have survivors. The emotional exclamation from the one who found us rang through the prison. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, and my heart started racing like crazy in a weird mix of fear, excitement, and relief. Only then a middle-aged knight followed the shouts and finally stepped before us. As soon as he saw the girl, his face horribly contorted. Whoa, Her Majesty the Princess? No, what? Chapter 4. The girl I spoke with was none other than Charlotte de Gardias, the first princess of the Gardias Empire, the largest empire on the continent. Let's say this was like these common situations. Let's say I was really a prisoner in the Demon King's castle and I really suffered from amnesia. I then proceeded to try to get a crying girl out of her cell without knowing what happened, comforted her and even got her something to eat because I pitied her for starving like that. However, she turned out to actually be the imperial princess who was captured by the Demon King army. Then let's say I was to be rescued together with the princess. So let's just say that the princess was to tell them to treat me with their utmost respect. The best expression that would fit this was what a cliché. However, I was a demon who changed his appearance with low-level camouflage magic. Wasn't I kind of screwed if things developed like that? I was led out of the Demon King's castle like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse and arrived at a place close to the barracks of the commander-in-chief of the Demon Conquest Army garrison far away from the battlefield. Countless wizards and priests got close to the princess and immediately jumped into action. They also took some measures on me. To my relief, I didn't have any undead attributes, so the healing magic the priests cast on me didn't cause damage or something. It sure was fortunate that I didn't have a constitution that rejected psychic power. Of course, I already knew that that wouldn't be a problem. If it were, I wouldn't even have tried to get rescued by the human side. Not long after I became a dirty bastard, a lot of people clung to me to wash, wipe and clean me. It was a hot day, but the fear that I might die if I made a mistake made me overcome everything. If a wizard cast a spell to, for example, dispel curses on me, everything would be over. Fortunately, a large number of troops were put into searching the Demon King's castle, and it seemed difficult for them to just take care of the princess as there were a lot of bleeding and injured people among the wizard forces. However, the question was Charlotte naturally good-natured or did she somehow take a liking to me? Please look after this person. He's my benefactor after all. In the end, the problem was that she cared too much about me. Despite her own lack of energy, she was constantly instructing them to take care of me first. I bowed to the girl I put my arm around not too long ago. And no. It's all right, Your Highness. I'm fine. I'm really healthy. Yes. Actually, I didn't even do anything special. You said you lost your memory. You must have had a severe curse put on you. And no, that's not it. I don't need to remember. Yeah, it's not such a big deal. Yes. I know you're a nice girl, but won't you leave me some space? You're giving me much too much for just one biscuit. Eventually, I was allowed to lie in the private room next to the barracks after persuading the nursing staff who couldn't even catch a break taking care of me and the princess. They were close to collapsing. First of all, I felt like I just escaped a collapsing cave only to jump into the mouth of a tiger. Event complete. Downfall. You have earned 100 achievement points. I somehow broke through the first hurdle. The princess' consideration for me was persistent. After some essential first aid was over, the princess summoned me back to the barracks. There was a huge amount of food set on a table. You couldn't have eaten well. Go ahead and eat. Oh, yes. However, I couldn't easily touch it. There were too many eyes looking at me right now. The princess stared at me and nodded as if she understood what was going on. She seemed to think that I was someone that couldn't get even a single corn of rice down my throat if so many people were looking at me. The princess looked at the surrounding guards, wizards and priests. Go out and wait. Boo, but Your Highness, didn't you say that the Demon King is dead and this place became safe? At the princess' gentle command, everyone left the barracks, leaving only me and the princess behind. She looked at me quietly. Let's eat quickly. Yes. Huh? Yes. The princess grabbed the roasted turkey leg with her bare hands and began to bite into it. It seemed like she kicked them out because she wanted to eat comfortably. Irma. Whoa, won't we get sick if one starved for such a long time and ate something like this? Wouldn't it cause problems in the stomach that may lead to one's death? Do you trust the priests outside so much? You too. Quickly eat. There was no point telling her that. The meal was quite large, so I had time to sort out my thoughts while the princess munched away. In the prologue, the demon king Valier died, but there was a situation that happened before that. An all-out war between the humans and the demon realm called the Demon World War. Naturally, since there was a war going on, the hero destroyed the demon king. Although they ended up destroying each other. Although the reason behind the war wasn't known, it was started under the demon's name. Demon King Valier had incredibly powerful forces and tried to make the human coalition surrender. Valier used his spies hidden in various parts of the human forces to kidnap key figures of the coalition. He kidnapped politicians, kings, powerful warriors and wizards themselves or their families to prevent them from participating in the war. And the most important hostage was the first princess of the Guardia's empire and her mother. Valier succeeded in kidnapping the empress and the princess. If the emperor pulled out of the war, it was clear that the other forces would follow one after the other. However, the emperor knew that giving up on the Demon World War would be a great mistake. If the empire pulled out, it would have been destroyed. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on the hostages and launch an all-out war. All the hostages were killed, but after many twists and turns, the princess survived. Was it something like that? No, I don't think so. Let's think about it. It's definitely a novel I wrote, but honestly, I couldn't remember each and every sentence. The prologue was relatively less memorable. I wrote that part the longest ago after all. The princess who ate in front of me with a cute face wasn't the main character of my novel, which was a school drama. To be honest, I didn't even know that her name was Charlotte de Guardias. It's not that I didn't remember it, I didn't know it in the first place. It wasn't like not remembering the name of someone passing by, but later when seeing the name of said person written down going, oh right, there was someone like that. I couldn't remember the princess name at all. Let's think about this some more. What I wrote had become reality. As a result, all the parts that I hadn't imagined got filled in. This was the world I knew, and at the same time, it was a world filled with things I didn't recognize at all. The soldiers guarding the door outside each had their own pasts, but I didn't know them. Even though this is the world I thought up, it was natural that things were like this. This was like virtual settings suddenly becoming reality after all. Therefore, there would always be events in this world happening even though I hadn't described them, and there should also be events that already happened. There were things in the past, present and future I had no clue about. However, the sentences I wrote would definitely come true. The emperor gave up on the hostages and launched an all-out war. The subjugation of the demon realm was successful, and if the emperor pulled out of the war because of the hostages, he would have received a lot of backlash by the other participants, and the possibility of the empire falling because of that wasn't small. This was true, and I never wrote anything about the first princess, which must be quite important for the main narrative. Of course, this was supposed to be just a normal slice-of-life school thing, however the imperial family's history got mentioned slightly as well. However, the first princess was right in front of me, and yet I have never written anything about this girl. Although this might be misguided inference, what if there was a character with the role of princess abducted by the demon king? Wouldn't I forced her into the narrative and made her more important? An important character that was sure to appear on the main stage. To deviate from the main narrative isn't something that should occur. Although the princess should occupy an important role later in the story, she doesn't even appear in the future. She was the first princess who survived the Demon World War, you know? However, why doesn't this character appear, and why do I as the writer have no clue about her? I had no choice but to regard my own novel as some kind of prophecy. I had to do this strange thing where I had to interpret my own writing. The writer was usually ignorant of the vestiges of the story, however now I was experiencing said vestiges. They would now be and will be filled with things, and I have no idea with what. I had to locate the blanks of the story that were filled as this world became reality and connect them to the future I knew. I had to deduce how this bivalent narrative affected the future I knew. The princess was rescued like this right now, but she didn't appear in the future in the imperial family story at all. I had to figure out the answer using two facts. There were two possible answers. First, my existence somehow made the princess who was supposed to die immediately alive. It didn't seem strange that the princess who was crying all alone could maybe take her own life. Also, she was extremely malnourished. However, could that just be solved with a single biscuit? Anyway, there was a possibility that my existence saved the princess. It was very low, but it was there. Second, This possible answer relied on the assumption that there may have been a huge event happening in my novel of which I wasn't aware of. For instance, the big events I wrote would still flow as intended. There may be other reasons behind that. So, let's say event happened. I did write a description for it, but behind the scenes, there might have been a completely different factor that caused event to happen. Let's say I wrote, it just happened out of nowhere. What should I do in that case? Let's say the reasoning was written irresponsibly like that. However, it wouldn't be too absurd for there to be a backstory, a reason for this to happen the moment this world became reality. In other words, there might have been some kind of probability correction. That was what happened when I tried to use the teleportation scroll a while ago. So I'd know what incidents were going to happen in this world, but not why. This was a very strange situation. This all happened because I wrote this story so irresponsibly and rough without explaining things properly. Was this my punishment for being imprecise? So, unless I was the reason for the princess' survival, there was only one more answer. She would be killed or would die soon. Why aren't you eating? The cute little princess asked me calmly. Even in slice-of-life stories, villains were needed. There may be slice-of-life stories without villains, but these were in the realm of masterpieces. The presence of a villain simplified the narrative process. If one just wrote a bad guy did it, one can explain away a lot of things. Why did he do that? If someone asked something like this, one could just explain it with because he's a bad guy lol. So, I wasn't skilled enough to write a slice-of-life story without a villain. The Demon King is Dead's main villain was Imperial Prince Bertus de Guardias. There were some minor villains, but the prince was a little different. If one would call the villains found at the academy kind of sloppy and second-rated, the prince would be the real deal. He was the type to conspire to kill people. I gave him the setting that he'd do anything to become the next emperor. From Bertus' perspective, the existence of the first princess who returned alive after getting abducted by the demons would only be a thorn in his side. Just because she had gone through such hardship, the princess would be in a position that garnered a lot of attention, and seeing as to how she was the first princess, their succession rights to the throne would be similar. Bertus would be embarrassed to know that the first princess was alive and not dead. He would have, of course, thought that she died, but she came back alive. If that were the case, then there was a good chance that Charlotte would soon be killed by Bertus or one of his people. Charlotte would die behind the scenes at the vestiges of the main story. She wouldn't even be able to join the main story. Charlotte would probably die soon. The possibility that she won't even make it to the Empire isn't that low either. Charlotte would be in danger soon. I don't know how though. While I was thinking about that, the princess was letting out a sigh as she was finally full. Would I be able to save this girl? My life was like a fallen leaf in the wind, so was I even in any position to care about someone else's life? Wouldn't it be better for me if Charlotte just died here and the wizards turned their gazes away from me? Just when that thought went through my mind, a sense of horror ran down my spine. I was an ordinary person. This wasn't an ordinary situation, but I was still just an ordinary person. Just the thought of planning to survive using such a young child's death already made me feel disgusted with myself. Charlotte was the closest to an ally I had, and she was in a situation in which she wouldn't know when her head might get cut off. Having Charlotte on my side would make her a great force to have though, no matter what unexpected situation might happen in the future. Let's think like that. The only time we were able to talk was now. After the meal was over, the guards would come back in again. Then we couldn't talk about any important things. How the hell was I supposed to convey to her that her life was in danger? How was I supposed to explain why I knew that? Charlotte wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth as she looked at me. The look in Charlotte's eyes, which had been innocent and pure until now, seemed to have suddenly turned cold. Just when I thought that the atmosphere around her suddenly changed, Charlotte talked in a low voice. Now, listen carefully. Charlotte's demeanor was more serious than before. Our lives are in danger. Charlotte brought up what I had wanted to say before me. And she told me it's us who's in danger, not just her. I'm telling you, it's you. Chapter 5. I had no other choice but to give an evasive answer to Charlotte's words. That relieved me somewhat. Hoo-ha? The princess was already aware that her life was in danger. Rather, the way she stared at me so calmly confirmed to me that my guesses were correct. She was looking at me with such serious eyes, as if she was never so preoccupied with the food. It's difficult for me to go into detail, but my half-brother, Bertus, was probably blindly waiting for me to die. For him, knowing that I was still alive, would be like a thorn in his side. The girl that was sitting in a prison cell holding her mother's body and crying was completely gone. Charlotte, who returned to her seat, was calm, as if she realized again that she was a member of the imperial family. However, Bertus actually had a lot of followers. He was a villain, but he sure wasn't incompetent. However, I don't know how he plans to kill me. I don't know who will do it, I just know it will happen soon. She didn't know how she was going to be attacked, and Charlotte didn't know who to trust in this chaotic situation just after the end of a war. Due to most forces searching the Demon King's castle and cleaning up the stragglers, almost all the main forces were missing. And the people I cursed aren't here. I think it was intentional. When Charlotte was rescued, she realized that none of her own were around. Then something flashed through my mind like lightning. Oh, so that's why you told the people to leave? Well, yes. In the first place, she kicked everyone out except me because she couldn't be sure if any of them would end up being her killer except me. Rather, Charlotte was a lot more cautious than I was. She didn't know who to trust or when she'd be killed. How could one know if they hadn't poisoned the food? Hey, the food might gotten poisoned at my words, the princess laughed. If they poisoned the food, I'd just eat it and die then, in this situation. She was so hungry she didn't care anymore. I couldn't imagine just how hungry the princess was, but it seemed like she was so starved that she'd rather die than not eat the food in front of her. She was so hungry that she'd even eat poison food. Fortunately, there wasn't any poison in it. Most people stationed in these barracks will be enemies. Is that so? Charlotte was convinced that not just a few, but most of them were her enemies. I tried to leave the barracks a few times before, but they didn't let me, with the excuse that I should relax. I'm sure they're trying to lock me up. Charlotte's voice was getting lower and lower. It's not known yet that I was rescued. They didn't want to announce this either. Is that so? Even when she got rescued, she came out wrapped in something like a thick coat. Charlotte was convinced that there weren't other survivors inside the Demon King's castle. They're probably waiting for instructions on how to deal with me. That's why they don't want it to be known that I'm alive. After killing me, there's a high possibility that they'll just say I died in the Demon King's castle. They would make it out that she died in the Demon King's castle, but would keep quiet about her getting rescued, so that they could say that they retrieved the corpse from inside the Demon King's castle. Charlotte was looking at a number of possibilities. From the outside it seemed like they cared for the first princess. However, in reality, it was more like hundreds of people holding Charlotte in custody. Just the thought gave me goosebumps all over my body. It didn't look like that at all, at least to me. However, Charlotte already knew their intentions. So I, who was rescued with you, am also in danger. Obviously, Charlotte said our life is in danger and not my life is in danger after all. This wasn't just a matter of them finding out if I'm a demon or not anymore. Berta's followers would remove anyone who knew the first princess was alive, and I wasn't going to be an exception. In the end, I was in a position in which I had no other choice but to try my hardest to keep Charlotte safe. Listen, we'll leave the barracks now. She was in even greater danger after getting rescued, so she was planning to escape from this non-surveillance. Are we even able to run away? But with so many soldiers patrolling the grounds, was it even possible to escape properly? Of course we can't run away, but that's not the point. Charlotte laughed. I want as many people as possible to know that I'm alive. Her purpose wasn't to run away, but to inform the ordinary soldiers of her survival. No, but I was older. So why did she seem so much smarter than me? Charlotte rose from her seat, while I felt a strange sense of defeat. The meal was over. No one even imagined that Charlotte de Gardias could still be alive, so there wasn't much surveillance in the barracks Charlotte and I were in. They were now waiting for instructions from above and didn't seem to think that we'd be able to get away. Even if I called it barracks, it was really just a tent. Escaping from it was simple. I slightly cut the tent in the back with a knife provided for the meal and checked their movements outside. After cutting a hole in the tent, we crawled outside. We came out from the back and not its entrance, so there were only a few troops walking around. It was quiet, which was understandable, as most of them were gathered in the Demon King's castle and not the garrison. No one seemed to have expected that the princess would feel her life in danger and escaped as soon as she was rescued. Yeah, that was normal. I was surprised by her behavior as well. However, we couldn't walk around for long. They'd soon find out we were gone. Charlotte knew that as well. Okay, we'll be caught soon. One might wonder why she came out when she knew that she'd be caught soon. However, Charlotte's purpose was to reveal her own survival to everyone, so it didn't matter. Just rumors about it alone would prolong Charlotte's life a little longer. Like this, the fact that she was still alive would spread among the ordinary soldiers, preventing her death from being made out as something that happened in the Demon King's castle. This could keep her alive for a bit until she found an alternative method. That was Charlotte's purpose. You go ahead. Yes. Charlotte's eyes lit up a little as she looked at me. You have to come back as soon as possible. At that moment, I was able to catch a glimpse of Charlotte's fear of having to face death again. Yes. You must live, no matter what. I left Charlotte behind and started running through the grounds. Her Majesty the Princess? Her Majesty the Princess is alive. Soon after, the cries of the remaining troops could be heard echoing through the camp. Charlotte would be taken back to the HQ barracks, but that would leave me with greater freedom of movement. If they find out that you're gone, they'll naturally try to find you as well. Run as far as possible. They won't try to kill you right away, but they will definitely kill you. Find Sir Francis and make sure to come back together with him. I need you to find him and make him my escort. Just before we left the tent, Charlotte told me as such. Sir Francis. She said she didn't know who'd be her enemies and who'd be her allies. However, she said that there was only one person who could never be her enemy. The knight who rescued us, Francis. If he had been Bertus' minion, he would have killed us right on the spot, but saved us himself. That was why he couldn't be one of Bertus' servants. From the moment she got rescued, Charlotte already had a hunch that she was about to face another crisis before she was even able to be happy about having gotten saved. Originally, Charlotte would eventually get killed even though she was aware of the danger to her life. Charlotte couldn't do anything on her own to survive even with her wits. Which meant, my success or failure determined Charlotte's life or death. Charlotte couldn't find Francis on her own. Perhaps she gave orders to bring him to her, but those orders wouldn't have been carried out. In the end, I had to find him myself and bring him to Charlotte's side. The soldiers coming and going from the vast barracks only titled their heads when they saw me running around, but none came directly towards me. While Charlotte's face was well known, mine was not, hence, making this possible. I approached one of the passing soldiers who looked like an officer and asked him, Do you know where Sir Francis is? He looked down at me and nodded. Well, what's going on? I have an urgent message from the Commander-in-Chief. If I mentioned the princess here, it might take me some time to explain, so I had no choice but to cover this up with lies. He scanned my body and clothes from top to bottom. Fortunately, I changed into luxurious clothes, so I wasn't just dismissed. If I had worn the rags, he would have told me to get lost. I don't know Sir Francis very well, but I'm pretty sure he's searching through the castle. I heard that most of the knights were sent there. Damn it. After rescuing us, it seemed like he had focused on his original mission, searching the castle, again. No, wait a second. Bertus' minions would kill anyone who knew that Charlotte was alive. It's clear that Francis' life would also be in jeopardy. He wasn't loyal to Bertus, so he wouldn't keep his silence. Bertus, however, would want to eliminate anyone who knew of Charlotte's survival. Only I wasn't the only one whose life depended on Charlotte's survival. We must go find Sir Francis. His life is in danger. What? I had no choice but to urgently shout to this unknown officer. Chapter 6. Perhaps because of the credibility that came with these clothes I wore or my urgent look, the unknown officer immediately put me on a horse without saying anything. Initially, this was a garrison, so it was far from the Demon King's castle. How did it come to this? I had worked so hard to get out of there not too long ago, and now I was already rushing back to the castle. I've never sat on a horse before, however the officer sitting behind me held my body tightly, so I was able to endure the shaking somehow. Can't you tell me the details? The castle has already been captured, so why is a knight's life in danger? I didn't know if this person was one of Bertus' minions or not, but this guy was pretty young. Did Bertus reach out his grubby fingers even down to the level of junior officers? I thought about that for a little while, but this guy was helping me for now. I'll tell you when we find Sir Francis. Understood. I didn't need to persuade him anymore, as he was still helping me right now. Maybe because this was my first time riding on a horse, my hip felt like it was about to break, but this wasn't the time to care about something like that. The Demon King's castle was a mess as a result of this war, and on the surrounding plains, demons who seemed to have been taken captive were being dragged along looking like dried corvinas. Not all of them were dead. Some of the demons surrendered and became prisoners. I felt relieved that not all of them died, however, at the same time I felt guilty for betraying them in the end despite being their prince. What will happen to those demons? Despite the urgency of the situation, I posed such a random question. If it were a war between humans, we'd take a ransom for them, but they're demons. He talked as if I asked something strange. We've taken them prisoner for now, but what else would we do other than kill them? Negotiations were meaningless as their races were different. This was inevitable because this was originally a war of annihilation. It was only natural that they were trying to destroy all seeds before they grow. It made my heart heavy. Even though I was an ordinary man who just suddenly entered the body of the demon prince, I couldn't easily shake off this dirty feeling. The officer and I dashed past the endless procession of prisoners. The wide, open walls were destroyed everywhere and filled with numerous bodies. It felt terrible just seeing the sight of demon and human corpses being lined up next to each other. It's not something a kid should see. He showed my kindness by covering my eyes while he rode the horse as he considered me as a child. I couldn't tell just how many humans and demons had died. We passed through the destroyed gates. Numerous carriages were lined up before it. They continued to load them with materials they found in the Demon King's castle. The demon realm was destroyed in this demon world war, and this long-standing conflict was finally resolved by the humans. But the most important was still the material aspect. All countries that participated in the Demon World War would gain enormous wealth from selling the goods of the demon realm, so it was set up that a long golden age would start for the land of humans. It's said that they gained a long peaceful period in exchange for all the blood. However, I would have never imagined I'd get to see this scene from the perspective of the demons. In the end, as if they were treating war as just a simple reason to plunder, numerous military forces swept up all of the Demon King's castle's wealth. Wagons filled to the brim with supplies continued to leave the area, and empty wagons kept replacing them. The officer took me to the command post inside the castle where they conducted the transport and search operation. The officer gave a salute to what appeared to be the commander, Lieutenant Dyrus, commander of the 3rd Platoon, 11th Company, 4th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Imperial Corps. He shouted his official name with a stiff face. Lieutenant Dyrus. I somehow found out his name. He was in the cavalry, so that's why he could ride so well even with me being there. The commander opposite of him didn't seem to have any idea who he was. That's to be expected. Going by his title, he was probably way below the commander. What is it? The officer, who seemed to be a very high-ranking officer, frowned while he looked alternately between me and the junior officer. He seemed like he would severely reprimand him if he couldn't give a proper explanation why he brought someone who wasn't even a soldier to this place. I brought this boy here because he said he had to deliver an urgent message from the Commander-in-Chief to Sir Francis. I presumed it to be confidential, so I didn't ask him what it was. HM? Seeing my small eye growing bigger, I felt a chill run down my spine. However, he didn't ask him why the commander had sent an urgent message through someone like me. His face slightly stiffened. He seemed to know something. Sir Francis, I just received a report that he was killed in an altercation with one of the demon remnants during the search of the castle. Bertus was the first to use his hand. Not only my, but also Lieutenant Darius' expression hardened. Is the message something I should know about? And no, I was meant to deliver it to Sir Francis directly. What a pity. Those damn demons should just curl up and die. The commander's expression was grim, perhaps because he thought that he lost a great knight to the demons. No, well, he was definitely killed by humans and not demons though. Sir, this is not a place for a boy such as him. Hurry back. Yes. Fortunately, the commander didn't interrogate me about the message or my identity. It seemed like he was too preoccupied with conducting this full-scale search of the castle. After leaving the command post, Lieutenant Dyrus grabbed my shoulder. How did this happen? How did the Commander-in-Chief know that Sir Francis was in danger? I said Sir Francis' life was in danger and he actually died. I looked at the lieutenant in front of me. It was clear that he had very little authority here. However, now that Sir Francis got already killed, I needed someone else to help me. It wasn't the Commander-in-Chief. What? Hoping that it wasn't a mistake to bring this person in. Her Highness sent me. I told him the truth. I explained the whole story to him in a secluded area of the castle where soldiers didn't pass by. I started from the point where the princess was still imprisoned and got rescued. So Sir Francis was killed by someone from our army and not the demons? Yes, maybe shit. I can't even imagine how painful it must have been, but they were even trying to harm Her Highness the Princess as soon as she got rescued. He clenched his teeth, seeming shocked to hear that there were people who planned such things. Then you're trying to rescue the princess, right? Yes. All right, I admire your courage. He patted me on the shoulder as if he was proud of me, who tried to save the princess even though I was powerless. Then he seemed amazed by the fact that there were hidden battles going on their side, just as they claimed victory. I can't let that happen. I also want to become the Princess Power. Even in this place with so many eyes, somehow an ally got killed by another. That would mean that Bertus minions were spread out throughout the whole Imperial army. I have to get to her as soon as possible. I'm not as skilled as Sir Francis, but just having one more pair of eyes should be meaningful enough. Yes, it is. Fortunately, Dyrus seemed to have a strong sense of justice and couldn't let this slide. I didn't tell him anything like he had to risk his life. He seemed to think that it was only natural to give up his life if that meant he could protect her. Just when he was about to leave as fast as he could, I had a thought pass through my head. Lieutenant! Wait! What is it? I have to go back quickly. I pointed at the lot of carts. There's a way to protect the princess right now. Yes, I dared to return to the Demon King's castle. This is the Demon King's castle. Right. What about it? I saw that there was a storage room for magic items there when I got rescued. I've come this far, so I couldn't just go back empty-handed. Why don't we look for a teleport scroll there? Space-shifting scrolls couldn't be used here, but they'd obviously work in the garrison. Using that spell, the princess could be taken out of this dangerous place right away. I hoped that the scroll vault hadn't been plundered yet. If so, then the teleport scroll I was trying to use was obviously still there. We couldn't attempt asking a wizard to teleport us. They'd surely trap us. Dyrus seemed hesitant. He looked doubtful whether it was the right choice to go look for some teleport scroll that may or may not exist. However, I knew the location of the teleport scroll. Once I confirmed that it had been stolen, we could leave immediately. Damn it, alright. It's clear that I wouldn't be much help even if I stuck to the princess. He nodded as if he acknowledged the limits of his abilities. I still wasn't clear on the layout of the Demon King's castle, however I had remembered some things when I came out of the prison. There was no one to stop us, as many soldiers were going in and out of the castle. It's this way. Some people seemed puzzled about me walking around unarmed, but I couldn't explain this to each one of them. Fortunately, I was able to trace my steps back to roughly where it was. The Demon King's castle was very spacious, and the prison I was in and the magic item storage were located deep inside, so there was a very good chance that it hadn't been plundered yet. This is ridiculously huge. Eventually I got tired and ended up riding his back. I rummaged through my memory and pointed out the directions I remembered. Fortunately, we were able to reach it without getting lost. It's still fine. Fortunately, it was still in good condition. It looked like no one had come here yet. It doesn't look that fine to me though. I think someone was here already, you know. Oh, that was me. I meant that the scrolls were still looking fine. Okay, let's look for it. I immediately picked up the teleport scroll that was spread out on the floor. I found it. Already. Yes, look. The name of the magic contained in the scroll was written on it in common language, so he didn't ask me how I was able to find it right away. If it had been written in the demon language, he would have suspected me for sure. I already knew 2 languages I had no previous knowledge of. It was like the staple cheats people get when they get sent to another world. I resealed the scroll that hadn't been triggered yet. Of course, the teleportation would only work on one person. I didn't know if there were mass teleportation scrolls, but I had to find more scrolls. Not only Charlotte, I had to get myself out of here as well and maybe Dyrus as well, as he'd also be in danger. I'll need a few more. We don't know what might happen. We should also get some scrolls that might help us as well. Little boy, take this. This is a scroll book. Is this the first time you've seen one? It was over there. He handed me an empty book. And no, that's not it. I know what this is. Good then. Let's use it. I knew what a scroll book was. It wasn't even a magic item, just a book one could put scrolls into and organize it in a way that one could rip out the pages one needed whenever one wanted. It was an object used by people who weren't wizards, but still needed to use magic in battle. Since it was an item I came up with, there was no way I wouldn't know about it. However, it felt really strange actually holding this item I only imagined in my hands. It was good that I didn't have to crumble these scrolls into my pocket. I started filling the scroll book with useful magic spells, while Dyrus found another scroll book, filling it with magic as well. The Demon King's castle sure is amazing. I heard that even low-level scrolls were more expensive than my salary. He seemed to genuinely admire the vast stock of scrolls. I heard they've almost used up all the scrolls in this war, but if we'd take all the ones here it would be more than enough to make up for the lower-level scrolls we've used. Dyrus rummaged through the scrolls while saying things like that. There were no AoE attack spells, but we've swept up all the scrolls that might be helpful to us. I couldn't take them with me earlier because I had to throw everything away, but now I could actually pack them up. Useful scrolls get. Go me. Then I opened my eyes wide at a sudden discovery. Wait. What? Mass teleportation multi-person space movement order. There was no more need to find more teleportation scrolls. Let's go, Lieutenant. Yes. Let's hurry. Then, as soon as we stepped out the door, we couldn't help but stiffen. Our eyes met with a soldier who was carrying some bundles. No, if you think about it, wouldn't we be seen as people who just arbitrarily took the spoils that should belong to the military? It was, of course, a felony to snatch loot without permission. What if they won't let us go? Dyrus, I and the soldier were looking at each other in silence. He clenched his teeth. Perhaps he was prepared for this extreme situation. In the face of his new mission to protect the princess, he seemed prepared to do anything, even if it meant having to subdue his own allies right on the spot. Only that. Lieutenant. The soldier cautiously opened his mouth after checking Dyrus' rank. How about we'll just turn a blind eye on each other? You too? Chapter 7. I would have never imagined that my life would one day be intertwined with a child who wasn't even a major character of my novel. But I also didn't expect to see soldiers looting in the demon world war I described in it. There was no need or reason for me to imagine such things as I wrote the novel. Normally, things like these weren't woven into the main story in novels such as this, right? This wasn't related to the main story at all, but this world was on a much larger scale than just the main story, right? While the main character was waiting to enter the Guardia's temple, letting his imagination flow, in the prologue section before the main story even started, a princess was about to be assassinated, and the demon prince was fighting tooth and nail to save her. That was happening right now. This world I described, with all its blank spaces filled in, was more realistic than I imagined. That made this whole thing even more scary. Dyrus didn't stop walking. While he did seem disappointed and angry at being treated the same as those mongrels who acted out of personal greed. While I was rushing to get out of the Demon King's castle, Dyrus suddenly grabbed my arm. Dyrus suddenly slipped into the hallway next to him, not the way we were going to go, and hid me behind a gargoyle statue in the hallway. Dyrus' expression was serious. The Knights of Duke Salirian. I knew what he meant, so I immediately held my breath. Duke Salirian. Bertus' maternal family and the reason he could have so many followers. If Charlotte had judged Sir Francis to not necessarily be an enemy, Duke Salirian would absolutely be the princess enemy. The overarching goal of Duke Salirian was to make Bertus emperor. It was very likely that Sir Francis was killed by them. Dyrus held his breath and tensed up. I didn't know what kind of status Dyrus had, but he said he was a lieutenant. In addition, the Knights of Duke Salirian, one of the most powerful noble families in the Empire, would have prestige not comparable to any other noble. Although I'm not really sure, they must be high-ranking knights far more superior compared to normal knights. Not to mention their skills. Clang, 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 there were a large number of them. Are you sure they entered the castle and haven't come out? Yes, I am. Can't say if that's a good or bad thing. What should we do if we find him? Do I have to tell you? Are we going to do that officer in too? It must have been his fate to end in such an unlucky way. They didn't mention a concrete person in their conversation, but it was clear who they were looking for. They were looking for me and Dyrus. Dyrus was holding his breath while clenching his teeth. They have to pass by. They can't notice us. Then, I realized how foolish it was to think that we could fool the senses of high-ranking knights. I think they're over there, one of the knights said calmly, as if they were in no rush to find us. They're breathing pretty harshly. Looks like they're nervous. Hey, it's hard not to notice that. A series of nearby knights arrived there after hearing the call. There were 4 knights in total. Dyrus and I stepped out from behind the statue and slowly backed away. 4 knights in splendid plate armor came into view and were looking at Dyrus. The knight, wearing a relaxed expression, clicked his tongue slightly. Then the one who seemed the most senior opened his mouth. The princess really is a pitiful girl. I'm not the only one, but he keeps making me kill the hardliners. The knight sighed that he'd have to kill 1 to 10 people. I didn't even feel like contradicting him. Shame on you. For the Knights of the Empire, laying hands on the Imperial family. Dyrus shouted. If you thought the whining of some kid I don't even know the name of would put even a small scratch on my honor, I'm sorry to say this, but I don't really care. He didn't seem to care at all about the accusations he heard from people who weren't worth his time. Yeah, it's not a pleasant thing. I admit that. He smiled bitterly to himself. I can't believe that I have to end the day drenched in the blood of demons by spilling human blood. It seemed quite unpleasant for him to have to do such a thing. Just because the princess didn't die, he had to do something like this. Apart from that displeasure, however, there was no hesitation in his actions. Sking! When that knight drew his sword, all the other knights did the same. We could run back, but we'd surely get caught sooner or later. Their physical abilities should completely transcend not only mine, but even Dyrus. A scroll. Could we break through this situation with any of them? However, while I was leafing through the scroll book to choose a magic spell, they would just run up to me and slice my head off before I could even take a single breath. I was finally able to escape the Demon King's castle, but did I just come back here to die like this? The thought of dying just like a dog in such an absurd situation made me feel feverish. I had to die again less than a day after I first died. The knights began to slowly approach us, as my breath tightened. Despite being in a huge corridor, the 3 knights' presence was enough to fill it. Of course, that was just a figure of speech. They weren't really filling the corridor, it just felt that way. The presence of those approaching knights couldn't even be compared to that gigantic gargoyle statue Dyrus, and I had been hiding behind just a moment ago. Wait a moment. Gargoyle? I stared blankly at the gargoyle statue. Don't these things usually move in places like this? Though that was a terrifying thought. Whoosh! Boom! The gargoyle's giant halberd hit the knights approaching us from the front. Explosions. Astonishment. Death. Run. And judgment. Now was not the time to think. The huge gargoyle's merciless surprise completely crushed the knights who were approaching us with raging force. I clearly saw those high-ranking knights were literally shredded to bits even with their armor on. They didn't even get the chance to scream. They may be strong, but this was the Demon King's castle. It was the place that held the strongest forces of the demon world. It wasn't hard to understand that the gargoyle was a powerful monster compared to high-ranking knights who were monsters among humans. I couldn't even feel nauseous. I avoided the bodies before I could even think about it. Thud. Boom. Thud. We were able to escape while the knights pursuing us were responding to the suddenly activated gargoyle. Why is it suddenly moving? I have no idea. No, I did know. Obviously, all my physical abilities were close to zero, but I did have the ability to dominate demons. Perhaps my thoughts activated the gargoyle, or it sensed the knight's killing intent and acted on its own. Anyway, it clearly moved to protect me. I was born with the power to control demons. However, I couldn't tell him that, so running away was our top priority. No matter how many knights there were, they wouldn't have the ability to withstand the attacks of such a colossal monster. The castle, which was in the middle of getting searched, was thrown into chaos by the sudden explosions. Dyrus and I used that chance to quickly escape the Demon King's castle. There'll definitely be others following us. Yes. The Knights of Duke Salirian were scattered and searched for us. Although there was a skirmish happening, they'd definitely pursue us if they knew we escaped. Dyrus put me on his horse and we rode straight out of the castle. We earned some curious glances as we rushed out, but this wasn't the time to be concerned about that. As soon as we arrived at the garrison, we had to teleport the hell out of here with Charlotte. I almost lost my mind while riding on that horse. It was hard just holding onto it. Shit, they've already caught up to us. Their command system was in such perfect order that the Knights of Duke Salirian caught up to us in no time. Despite there being so many eyes around, they wanted to catch us, even while risking there being rumors. That must have meant that even if they killed me and Dyrus right here, they'd be able to take care of the aftermath themselves. It was impossible for them to kill the princess on the main road, but if it was just us they could do so easily. They'd just make up some reason for that later. Damn it. The horses the knights were riding on were far superior to Dyrus' steed. Even though they rode them while wearing armor, they were still that fast. Despite being so far away from us at first, they were getting closer to us. The rapidly increasing number of pursuers was now over 10. The soldiers driving the loot wagons and the ones taking away the prisoners of war stared at this sudden chase blankly. Lieutenant, hold my waist tightly and secure me. Yes. Dyrus grabbed my waist and kept me from falling without asking what I was planning on doing. I opened the scroll book hanging from my waist, then I quickly looked for any magic spell that might help us in our current situation. Anything. Isn't there anything that we can use? Haste. I opened the scroll and cast haste on the horse. Do. In an instant, the horse's movements became faster. White foam began to form around the horse's mouth. Damn it. It's good that it got faster, but this might kill the horse before we even arrive. Haste made one's movements faster, but it also made the target drain its stamina rapidly. A horse wasn't an animal that could sprint for a long time in the first place. In addition to that, I applied acceleration magic, which insanely amplified its metabolism. This was like burning away the horse's life. It was going to be like that soon anyway. I'd rather die after 3 minutes instead of 1. What a nut job. Even in this situation, he had time to burst out into laughter as he was just that speechless. Dyrus rode like crazy. Despite it being a lot more difficult riding this faster horse, he kept on holding onto me and controlling his horse with one hand. Shit. Dyrus looked behind and cussed. They're going to shoot arrows. The knights weren't even using swords. They were just firing arrows at us because they couldn't catch up to us. Fortunately, Dyrus was able to dodge the arrows in an almost acrobatic way, which deflected the arrows. The horse seems to get more and more exhausted. The condition of their horses and our horse was so different. I mean, as I was in a hurry back then, Dyrus made his horse sprint to the Demon King's castle a while ago as well. He made this already exhausted horse sprint, and on top of that I cast haste on it, so it was natural that its stamina soon reached its end. I looked through the scroll book to see if there were any spells that could replenish the horse's stamina, but there wasn't any magic spell like that. There were only auxiliary type magic spells like illusion, fascination, and delusion inside. Do you think they'd be affected by fascination spells? They won't. Knights are required to undergo anti-magic training. They were all equipped with anti-magic measures. Low-level auxiliary magic won't work on them, is what Dyrus told me flat out. Yeah, I kind of expected that it wouldn't work. It would be a bit ridiculous for melee experts to just die after getting peppered with magic, so they set up some training sessions on how to counter magic. I knew that because I put the subject anti-magic training into the academy's curriculum. Anyway, my setup was pulling my legs right now. Nevertheless, I had to use a scroll. It was a risky gamble. I used illusion. I told you it won't work. I'm not aiming for the knights. I opened the scroll to use its magic spell. The targets weren't the knights. If you would shoot a general, shoot his horse first. I intended to carry out that old idiom. Illusion the spell activated. Nieg. Only clatter. Then, the sounds of knights falling to the ground and horses neighing could be heard from behind us. Fortunately, it didn't seem like the horses were trained to resist magic. If magic didn't work on the knights, I'd just cast the spell on their horses. I just showed the horses an illusion of a dragon. Chapter 8. You great. I pulled out the fascination scroll this time. The type of the spell didn't even matter. Anyway, any spell that could affect their horses would do. There was no other reason why I was taking on this risky gamble. Just as I was casting spells on their horses, they might cast some on our horse. However, Dyra said clearly that the coalition used up almost all their scrolls in this war, and none of them were magicians. I thought that even if they had a scroll book, they wouldn't have any more spells in them, and it turned out to be the truth. The war was over and they couldn't get replacements for the scrolls they used, and they obviously didn't have any more in stock. Most of them probably had attack spells in their scroll books that would have an intuitive immediate effect, and they probably used up all of them. I started this gamble believing that. Nieg. Ban. My guess was right. The horses toppled over after being affected by the low-level magic, causing the knights riding on them to come rolling down to the ground. Those that didn't manage to land properly were highly likely to die by breaking their necks. Some may have died. I didn't actively think about the fact that I might have killed them, as they were trying to kill me. Guilt, remorse, or justifications for my actions didn't even occur to me at that point. I had to do everything I could. I had no other thoughts but that. The situation was so urgent that all my judgment seemed to have focused on only this single point. All concerns regarding ethics and values were put off until later. Not consciously, but unconsciously. Shit. However, I didn't have any more mental magic I could use to knock them all down. There were 2 pursuers still chasing after us with rage filling their eyes. The horse we rode was already far over its limits. It was now slower than it was before I placed haste on it. They'll catch up to us. Dyra shouted in a desperate voice. The horse was exhausted, and there were 2 knights, who witnessed their comrades fall down, still chasing after us from afar with killing intent, so sharp pointed at us that it really felt like I was getting cut. The horse now started to just trudge, while the knights' horses followed us at a frightening speed. Dyrus clenched his teeth and pulled out his sword, however it didn't seem like he thought he could win. Was this the end? And then, I saw a long line of wagons and soldiers watching this chase. And there was also the procession of those demon prisoners that seemed to go on forever. And I saw the eyes of those demons looking at me. From goblins to trolls and unarmed ogres, orcs and countless other unknown types of demons. All these demons were watching this commotion. They were looking at me. Not even a single word was exchanged between us. I didn't say anything to them. They just looked at me without saying a word. They were demons of the demon realm who surrendered after losing their fighting spirit, knowing that their king died. As demons and monsters, they had to pay the price of defeat with their lives. Since no one would pay their ransom, the only thing they could pay with was their lives. They were looking at me, because the demon king was dead, and I was sure to be the last one, seeing how I was betraying them. I didn't know how they were able to recognize me, but I felt like they knew who I was, or were they able to read my feelings just by looking at me in this desperate situation? Or did the power sleeping inside of me, demon domination, activate because of this situation? The process and outcome were unknown to me. However, after giving up everything, they looked at me with eyes that seemed to have found their last hope. Crank. An ogre broke his shackles that bound him and began charging at the knights rushing towards me. Coo! With a roar that seemed to shake the heavens and earth, the demons, who were tied up and quietly let themselves get dragged away before, immediately began to resist. Crazy. In the end, the 2 knights who were following us were attacked by the ogre rushing at them. Once again, everything got chaotic as the prisoners of war began to riot. This was the last resistance of the remaining demons in order to save their last king. They didn't use ropes to tie the demons. It was impossible for others to break them except if they were large monsters like an ogre. Most of the demons were just struggling to make a commotion. Therefore, the prisoners began to be subdued, and that suppression ultimately just turned out to be bloody slaughter. The only thing that changed was that they got killed here by the troops and not on the execution grounds. Because of the disturbance caused by the demons and the suppression of the last pursuers, no one was chasing after us anymore. Dyrus seemed to find this absurd situation hard to accept. What the hell is this? The gargoyle activated to kill some knights just at the right time, and just when we were in a desperate situation, the demons decided to riot and attack the knights. Dyrus knew that this was abnormal. He just couldn't figure out what was going on exactly. However, their main goal of escaping with Charlotte was yet unfulfilled. Dyrus seemed to hold back his doubts. He remained silent until we drew near to the garrison. The atmosphere at the garrison was definitely exhilarating. Is Her Royal Highness really still alive? Yeah, she just came out and shook hands with the soldiers, telling them that she was alright. She just went back to the barracks to get some rest. What a relief, what a relief. That dog-like demon king died and the princess was still alive. How blessed can we be? Hey man, the empress died though, so to call it a blessing is that's true. I hope that Her Highness will soon get back on her feet as Charlotte expected. The news that the princess was still alive had already spread throughout the garrison. It seemed like they hadn't gotten the report about the rioting prisoners of war yet. There were more eyes and ears here, but it was too early to feel reassured. The knights of Duke Salerian tried to kill Dyrus and me, despite the presence of all those wagons and convoys. It was just the princess who was difficult to touch. Even if news arrived that Dyrus and I killed their knights, there would be nothing about them trying to kill us, so no one would care. They would have so many reasons ready why they had to immediately execute us. Soon, news of what happened close to the Demon King's castle would reach this place. Before that happened, we had to get out of here. Fortunately, the soldiers' eyes were fixed on the HQ barracks where the princess was said to rest. They seemed to wonder if they'd ever be able to see the princess' face, who was said to be still alive. However, because of that, the barracks were completely encircled. We had no way to sneak in. There was no way around it. Dyrus and I strode straight towards the barracks. The guard looked at me and shook his head before I could even say anything. Her Highness is resting. Go back. I've brought the goods Her Royal Highness asked for. It seemed like nothing would make this guardsman budge. There was an order from the commander-in-chief that she needed absolute rest. Come back later. The moment we'll try to go back, you'd just try to kill us secretly. Even if that didn't happen, it would be over as soon as the news from the Demon King's castle arrived here. We had to get in there somehow. It's urgent. At those words, the guard's expression hardened. Even if you were rescued together with the Imperial Princess, we can't let someone with an unclear identity like you be by her side. Don't tell me you're having some ideas? You guys are more dangerous to her, though? That guard would certainly rather die than let me in. He was staring at me and pointing the end of his spear at me as if telling me that he'd be forced to use violence if we tried to force our way in. I had no idea what Charlotte's condition was inside, but it seemed like she wasn't able to come out to me even if she knew that we arrived. They wouldn't know what I was trying to do. However, knowing that I had received some instructions from the princess, they tried to prevent me from meeting her subtly. The problem was that I neither had the strength nor justification to break through their vague actions. Boy! At that moment Dyrus called out to me. Lieutenant. He took a deep breath, sighing as if he had no other choice. It's Plan B. Sigh. Kook. As if it was a sign, he drew his sword and stuck it right in the neck of the guard, before his opponent could do anything. You crazy. The other guards just spat out swear words, completely in shock that their comrade was suddenly stabbed like this. Go. While Dyrus cut one attacking guard after the other, I just stopped thinking and ran into the barracks. As I broke through several layers of tents, I could see Charlotte, who quietly sat in her seat inside, and countless other people standing around her, not touching her, but they seemed to monitor her. Exclamation! Charlotte looked at me, opening her eyes so wide her eyelids seemed to be about to rip apart. An old man wearing a white priest's robe shouted in a brusque tone. I believe I made it clear that you were not to let anyone in! Exclamation! There was no time for conversations. Flash Kuik. What's going on? He's using magic. Flash. In an instant a flash of light exploded inside the tent. While everyone was blinded by the light, I unblocked my eyes and grabbed Charlotte's hand, who was also affected by the sudden flash. Charlotte was equally perplexed as the others. Charlotte told me to get Sir Francis and not to break in here and shoot out a flare. Mass teleport, please specify destination. I cast mass teleportation. To Guardium. Our destination was the Imperial capital. We're going to Imperial capital Guardium. You have passed the prologue sequence. Special achievement. Inflection point of history. A key figure, Charlotte de Guardias, who should not have appeared in the original storyline, has survived. The future has changed dramatically. Acquired 1000 achievement points. I was finally done with that hellish prologue. Chapter 9. This was called teleportation. It was really unbelievable, experiencing this firsthand. As the flash of light subsided, the scenery was completely different. Unlike the demon realm, which was covered by a gray sky, a blue sky and a bustling city spread out before my eyes. The very place where the main story of my novel The Demon King is Dead unfolded. The Imperial capital Guardium. It gave me a strange feeling seeing the place I had only described with words before like shit. Where are we? I don't know this place. No, well, to be fair, I didn't describe every single corner of the capital. I mean, if I did I would have been cussed out for making the chapters longer by adding useless descriptions. Perhaps we were in a plaza somewhere in the capital. People were looking at me and the princess, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere through teleportation with puzzled expressions. Teleportation was a super high-level spell, so it was definitely not commonly seen. So, in the end, I arrived in the capital Guardium, a city I wrote about, but had no clue about. Hawa, what happened? Thai, this is the capital? And next to me, Princess Charlotte de Gardias, who had teleported with me, held a puzzled expression on her face as well. I was supposed to bring her an escort, but I ended up kidnapping her using teleportation magic, so it was natural that she was surprised. Sir Francis has already been killed. So I went back into the Demon King's castle to find some teleportation scrolls. I thought that the imperial capital would be the safest place for the princess. After hearing my explanation, the princess widened her eyes. She was shocked to hear that Sir Francis had already been killed and seemed surprised that I was able to come up with an alternative method so quickly and saved her from a situation like that. Yeah, it's not like a normal 17-year-old would have that wit. But even considering my original age, this was hard to come by. I almost died again a few times. Later. Yes, well done, you did a really good job. Charlotte plopped down on a nearby bench, apparently because she felt relieved. She had almost breathed her last. It was pretty scary thinking like that. Flash. Dyrus arrived in front of me with a flash of light. Gasped Dyrus, who seemed to have been escaping from a rather desperate situation, arrived in front of us while breathing heavily. You're safe, Lieutenant. Yeah, a little later and they would have blown away an arm or a leg. Dyrus took a deep breath and fell straight to his knees. Not before me, but before Charlotte. Lieutenant Dyrus, commander of the 3rd Platoon, 11th Company, 4th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Imperial Corps. I give my sincerest greetings, Your Imperial Highness the First Princess. Charlotte didn't seem to understand what was going on. We had 2 teleportation scrolls. Plan was rather simple. Just approach the princess and use the mass teleport scroll if the guards let us through the entrance. Plan B was for Dyrus to open up a path for me and take the aggro off of me. Dyrus would escape with a single person teleport scroll, while I brought away the princess using the mass teleportation scroll. Dyrus had confirmed that we got away and escaped himself. Of course, Charlotte was astonished seeing a stranger appear out of the blue, so I explained the whole story first. I explained that if it weren't for Lieutenant Dyrus, I wouldn't have been able to perform my mission properly. Charlotte nodded her head, still wearing a puzzled expression. Thank you, Lieutenant Dyrus. Charlotte expressed her gratitude, saying that he greatly helped her. As a soldier of the imperial family, I shall always put the safety of the imperial family first. Dyrus had made a difficult decision. No matter how much a soldier should say these words, putting them actually into practice was a completely different matter. He risked his life throwing himself into the forces who were trying to kill the princess as if it was natural. He had no hesitation or thoughts that he might die. I just did what I did because my life was intertwined with hers, but this dude was the real deal. Charlotte nodded as if she thought so as well. Wouldn't our enemies be able to come after us using teleportation magic? That was our most pressing concern now. There definitely were wizards among our enemies, and I pretty much shouted out that we were teleporting to Guardium. They obviously knew where we were. Dyrus' expression hardened at my words. We must move quickly. No, we don't have to. Charlotte, however, was calm. There should be no wizards among the coalition forces who could successfully teleport from the demon realm to Guardium. We have moved an unbelievably far distance. This was originally impossible. Obviously, there were no warp gates near the Demon King's castle either, so no one would be able to pursue us. Informing us that the demon scrolls had unbelievably great performances, Charlotte denied the possibility of pursuers coming after us using teleportation. However, they can report this matter using communication magic. Well, it will take a while, so that should be enough for us to reach the Imperial Palace. Communication magic wasn't instantaneous. There would be delays. To be exact, the distance between these 2 locations was so great that there would be just as great a delay until the magic spell reached the right person. First he heard that the princess was alive, so he gave orders to kill her. This time it had to be reported that the princess had already teleported to Guardium. Could you explain what happened, Lieutenant Dyrus? Yes, I shall explain. So we didn't have that much time to spare, but we still took the time to explain what happened to the princess as we walked down the streets of the capital. When we reached the part about me nearly dying to the Knights of the Duke, the princess seemed sorry while looking at me. I did this to survive, so she didn't have to feel sorry for me. Of course, I could have used the teleport scroll as soon as I left the Demon King's castle if I just wanted to live, but that's not how I wanted it to be. I don't know why, but I couldn't just leave Charlotte behind even when my life was at stake. I knew one didn't need a reason to save someone, but this was the first time I risked my life for another. I could only say that it was something wholly unfamiliar to me. Anyway, all's well that ends well. But I'm pretty goddamn sure that I wouldn't be able to pull something like this off more than once. Anywho, while Dyrus was recounting the incident, I felt a chill running down my spine. Looking back at the story, there were just too many unnatural parts. A gargoyle suddenly activated and blocked the knights. The demons suddenly rioted, and for some reason the captured demons acted as if they were trying to protect us. The first one could be chalked up as a coincidence, but the second situation was just too suspicious. It was just too convenient. Dyrus just seemed to feel lucky to be alive, but I was watching the princess' expression harden. She was Charlotte, who had lived in the imperial castle that could be said to be the main stage for political battles. She's been through some things, but she was extraordinarily smart. As soon as she was released from a situation where she was pushed to her limits both physically and mentally, she immediately foresaw her own death. Those strange incidents. A boy who lost his memory. A teleport scroll I found as if I knew exactly where it was. There were ample of reasons to be suspicious of me. I didn't know what conclusion they'd draw from this, but as far as I could see it wouldn't be a good one for me. It was clear what conclusion the princess would reach. I didn't know what choice she'd make, but I couldn't wait for her to decide on one. I slowed down a bit and walked behind them. Fortunately, Dyrus was close to the princess and was prepared for any unexpected events. That's good. It would be good if the princess owed me, but I wouldn't be able to stay close to her as I'd risk my identity being discovered someday. It was a relationship that couldn't have lasted long anyway. This was the only time I could pull out. I walked slowly and silently, then I quickly entered an alleyway I passed by. Even if she was willing to give me 1,000 gold, I could no longer be associated with the princess. The princess would be safe, but I, on the other hand, had entered another tiger's den. It was impossible for me to go to a place full of powerful and aristocratic people with my camouflage magic that could get dissolved just by using weak dispel magic. How come I've only ever been able to make short-term goals ever since I entered this world? And why did I always have to risk my life to reach these short-term goals? Passing the alleyway, I hid so that the princess and Dyrus couldn't find me. They wouldn't be looking for me now. Going back to the imperial palace held priority. I first left that collapsing cave called the Demon King's Castle only to end up in the Tiger's Den, the garrison of the coalition forces, but that was just a stepping stone to enter the dragon's lair called the Imperial Palace. After walking around for a while, I finally stopped at a quiet spot and sat down on a bench. Leaving everything aside, I had to take a rest. Fuck. Using some common saying, my mind was exploding. It seemed that I had faced so many bloody trials, witnessed so many people getting slaughtered, and I even caused some people's death with my own hands. While coming this far, my mind had already crossed its limits several times. Let's rest for now. Let's take a break and sort out all these horrible memories somehow, and think about what to do next. This was the first time I could take a break after having met so many desperate situations and being driven into a corner so many times in this unfamiliar world. I felt a subtle sense of relief that I wasn't forced to go anywhere. I was currently somewhere in the imperial capital. As I saw it, the imperial capital was somewhat similar to Seoul in Korea. It went without saying that it was an incredibly large city, the largest on the entire continent. In this day and age, a city of that size wasn't all that common. I was now sitting on a bench on a promenade of some sort. It wasn't too deserted or too crowded. The imperial capital was already a bustling and flourishing city, but the empire will prosper even more with the victory of the Demon World War. In any case, if I want to survive, I can't force myself to think about certain things. While trying to put my splintered heart back together, I somehow had to suppress these terrible memories and rationalize my guilt. From this point on, I had to think about what I had to and was able to do. I had a few problems. I didn't have any money. I had no place to live or food to eat. It was even more nonsensical to go back to the princess for that. Working and somehow making money would also be rather difficult. What if my camouflage magic suddenly wore off while I was washing dishes in some restaurant? They also wouldn't give me any advanced payment and I had an unclear identity. I was now slowly realizing in real time why vagrants fell into crime. Except through criminal ways, I had no other way to make ends meet. Couldn't I somehow get into some sort of public childcare facility or something? Did places like this even exist here? No matter how crazy one was about creating settings, who'd be so crazy as to set up a public childcare system in their novel? Oh, now that I think of it, I indeed did such a crazy thing. A project to manage the large numbers of orphans caused by the casualties of the Demon World War would be carried out as a post-war measure. I knew this because there were some children from said public childcare facilities in Temple, the main stage of my school drama. I wrote that there were quite a few children of people who were killed in the Demon World War in Temple. Among them were also major characters. However, the news of the victory against the demons had just been delivered. Such a large-scale policy wouldn't have been implemented so quickly. That was highly unlikely. I could try to go to some place similar to an orphanage and ask them to take me in. But regardless of whether they accepted me or not, this was still the imperial capital. Even if she didn't do so right now, there was a high possibility that the princess would try to find me. Whether she wanted to reward me or take action to find out who I was, it was very likely that the princess would try to find me for some kind of reason. And she should be able to infer that I'd eventually go to some public childcare facility. She was smart after all. So, if I went to an orphanage, I'd be able to survive for some days, but I'd always feel anxious about the princess coming to find me one day. She might not be able to find me if I went to a different city, but I didn't have the money to travel around. I didn't have much confidence about surviving in the wilderness either. And although I was a demon, seeing as I was carrying around biscuits, I was sure that I had to eat. Actually, I was hungry right now. I should have put in some convenient setting like demons could survive solely through mana or something. Used the function add settings. Only huh? A total of 100,000 achievement points are required to add the setting race Arctaman can supplement nutrition by consuming magical power. A message suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. What's with this? Chapter 10 Then, it occurred to me that I should probably think more about these occasional message windows appearing in front of me. I never mentioned those in my novel. I wasn't all that sure about this subject, but what I had to think about the most right now were probably these achievement points. So, the way I understood it was that the novel I wrote now suddenly had a game system implanted in it, making it some strange chimera. Who the hell would read this shit? Even though I prayed so much on every holiday for some kind of cheat, this just wasn't right. Anyway, I might have been given some type of cheat skill. Even if this turned into some dogshit novel, if I could live a comfortable life I'd prefer that over anything else. I kind of understood now why the isekai genre got so popular. I'd have been living comfortably if I had just written more novels of that genre. No, I wouldn't have necessarily been reincarnated as the main character, so I might have ended up in an even more unfortunate situation. Maybe as just a normal high schooler or something. Moreover, I would have to watch some nerdy high school kid, who was also heir to his family's secret art of swordsmanship, holding a Japanese sword, talking up a big game, wouldn't I? If I had to follow that kind of brain-dead main character I might die of high blood pressure again. Anyway, I really hope I can become some godsend cheater in this dogshit I wrote. Hoping that I was the owner of such a cheat, I tried to look through the system. Just by thinking about it, a message appeared before my eyes. Congratulations, you have been granted the power to interfere with the world of the Demon King is dead, your undisputed masterpiece, which was rated as neither this nor that and a typographical crime by the Office of Atonement, Judgment, and Evaluation. Why are you insulting me all of a sudden? I've been calling this novel dog shit all this time, but hearing those things from someone else made me feel kind of depressed. You will have to go through events from time to time. There are various types, from minor to major events. Most of the rewards will be in the form of achievement points. I couldn't find anything as convenient as a settings window. I didn't need something like volume control, but couldn't you at least give me some kind of interface? It didn't seem like there was anything like that. You can change the main story by preventing things that should happen or making things happen that shouldn't. In case you do such things, you might get more achievement points than for normal events. Additionally, you can also earn some through challenges. If you succeed in overcoming a challenge, you will get achievement points. What did they mean with challenges? Challenges are challenges. If you would like to take on a challenge, please check the list of currently available challenges. The entries are updated periodically. Some challenges may not appear again. When I checked the challenge list, I immediately understood what they were. Slap the Emperor across the face full swing only, 10,000 points. Get imprisoned in the Guardian prison, 1,200 points. Escape from the prison after getting imprisoned, 2,000 points. Pickpocket a night without getting caught, 100 points. Buy an over 1,067 M2 house with money earned from begging, 1,000 points. Somehow, I felt like there were no normal options on the list. Slap the Emperor? You want me to exchange my life for achievement points? I think it's impossible for me to get an audience with the Emperor in the first place, you know? What's with this feature that made one feel like crap by just looking at it? So what else was there? I need to know these things first. As a reward for clearing the prologue, the privilege of using achievement points has been given. Achievement points are used for revising functions such as changing certain settings of this world, forcibly granting you certain talents, making events happen that shouldn't, or prevent events from happening that should. Furthermore, the function preview can be used limitedly to check the changes your actions have caused. However, interfering with big events or main characters is impossible or requires a fairly large amount of achievement points. Be careful not to cause a setting collapse. If you are not able to recognize the collapse of the setting and try to add new settings or try to revise the event, you will be penalized. If your memory is bad enough to cause a setting collapse in your own novel, I recommend you to add the setting "A cure for Alzheimer's exists in this world." It didn't seem that serious in the beginning, but are you trying to pick a fight with me? Am I imagining things? Keep in mind, you cannot remove settings that have been added or already exist. For example, if the setting "the dragon can't be killed" was already in place, you won't be able to add the setting "the dragon can be killed." Of course, while you were alive you used to paste additional settings to your already existing ones later on, regretting the choices you made like an idiot, like actually, the dragon couldn't be killed normally, but it was possible using the Dragon Slayer 00. Frivolous behavior, such as adding additional settings like "it's Roman 20, but it was actually 00" will require more achievement points or will not be tolerated. I definitely did not imagine things, it was the truth. You were really picking a fight with me. What's with this? It wasn't just here to help me. This felt like I was reading malicious comments written by someone who absolutely hated me. Why were these descriptions charged with emotions? There was clearly some malicious intent behind these mysterious messages. Just looking at the mention of what I did when I was still alive made it obvious. And just hearing about the additional settings made me feel like shit. That seriously broke my heart. I'm not joking. I'm 100% serious. People tend to feel bad if they are faced with the uncomfortable truth. That was a fact. Just who was writing this? Was it in real time? Then a sudden thought went through my mind. Was everything that happened here actually broadcasted to the outside? Come, watch some asshole newbie writer get punished. Maybe it was titled like this. No, well, I wasn't that bad, so if this was getting broadcasted, who was doing that? Cause frick you. Achievement point requirements are subject to change. A feature that may have cost you 100 points yesterday might cost 200 points or 50 points the next day. It might not even work anymore. I wondered if it would respond to my thoughts, but I was a little disappointed as it didn't address any of them. Were you telling me that my thoughts weren't even worth dealing with? After that, numerous actions that could be done using achievement points were listed. I felt something the moment I saw that. So, it seemed like this was my cheat. It was a cheat, but an oddly uncooperative cheat. It seemed like I, as a writer who was sent into his own novel, had the ability to directly interfere with this world's common sense. I was pretty sure that was what the functions revise and add settings were for. So my purpose was to rewrite my novel and make it a little more interesting. But it had clearly stated earlier that it would take 100,000 points to add something to race settings. Also, I was being punished, not rewarded here. Based on the development so far, I don't think this will help me much. To begin with, the fact that I reincarnated as the Demon King's son didn't feel that random anymore. I could feel a lot of malice mixed into all of this. These functions might turn out to be important someday, but I only had 1,100 achievement points. What could I do with these? For example, take this situation. You can trigger the event the bakery owner gives you, a poor beggar, a piece of bread, to satisfy your hunger, which wouldn't otherwise happen. Of course, if the subject is less altruistic, it would require a greater amount of achievement points to trigger this event. This means that it would require a large amount of achievement points to cause something that would seriously violate the law of probability. You know the law of probability, right? The one you repeatedly screwed with? The biggest reason why you gave up on your novels after getting criticized for ruining the story and being unable to fix it, giving only ugly excuses. What do you mean, a beggar? I've got plenty of other opportunities. That's just too much. Reading that description, it felt like it was written by one of the victims of my bad habits. I didn't really know who they were, whether it was the will of this world or God, but they must have really hated me. And why were there so many restrictions? So big things, such as interfering with the main characters or causing the death of someone who was unlikely to die, under the guise of an accident, would, of course, require an insane amount of achievement points or would be entirely impossible. No. But wouldn't I be able to do that if I had a lot of achievement points? That half-die move or something like that. Wasn't this actually one hell of a cheat? Achievement points could eventually be used to revise and add settings on a larger scale. In the end, it was a matter of scope and scale and it not deviating from those two frameworks. For example, one could understand this as being able to rewrite a novel. However, I wondered if I could break through my current situation with just 1,100 achievement points. While looking through the functions that used achievement points, I discovered a peculiar one. Function, a writer's advice. What's this? Advice from who now? Sometimes, you may find yourself before a crossroad where you may not know how to proceed. In that case, you can execute a writer's advice to receive advice from the writer on what to do next. This feature is of rather low cost, but usually it's unknown what consequences said advice will lead to or what purpose it serves. Sometimes the writer's advice is a trap. Following it could have bad consequences for you. It's common to receive both good and bad results simultaneously. There's rarely just a good outcome. Advice can be divided into clear advice and vague advice. Clear advice suggests certain actions, but is more likely to lead to bad results, while vague advice is more likely to have only good outcomes, although it is hard to guess the intent behind it. Wish you the best of luck. You don't even pretend to be an explanatory text anymore. I felt my heart breaking just by reading that description. There were many things I could do with my current amount of points. If I went to a grocery store with a generous owner and caused an event, I would be able to get food. However, that was just temporary. It would be great if I made a kind, wealthy family accept me as their adopted child, but I didn't know how many points that would cost. And also, how was I to find out if they were a nice family or not? Also, who is that description person? Why do they hate me so much? If one told me they were a collection of people that hated my guts, I'd believe it. After examining various possibilities, in the end, the only thing I could really try right now was a writer's advice. There was a possibility of the advice being a trap, but its price was low. A writer's advice, 150 points. I was told that the achievement point cost was variable. After some time, the prices might suddenly inflate and it might end up costing more than 1,000 points. It was also up to me whether I took the advice or not. I executed a writer's advice. Clear advice, vague advice. There were two options. Clear advice was easy to understand, but was most likely a trap, and vague advice was the complete opposite. And if one took the advice, most of the time good and bad things would occur simultaneously. I mean, it couldn't really get any worse than my current situation. Homeless and hungry. No, it could be worse. My life could be in danger. Still, to increase my odds even by a little, I chose vague advice. A writer's vague advice. How did so many people get kidnapped to the Demon King's castle? What's with this? This went beyond vague and straight up had nothing to do with my situation at all. What's with that riddle all of a sudden? No, couldn't you at least tell me something like go this way, go that way? I thought some voice would tell me what to do, but instead this riddle suddenly appeared. I was dumbfounded. Kidnapped to the Demon King's castle. What was I supposed to do with this? Let myself get kidnapped? This obviously wasn't a trap, which I thought was good. If this were a trap, they would have made it a lot more clear, otherwise I doubt their intelligence. Sigh. As I sighed deeply while looking at the ground, a guy passing by looked at me strangely. Do you even know how I feel? If I knew how these people got kidnapped, would my situation be any better? They were just kidnapped. I didn't know how vague that advice was supposed to be, but this was hella cryptic. I'd rather it gave me some solid advice. Oh right, couldn't I try it one more time? A writer's advice. 150 points. I wasn't told that I couldn't use it repeatedly. No, wait, why is it like this? Back when I was alive, I really hated these types of gacha games, so I didn't even try to play any of these, so why did I have to do something like this after coming to another world? It's not like I poured 1,001 into buying some gacha crystals or something. However, I did have to put my life on the line to get these points, so I couldn't help but cry bitter tears. I chose clear advice this time. A writer's clear advice. Only go to the magic tool shop. Yes. That's the type of advice I was looking for. Who'd have known? Chapter 11. Go to the magic tool shop. It was an intuitive and clear message, and I could immediately understand what this advice was about. One of the biggest problems I was facing was money. When I saw the word magic tool shop, I couldn't help but get this idea right away. I didn't have anything other than the clothes on my body and my labor to offer, and the scrolls remaining in the scroll book. If I were to sell the scrolls to a magic tool shop, I'd, of course, make lots of money. Scrolls were expensive after all. The intentions I read out of this were to first put out the big fire by selling these to get money. However, I wasn't that reassured. The writer's advice would have good, but also bad effects simultaneously in most cases. It advised me to sell the scrolls to raise money. A bad outcome I could think of would be the possibility of getting ripped off, of course. I didn't know the market price, so the store owner would probably try to rip me off. I didn't know the exact value of magic scrolls, but I clearly remember Dyra saying something like, "The Demon King's castle sure is amazing, even lower-level scrolls are often more expensive than my salary." A lower-level scroll was worth more or less the salary of a lieutenant of the Imperial Army's cavalry. So how much did a cavalry lieutenant earn? As a self-proclaimed medieval fantasy specialist, I knew a thing or two about this. There were always descriptions of how many gold coins one needed to feed a family of 4, as well as how much a regular person with an ordinary job would earn in a month. Of course, I also wrote about those things. In the case of this novel here, I had written that a gold coin was equivalent to a month's food expenses for a family of 4, and a regular person with an ordinary job earned about 2 gold coins a month. So, I thought 1 gold coin equals 1,000,001 T/N, cost €730. It was easier to work with if I converted it like that. How could a family of 4 live on just $1,000,001 a month? Wouldn't they want to eat out at some point? Our house spends about $400 on food, you know? I got these kinds of comments, but they'll get by somehow. These weren't living expenses, they were just food expenses. There were no such things as comprehensive insurance, health insurance, or telecommunication costs in this world after all. I, as a self-proclaimed medieval fantasy expert, say, one who seriously researches about the historical background is but a rookie. There are just some things one wouldn't be able to see if one didn't empty their minds. I felt sorry for those who weren't able to enjoy this beautiful medieval fantasy world of magic, knights, and social infrastructure that has virtually no science. I have lived by the following ideals. The focus of medieval fantasy isn't on the medieval part, but on the fantasy part. It's not a medieval fantasy, but a medieval fantasy. Most of them didn't even have anything to do with the Middle Ages. It was kind of like a buzzword. Anyway, how about we do away with the setting of Roman 20? Lol. The genre medieval fantasy was created by such shallow thoughts. However, what unfolded in front of our eyes is a fantastical world that had nothing to do with the Middle Ages. This was fantastical in a different sense. Let's sell the scrolls and live on to see another day. I was neither a wizard nor was I a knight, although I do have the ability to rule over demons. However, as I was a demon prince who had fallen to the imperial capital, Guardium, there wasn't even a single demon around here. Excuse me, could you give me some directions? Directions? I tried to ask a passerby, who felt some silent embarrassment for the way I spoke, for the most important thing right now. Oh, are you lost? No, well, a little. The ones who mainly used magic tool shops were adventurers and wizards. Of course, this wasn't an adventure novel, so while there were people who were adventurers, that didn't really describe what they did. They did have a job, but I've never really thought about that. Come to think of it, how did adventurers make a living in this world? Did they get by with quests from the Adventurers Guild and monster subjugations? Was there even something like an Adventurers Guild? There were adventurers, but I hadn't set up what they earn or through what means. If one thought about it, that was seriously weird. When I tried thinking of ways adventurers earned their money, I could only think of dungeon explorations and monster subjugations. However, if that's how adventurers earned their money, that would also be a problem. There was a regular army, so why did freelancers like adventurers do things like monster subjugations? If the country outsourced personnel to get rid of security issues, such as monster dens and raids, why did that country even exist? What did the citizens pay taxes for? Although the warrior Artorius actually killed the Demon King, but the Empire and its principalities, that had enough military power to take on the demon army, solved their monster problems through the Adventurers Guild? What were the soldiers good for then? So if the regular army took care of monster subjugations and there were no such quests coming from the Adventurers Guild, then how did the adventurers earn their keep? Well, if the whole world was filled with dungeons for adventurers to plunder, wouldn't that be weird as well? Why were rare magical items just rolling around in a dungeon and no country went to claim them for themselves? Wouldn't they usually do something like nationalizing the dungeons so that adventurers wouldn't monopolize them? Wasn't the existence of adventurers in and of itself a setting error judging by this world's common sense? If one started to pay attention to historical accuracy, one would lose, but I started to worry a little. It really bothered me. Since I started to think that this was the world I had to live in, I seriously tried to move on from that topic. Let's not think about this anymore. It's not like hungry adventurers would just rush up to people asking for a penny. If adventurers didn't have jobs, they'd just be robbers or even bandits. There was just one thing I really had to care about: to not get ripped off in the magic tool store. I had to get at least 1 gold piece for each scroll. I was planning on keeping constant eye contact to appear strong. I didn't think it was too much to ask for a regular price. However, if they were to whine about the quality being not up to par or something, I'd never sell it to them. I planned to go eat somewhere after I got some money. I was so hungry. Afterwards, I should find an inn and take some time to organize my thoughts. There were positive points about the writer's advice in that it clearly determined what I should do, regardless of whether the advice was right or not. If the advice was unconditionally good, I'd just empty my brain and follow what it told me. Oh, is that why there were traps in there? They wanted me to stay on my toes? Did they want to see me struggle or something? As the main stage of the story, I had to describe the capital Guardium in quite detail. No, well, I didn't go quite as far as describing every single brick. It was just specific areas. However, setting up an imaginary place was quite cumbersome. It was pretty difficult, because there was a strong possibility that I might make mistakes, and if it wasn't properly set up, one would just get confused later on. That said, the capital Guardium was pretty similar to Seoul. Was it just similar? Well, I must confess, it was just Seoul with a different name. This was my description of the imperial capital. A great Irene River runs through the imperial capital Guardium, splitting it in the northern part where the imperial palace was located and the southern part where the temple was located. The river's huge tributaries serve as its borders. Could you see it? Gannam and Ganbuk. In the center of the northern part of Guardium lies the imperial palace Imperatos. In other words, the imperial palace in Jeonno. Of course, it wasn't as big as Gyeongbokgung Palace. The entire Jeonno district was the imperial palace after all. In the southern Iridian district, one of the capital's two greatest landmarks, the temple, the other one being the imperial palace, was located. It was also a gigantic educational facility and the cradle of many talented young people. In other words, the temple was in the Gwanak district. So Iridian district equals Gwanak district. So I ended up setting up the capital Guardium as a space, so similar to Seoul that the only thing different about it was the name. The districts also had medieval-sounding names. This was an actual sentence out of the novel. The main character's party sprinted all the way from the Jehanna district to the Iridian district. The effect of their physical training was showing. How the scene actually appeared in my mind. The main character's party ran from the Dongjak district to the Gwanak district. It was kind of like that. I wouldn't even need to create a different map. I could just imagine Seoul's map and change the district names. It was convenient and I felt good about myself. If one just drew up an imaginary map, the readers wouldn't even be interested in it. I did that when I was in middle school, but there was no one who was even remotely interested in it. That was when it hit me. These maps of imaginary worlds were for the writer and not the readers. The reason Guardium seemed like Seoul was entirely because of my needs. The temple was in Gwanak and the imperial palace in Jeonno. The place I got teleported to was the Al-Ligar district. Later it would be changed to Artorias district in honor of the hero. They would build a huge statue of him as well. Where was this Al-Ligar district and later Artorias district located, you ask? This was Yonsan. Of course, it was just the topography and division that were similar, the buildings were completely different, so this was just like a neighborhood I never went to before. I arrived in Yonsan, so I headed towards the shopping district, which was about where the Yonsan electronics market was. Even though this was an imaginary place, maybe because it was that kind of region. What kind of crappy scrolls are these? Dude, where did you get this stuff? As if proving that this was Yonsan, I encountered a gangster-like bastard in my first try. At the shop owner's first words, I went back out to the streets thinking that I wouldn't be able to do some immediate business with that owner, which I had already engraved as a gangster in my memory. He muttered something, but I didn't even listen to what he was saying. Every building around this area was a shop. Thousands of people were passing by, looking at things. Were all these people adventurers? How was being an adventurer lucrative? Was there some kind of way to earn money that I wasn't aware of? Actually, it had to be like that, otherwise there wouldn't be so many of them. It felt strange. As if someone filled my plot holes for me. Noise came from every corner of this place. Oh, young adventurer. I just opened up. Hey, since it's this store's opening, I'll sell to you at half the price, how about it? Oh, so you looked and touched all these things, but you're not gonna buy anything? You're not gonna buy even one thing? Ha, you're making me laugh. Hey, follow me for a sec. Oh, come on. Huh, you won't come? No. Let's just talk for a sec. Who's harassing you? Huh. Making a thug out of me now, are ya? I'm hurt. You want me to show you what a real thug is? Huh. Want me to rough you up? Refund? Look at that bastard. Did you shit in your lil panties and come crawling here for a refund? What kind of bitch are you, huh? Get your ass out of here. Hey bro, you put a scratch on it. How can I sell it now, huh? Ima just cut it half, so take it. I'm selling at a loss here, you know? Still not gonna buy it? Really now? Should I call the guards, huh? Let's see who's right, huh? You sure about this? Really sure? Where you from? Argand? You know Big Bro Rand then? Never heard of him? Huh? What a son of a bitch. Hey, take it while I'm still being nice here. Don't make me angry. No. What's with this? Why did it really turn into Yonsan? What unfolded before me was the medieval version of Yonsan. Was everyone like this? I felt like prey. Oh well, I'll just look for some other place. I tried my best not to get devoured. Hey, don't make eye contact. Don't meet their eyes. There are some crazy bastards who won't even buy stuff and just unpack it and take it. They're all retired adventurers, so they're good at fighting. If you pick a fight, you'll get one of your arms or legs broken. Even the people who knew what this place was came in groups. Only just when I was imagining Janssen, what spread out in front of me was really the Janssen I had in my mind. And here I was, a 17-year-old pushover that tried to sell magic scrolls from the demon realm to people who were even worse. Janssen? Just that one word made me feel like it was an impossible endeavor. Chapter 12. As I found out later, the Al-Ligar district shopping district was notorious among adventurers. It was a place filled with unscrupulous merchants who nearly forced people to buy things, never refunded, and charged them several tens of times of the market price. Nevertheless, it was the largest shopping district in the imperial capital, and most items necessary for adventurers could only be purchased there, so it was a notorious place that, alas, couldn't be avoided. Well, it was the same as the old Janssen electronics market. Just a fantasy version of it. It was a place novice adventurers were more scared of than dungeons. A place where it was common for people who wanted to start out as adventurers to give up on these thoughts. The victims were mostly just teenaged novice adventurers who came here with their saved-up pocket money. Was it PTSD? I felt my whole body shaking. That bastard who sold me MP3s. Are you doing well, I wonder? You have to live a good life. If you just continue to live such a bad life, wouldn't that be sad, huh? Wouldn't it? Let's calm down. Among these many gangsters, I had to find a proper magic tool shop to sell these scrolls to. No, well, at first that felt easy enough, but it seemed like the difficulty just rose absurdly high suddenly. Somehow it felt impossible to do, just by knowing the fact that this was Janssen. There were many shops, such as weapon shops, armor shops, tool shops, etc. However, I was looking for a magic tool shop. A magic tool shop was basically a place where a lot of money changed their owners pretty quickly, different from these other shops. What do you want? Don't touch anything and get out. I couldn't even enter most of the shops because the owners were afraid I might touch a scroll and activate it. I also didn't look like an adventurer. The first store owner was actually rather kind as he let me in. Even though there were some who strangely let me come in, their reactions weren't that good. The merchant looked at the scroll that I said I was going to sell and frowned. What's this? Were you gonna sell these for money? Look at that brat. Don't make a fuss and get out. Well, I can give you 2 bronze coins for these. What? Did all the gangsters collude or something? How could they slap me in the face like this? I wasn't sure about 2 gold coins, but you wouldn't even give me one? Didn't that guy have at least that much conscience left in him? I didn't say anything, grabbed my scrolls and left. They were just a bunch of crooks not worth talking to. However, the response from the next shop was also poor. Haha, what's this? It's my first time seeing someone trying to scam me like this. Ah, what bad luck. Get out of here, bastard. There were some who kicked me out as soon as they saw the scrolls. After getting turned down like this 3 times in a row, I realized that something was odd. What did they mean, scam? The next store treated me the same. I got sent off 2 consecutive times with the words, "What's with this nonsense?" What the hell do you think of people doing business here, huh? Do you think we wouldn't be able to tell the difference? Don't just doodle these weird things and actually learn how to draw. It was a rather friendly reply, but I still got turned down. They looked at me as if I was some madman trying some weird scam by selling fake scrolls. This bizarre situation was going on instead of the good and bad outcomes I was expecting. Everything that the writer's advice hinted at went wrong. Were they thinking that the scrolls I took out weren't the real deal just because I looked young? Did they think these were fakes that just looked kind of similar? I had to show them that they actually worked, but if I activated a scroll, I'd just waste it. I couldn't blow my capital like that. If I showed them and then asked for money afterwards, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't give it to me. The next place I went to was more out of the way. Ho-oh, the shop owner glanced at the scroll and his eyes lit up. I thought he was someone who could finally recognize these scrolls' true value without being prejudiced. To be honest, I was exhausted, so I just wanted to finally sell them even if he ripped me off badly. The man suddenly fumbled through his drawers and pulled out a scroll. Hey, you shouldn't draw this, try doing these and these. He did recognize the value. If you can draw the same thing, I'll give you 5 silver coins each. How about it? The only problem was that he saw value in me and not in the scrolls. It seemed like that guy was misunderstanding something greatly, trying to make me mass-produce fake scrolls to sell. I was almost flabbergasted by this devilish idea that transcended dimensions. The owner kept on raising the remuneration even though I didn't do anything, and in the end, he offered me 1 gold coin per sheet. I had never seen such a vicious bastard before. Oh, come on. Fine. Let's go 50-50. Okay? But you'll have to rake in lots of money for me, got that? So young and already so ferocious, huh? It was tempting, but I wasn't the one who drew these, so I really couldn't do it. However, I did feel an awe, seeing the eyes of that man coveting talent that I didn't have. He was such a crook that I almost genuinely wanted to punish him. No, well, scrolls were supposed to be used in emergencies. If the scroll turned out to be fake, that person trying to use it would most likely die, right? You were playing with people's lives here, you know? He was the top bastard among these petty thugs. I ended up sighing and nodded my head. Sure, can I bring you the finished products tomorrow? Just looking at these complex shapes, it was probably impossible for me to replicate them here. Oh, ooh. Yes, yes. Can you bring it in tomorrow? I might have to stay up all night. Oh, good. Yeah. I'll give you the money as soon as I get it. The profit's 50/50, so if they get sold, we'll split the profits. You know there's no business like this, right, buddy? You wouldn't tell me even if you sold one, you bastard. I left the shop with the scroll the merchant handed to me. You're going to make me a fortune. Hearing the sounds coming from behind me made me involuntarily sigh. What's with this? Was that guy's head only filled with greed? Was he the type of person that couldn't see clearly ahead of him because of his own greed? Anyway, I got a fireball scroll for free. I came to sell a scroll and saw the extraordinary profit of earning one scroll. Fireball was an attack spell, and unlike other novels who treated this spell as one of the basics, Fireball was quite a powerful spell in this world. Why was a spell that created an explosion right in front of you only a basic spell? I was a stubborn bastard that insistent on not caring about historical facts. However, these things bothered me. Honestly though, I didn't think that much about it. Could anyone just carry a fireball scroll or something? Shouldn't it be banned by law? Well, wasn't this like selling rocket launchers like RPG-7s on the street? Weren't these just fantasy versions of dynamite? Medieval fantasies were just dreamlands for terrorists. I should have put various restrictions on magic scroll trading when I was writing about this. Back then I had no reason to worry about these laws and regulations, but now that I had to live here, I felt they were much too lax. Of course, I didn't create an entire set of laws for the Guardia's Empire when I was describing it. However, imperial laws should exist, and it's obviously going to be a huge amount. It's not like the parts I haven't described didn't exist. However, this environment where anyone could just use magic scrolls certainly didn't seem safe to me. This was dangerous. People seemed to think my scrolls were fake. I had no idea if they thought that because I was just some kid who didn't seem like he'd be able to get his hands on scrolls at all, or if there was some other reason. I walked endlessly and finally found another magic tool shop on this street filled with gangsters. Maybe I should check and see if there was just a problem with my wares. Are you a customer? There was a disheveled person who seemed to have slept on the table, raising her head in this scroll shop filled with the smell of paper and ink. She looked drowsy, not at all willing to do business. I'm here to sell magic scrolls. Huh? Sell scrolls? You? Yes. I took out the fireball scroll and put it in front of her. The merchant woman unfolded the scroll and glanced over it, frowned, and then hit my head. Bam! Arg! Why are you hitting me? It's dangerous for a kid to carry things like these. The woman frowned and shook her head as if she couldn't believe it. I usually don't buy stuff like this, but I'd rather buy it off of you, so that you can't carry this around with you anymore. She said something like it can't be helped, so I'll take it off of you. What a gangster-like expression. 4 gold. It's useless even if you don't want to sell it for that. I won't return it to you. I got my hands on a lot more money than I planned on getting. I won't ask where you got this from, but if you're caught carrying these things around, you'll get scolded. You got that? I'll remember your face. She wasn't a gangster who made hard sales, but one that forcibly bought things. It was at that moment that I changed her name from gangster to kind, beautiful shop owner inside my mind. No, actually, scratch that. It should be great beauty. Anyway, I sighed heavily. TCH, kids really don't know how to be afraid of magic. It looked like she really bought it because this was something dangerous. Whatever, I got my money. Thank you. I bowed my head and tried to leave the shop. I had to buy some things with these. I had to be careful not to let it get stolen or to get ripped off. I also had a lot on my mind. Wait! The owner called out to me. You come here. With a very languid expression on her face, she told me to come to her. Then she came out from behind the counter and approached me. Why are you wearing a scroll book? Take them all out. It felt like I got caught red-handed. There it seemed like she'd take it all away if I had any more dangerous magic scrolls. She dragged me to a chair and took away my scroll book. You picked something up someone lost, didn't you? You didn't even try to return it to the owner and thought about selling it, huh? You brat. You must be mad. She clicked her tongue while saying, what are kids doing these days? She seemed convinced that there was absolutely no way that I actually got these on my own. Well, the source was actually pretty questionable. She pulled out a scroll, unfolded it, looked at it, and frowned. What's this? She seemed puzzled, then she went to her counter and unfolded the fireball scroll I gave to her. It's true. It was at that moment I realized that there must have been a good reason as to why so many merchants thought I was trying to trick and scam them. The merchant unfolded my scrolls one by one and gradually became speechless. She sat next to me and gently wrapped her arms around my shoulders. Baby. No matter how young I was, I absolutely wasn't like a baby. The woman's voice was endlessly sweet. Yes? You have to be honest, okay? Also, she bore a sense of ingenuity that seemed to want to peer inside of me. Where did you get all these scrolls? Only yes? This is the magic construction method used by demons. Why do you have these? A writer's advice usually led to both good and bad outcomes. I could definitely see now what they meant with that. Chapter 13. There was magic. That's as far as my setup went, so of course I didn't know how it worked. It wasn't my role to know how magic worked or how it manifested. How did magic work? What were the magic formula and what was mana? Who the hell would want to read up on that bullshit in a fantasy novel? To begin with, what's even the difference between explaining how magic worked or how there was a black flame dragon sleeping in one's right arm? It was just a setup. If one got that, then one could also just move on. Even if you don't mention all the details of some old, dusty martial technique vault and martial arts novels, the reader would understand what was going on just by reading the line. In other words, that was what one called shared common sense. However, there was a principle and way that overthrew said common sense. The magic system of demons and humans were different. They used the same kind of magic, but in different ways. They were like how steam locomotives and modern trains ran on the same kind of track. Therefore, a scroll inscribed with demonic magic was capable of ultra-long distance teleportation, while a scroll containing human magic wasn't. It was impossible for me to distinguish between human and demonic magic just by looking at the formula. It was a mistake that stemmed from my ignorance and lack of understanding of just what I was trying to do here. The other merchants couldn't recognize the magic formulas of demons, probably because they weren't wizards, so they thought the scrolls were fake. However, this woman who was both a magic tool shop owner and probably a wizard recognized that my scrolls were working with a different systems. Won't you tell me? Please? I didn't know what that woman would do to me. Could I somehow get through this situation using my achievement points? I had to make this woman think that my scrolls were insignificant. To trigger this event, 3,000 achievement points are required. Again, I needed more points than I actually had. I mean, it was highly unlikely to find demonic scrolls in the middle of the imperial capital after all, so that would seriously undermine probability. In the end, I had no other choice but to open my mouth. That term at that the Demon King's castle what? I had no other choice but to tell her the truth. I bought them from the Demon King's castle. The woman frowned after hearing my words. What do you mean? You brought these scrolls from the Demon King's castle? The woman furrowed her eyebrows as if she couldn't make sense of my words. However, these demonic scrolls made what I said believable apparently. I recounted the whole story to her. The long story of how I ended up being imprisoned together with the princess in the Demon King's castle and how we used teleportation scrolls to escape from there. Then I told her that, after arriving at the capital, I found myself all alone with no money and somehow had to find a place to live, so I tired selling these scrolls. I even added that I didn't know who I was because I lost my memory. Oh my god, this is so absurd. Do you want me to believe that? The princess has been rescued? Dumbfounded, she furrowed her brows even more. She looked into my eyes and sighed. You lying? If you actually rescued the princess, you'd be given a noble title or whatever. Why are you alone, huh? That was natural. The price for saving the princess' life was beyond imagination, to the extent that it would seem absurd to just reject it and wander around alone. The only logical explanation would be that I didn't save her, of course. However, I was a master of additional settings, that is, finding excuses. These settings were actually like that, so as to avoid a setting error I just rearranged some words. That's what it meant to be a specialist in making excuses. That when we escaped, a lot of Duke Salirian's knights died. I might get rewarded, but I thought Prince Bertus was going to try and kill me. I see retaliation. Yes, I guess. That makes sense. It would probably be difficult for the princess to protect you. Obviously, I was able to make use of the excuse I planned on giving the princess if she happened to stumble upon me in a completely different place, by any chance. A reward would be good, but it was, of course, not as precious as my own life. Of course, this was just an excuse, albeit an understandable one. I also hoped for Dyra's safety. I was sure they'd plan to retaliate against him as well. She stared at me. Your story is too elaborate to be made up on the spot. It seemed like her last doubts had been solved. She seemed to believe my story. With such a ridiculous thing in her hands, it seemed like she had no other choice but to believe my exciting story. She sighed again. So that means the Demon King is dead, yes. A strange light flashed in her eyes at my words. She seemed relieved, but I couldn't determine if it was sorrow or joy she actually felt. She had been silent for a long time. Eventually, she looked at me with sad eyes. Yeah, that's a relief. How hard it must have been for the young princess, how hard it must have been for you. She wrapped her arms around me and patted me on the back as if pitying me. No, well, I wasn't actually tortured. Well, I don't actually remember any of that, so it's okay. Let's moderately circumvent this situation. Yes, I'm glad that you don't have to suffer from such a bad memory. Thank God. She kept patting me on the back, telling me that it would be better to live without these memories, and that it would be too painful to remember them. Why was she being so kind to me? By the way, I was pretty hungry and had some things to sort out mentally, so I kind of wanted to leave, you know. Let me look at you for a second, kid. Still what? There were definitely a lot of people who had memory problems after suffering severe torture, but you were trapped in a terrifying place such as the Demon King's castle. Right? No, it was originally my home sweet home, but the problem was that the heroes party just decided to pay us a visit. Maybe there's a curse on your body. She looked at me with warm eyes. I'll try to cast a simple spell on you. If you lost your memory because of a curse, your memory might return, but this spell can't remove curses that are too strong. She formed a sign. Hey, wait a minute. Dispel. The spell had already been cast. She looked at me as if she had no idea what's going on. Horns, and a skin color that was slightly different from a human's. It's not like she didn't know what that meant. She just couldn't accept it. Oh, a writer's advice. From now on I shall call it a son of a bitch. Your Highness. However, the words that came out of her mouth completely changed my mind. Your Highness. Naturally I knew that's what one usually calls a prince. But why was there someone who recognized me in such a random place? Of course, I knew what that meant. It was just hard to accept. The shop owner immediately knelt down in front of me. Elleris of the Demon Army's Guardian Invasion Team, greets His Highness the Prince. Is this good? This was a good thing, right? My mind was working on overdrive trying to interpret this situation and how I should treat this woman in front of me, who definitely was a demon. At least this wasn't a dangerous situation, right? I believe it would be better if you came this way first. She alternated looking at me and the store's entrance, then led me into the warehouse behind her. If a customer came in while we stood in front of the entrance like that, they'd immediately discover that this store housed demons. She cast a spell and soon there was a subtle change to her appearance. Hey, don't you recognize me? Two fangs slightly peeked out from between her red lips, red eyes and pale skin. I seemed to know what she was. Hey, a vampire, yes. I'm Elleris Tuesday from the House of Seven Knights. What the hell kind of chuny setting is the House of Seven Knights? I never wrote anything about those kind of things. Anyway, the other party seemed concerned about me. She carefully put a hand to my face, while I was still dumbfounded. Wait, don't tell me, have you really lost your memory? Umo, I guess I don't remember much. Except for the fact that I was the prince of the demon realm. I had no other choice, but to be honest, as I thought it would be 100 times better to just be honest than fake having memories I don't have. There was a strange light in her eyes again. I had no idea what kinds of emotion she felt. To leave the castle and come all the way here all on your own in such a situation. She held my hand carefully, looking like she was about to cry. What a stroke of luck. I don't know how this came to be, but I feel like I have to give my thanks to the gods. The vampire seemed to think that this was just an absurd coincidence, to the extent that she felt grateful towards God. However, when I thought that this situation came to be because of the writer's advice, it would probably be more fitting to thank the devil. It was a ridiculous coincidence for Elleris, however to me it was an inevitability. Go to the magic tool shop. Elleris might have recognized the demonic scroll because she was a wizard, but it was highly likely that she did because she was a demon herself. So going to the magic tool shop to sell scrolls was just a disguise. There were actually hidden intentions behind this advice. The message hidden in it was to find a demon spy who infiltrated Guardium and ask for help. However, if I had been caught by a human wizard who happened to recognize that the scrolls were made by demons, I might have been in a tougher position. The outcome could have been rather dangerous, but in the end I really did meet a demon spy. After a moment, come to think of it, the vague advice hinted to something similar in the end. A writer's vague advice. How could so many people have gotten kidnapped to the Demon King's castle? Not why, but how? I wrote that those people were kidnapped by spies from the demon realm who had infiltrated the human realm. The vague advice was a subtle message for me to find the spies, since they would still be in the human realm. However, I didn't even think of that, because I was completely lost and hungry. If I had understood the vague advice, I would have gotten a clue that I had to entrust myself to a demon spy in Guardium. If I had moved carefully, it would have been absolutely safe. The writer's clear advice was quite risky, but intuitive, and the writer's vague advice tried to hint at what I should be doing. Vague advice was relatively safe, and clear advice presented some risks. Could there have been a human wizard capable of recognizing scrolls of the demon realm? I spoke informally, however Elleris didn't seem to mind it. There are some weirdos who study even the magic of demons. I'm glad you came to me before you met any of them. A chill ran down my spine at the thought what a disaster it would have been if anyone actually recognized these scrolls before I met Elleris. I could have seriously gotten myself killed. She went back outside into her shop again, locked its door, and took me upstairs. I shall do my best to serve you from now on. Saying so, she set me down on a sofa. Soon she began to tidy up her messy room. Wait, she was a vampire. So, why was this room so well lit? It wasn't a huge apartment, but wasn't there a lot of sunlight getting in? Hey, isn't this kind of dangerous for vampires? She looked at me and nodded. I'm a vampire lord. I can handle this level of light. Of course, it isn't good for my body though. No, I could see you flinch a little every time light hit you while you were straightening out the tablecloth. Were you really okay? This was an annex to the store, so I don't have to pay rent. I also would have wanted to live in a dreamlike residential area like a semi-basement where the sun doesn't shine all year round, but the budget for my actions are rather tight. How sad. I didn't exactly know what a vampire lord was, but wasn't this just too sad for a high-ranking vampire? I did understand that such an environment would be dreamlike for a vampire, but just hearing her say that she desired to live in a semi-basement was just too sad. A vampire was worried about rent. Oh, wouldn't it be fine if you just made the landlord your kin? Come to think of it, wouldn't it be very easy for a vampire to get rich? Wasn't that common sense? I had a similar idea, but to create a kin, I would have to take on too many risks. It's not easy to create a kin while disguised as an ordinary person. Elleris certainly was a strong vampire, but that didn't mean the one she created would be just as strong. It was obvious that a normal man who suddenly avoided the sun and stopped eating would be considered suspicious. No, wasn't it actually quite difficult for vampires, who were the nobles of the night, to blend in with human society? After cleaning up moderately, Elleris looked at me. You must be hungry. Let me prepare some food. Huh. Don't vampires drink blood? Do you even have any normal ingredients here? As if aware of my concerns, Elleris put on a hooded robe. I'll be out for a little while. And no. Will you be fine? Only I'll be alright. Just because of me, this vampire went grocery shopping in broad daylight. I was dumbfounded at how easily she just said that. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I'm so ignorant and helpless. After she quickly bought something to eat for me, she looked so exhausted. I was close to tears. Chapter 14. The demons I saw at the Demon King's castle ran rampant to save me. They seemed to recognize me even though I cast camouflage on myself. However, Elleris, who was also a demon, didn't recognize me before my real appearance was revealed. What was the reason for that? I pondered while Elleris was away, but I didn't come to an answer. My ability to control demons was incomplete. That was the only guess I could make. What Elleris bought were sandwiches and milk. She apologized to me for not having much to offer. I don't have that much leeway, I'm sorry, Your Highness. As I ate gratefully, I tilted my head at the sudden thought I had. Didn't you just buy a fireball scroll for 4 gold? Oh, that was. She told me that it was too dangerous for a kid like me to walk around carrying something like that and just threw a huge chunk of money at me. I just thought it would be dangerous for a child to carry something like this. I'm sorry, Your Highness. For a spy, she was pretty sympathetic and compassionate. Was it fine to be so good-natured as a vampire? Was that how you spent all your money? I took out the 4 gold coins I had stored and put them on the table. I don't think I could spend so much anyway, so I'll return it to you. Oh, that's thanks. Anyway, I got a guardian who happened to be a high-ranking vampire now, so having all that money would seem pretty meaningless. She was watching me eat with a sad expression on her face. What's good is good. Because of her good-natured personality, I gained a vampire protector. She could help me out in emergencies. And that awkward mood still lingered. There were some unknown emotions swiping over Elleris' face when I told her that the Demon King was dead. It clearly wasn't anger at the loss of her master. It felt like relief. Although I continued to eat casually, I didn't stop thinking. Elleris seemed happy that the Demon King died, and about the fact that the Demon World War ended and the humans' victory. So was this vampire a pacifist or something while still being a spy? Or maybe she was influenced by the humans because she lived in Guardium for too long. Either way, this vampire was the kind of person who couldn't even overlook a young boy like me carrying around a fireball scroll, even though she didn't even know who I was. And the emotions she showed while I was talking about the princess also felt like genuine sympathy and compassion. She said that she must have gone through so much hardship while still being so young. This vampire hated war and felt joyous about its end. I still didn't know if she was happy about the war's end or the humans' victory though. She's taking care of me for now, but her loyalty towards the Demon King had disappeared a long time ago. So what was the surviving Demon Prince to those who hate war? Wouldn't he just be like the embers of a new war? Then it was obvious what her best choice would be if she wanted to avoid another war. I see. Beneath the hem of her robe, Ellora's fingertips were trembling violently. Maybe she just felt weak because of her exposure to the sun, but maybe she actually just made up her mind on something, but was too afraid to go through with it. Fear of having to completely end the demon world, her hometown, with her own hands. Disgust towards herself who was trying to kill the young and helpless me to prevent any more war from happening. I wonder if she was really thinking like that or if this was just my imagination. Your Highness. Oh, yes. Have you really lost your memories, all of them? When Elloris asked me this with a trembling voice, I was almost certain of what she was trying to do. Yeah, I don't remember anything but who I was. I don't even know why this happened, and I believe I definitely wasn't cursed or possessed. Well, whatever. Not that searching for my memories would change anything. I didn't know if these words would reassure her or not. I've only gone through it for one day, but war sure is crazy. At these words, an indescribable joy flashed across Elloris' face. No. You are the master of the demon realm and the hope of all demons. You must have a strong heart and rebuild the demon realm and raise it up again. She was trying really hard to say things she didn't mean or stood behind. The demon realm has already fallen. I neither intend to be the king of a country that doesn't exist. Let's drive it home. Nor should you act like the subject of a country that doesn't exist. At these words, tears fell from the vampire's eyes. She proved her innocence by crying. There was a time when novels like that dominated my childhood. But vampires were able to cry in this world, huh? After saying that she was sorry for her behavior, Elloris went down to the first floor and didn't come up for a while. It didn't seem like what I said had any negative impact on her. That night, I lay in bed. Elloris said she'd watch over me, so she sat down on a chair by my bed, looking out the window from where some moonlight was pouring in. It was said that vampires were the nobles of the night. She was really pretty. I was looking at Elloris, who shone palely in the moonlight. Your Highness. Don't call me that. I'm sorry, but I can't call you anything else. Elloris said so and kept talking without looking at me. You should never tell anyone else what you told me today. There's no reason to. If I were to say these things, I'd reveal that I'm a demon. That's not what I meant. That's not why, Elloris said powerfully. Excluding me, there are 2 other infiltrators that have infiltrated Guardium. Yes, that's exactly what I expected, because she told me it was an infiltration group. You will inevitably get to know the other 2 as well. It would be unacceptable for them if your Highness continued hiding away from the world. Who are they? Count Argon Pontius. And then there's the one known as Irene's wild dog. One of them is a noble? Wasn't that way more than a spy? Yes. He was the one who directly carried out the abduction of the princess and the empress. When I heard that it was him who kidnapped the princess, I flinched. Naturally, the demons here must have carried out the abduction themselves. But it felt strange to think that the one who did it was someone like him and that he'd definitely be someone loyal to the demon realm. I felt like I was faced with the uncomfortable truth that I was, after all, nothing more than her parents' enemy to Charlotte. Count Pontius' real name is Sarkigar. He's of the Dreadfiend race. Fiends belonged to the demon tribe. Fiends were a subspecies of demons. But I didn't know what a Dreadfiend was. Why did I get sent into my novel, only to find mostly things I didn't know about? Could you elaborate? Dreadfiends are basically demons who specialize in transformation magic, including counter magic. That's why he was able to fool the humans' eyes and penetrate into the aristocratic society, the heart of Guardias. He wasn't detected not because of the level of his transformation, but because he changed his race itself. You can think of them as being able to use abilities similar to polymorph, one of the highest level magic spells, from birth. There were many types of transformation magic. There was camouflage, which was a low-level magic spell. It was the one I used. Then there was the method of creating optical illusions with illusion magic, and the method of transforming for a short period. However, polymorph was a highest level spell that could change one's very body structure. This kind of magic couldn't be lifted by using detection or dispel. Dreadfiends could use abilities similar to that polymorph from birth. All this would have been much easier if I had turned into that kind of demon. He's absolutely loyal to the Demon King. Not only would he go to war, he would be willing to sacrifice even his soul if it meant he could rebuild the demon realm. Weren't fiends usually in the position of stealing souls? How loyal was he? So if he came to know that I wasn't interested in rebuilding the demon realm, it'd cause some real problems, wouldn't it? I don't think it would be to that level, but he'd try to make your Highness want to. You won't kill me? You're the last Archdemon. Without you, the demon realm cannot be rebuilt, so he will try to change your mind somehow. Were Archdemons such an important race? Right now, I was just a kid who couldn't do anything on his own. What if I still don't change my mind, then what? Elleris looked at me and smiled. Then she put her hand on my head. She had a low body temperature, but it felt good in its own way. Even if it means destroying everything you love, he will do it. I had just arrived in this world, but Sarkigar would do everything except kill me to make me the next demon king. For now, please just go along with him. And it won't be too late to use your hand when you build up enough strength to overwhelm Sarkigar. Yes, well, let's do that. He's also very competent. He'll be able to help your highness in a lot more ways than I'm capable of. First of all, he was a spy, but he was also a noble. Sarkigar is, after all, a loyalist. He wouldn't do anything that could cause me harm. Actually, the most dangerous person to me was Elleris before I told her I wasn't interested in war. It seemed like Elleris was trying to kill me, though she looked like she wouldn't want to do that anymore. Wait, just out of curiosity, if I became the actual Demon King after going along with what he said, what would you do? I don't know about that. Elleris sighed with a bitter smile. When that time comes, you'll have to choose between me or Sarkigar. Perhaps killing me now would be her best option to burn the roots of war, but Elleris didn't seem like she was able to do that. You have to grow up to be good, your highness. I will try. I couldn't believe that I was hearing these things from a vampire. So what is that Irene's wild dog? What was with that creepy nickname? Irene's wild dog? Were they trying to seem cool? She scratched her cheek slightly. There are illegal gangs in Guardium committing crimes in various places. Something like that. Tyrene's wild dog is the head of one such gang. The demon sent as a spy became a gangster? What kind of dog was he supposed to be again? Elleris wore an awkward smile showing her dumbfoundedness. Strictly speaking, rather than being a gang, they are just some people that stuck together. It's just that it's inevitable for violence to occur because they are together. Isn't that a gang? What should I call this? Elleris seemed even more hesitant than when she was talking about Sarkigar. That's how one turns out if the only thing one's good at is fighting. Whatever it is, if the guy who's going to help me is the head of a big organization, what was the harm in that? Elleris sighed deeply and muttered openly. They're a beggar. What? The gang members are usually selling candies or something to people walking along the Irene River. In fact, that's how they also earned our funds for our activity. Isn't this soliciting? So the guy who was sent to Garnium by the demons became the head of an organization. And that's also what they earned their activity funds? What kind of spy was that guy? Was this the medieval version of the beggars sect? Only Irene's wild dog. It wasn't just a Chuni name, but literally described them. They were the abandoned dogs found at the Han River. Chapter 15. So they were selling gum to people taking a walk by the Han River, or rather the Irene River. I had never seen a nickname so accurate before. Elleris' lips were trembling, seeming like she also found this quite ridiculous just thinking about it. They're a lycanthrope. If my memory serves me right, isn't that the one who paradoxically turned into a wolf monster? Yes, that's right. To be honest, not even Elleris, who was a high-ranking vampire, didn't seem to be in the right condition to be a spy. Although she's able to walk under the sun, I could definitely see that she was having a hard time. But even so, Elleris was able to withstand sunlight. A lycanthrope, who would lose their mind and become a monster as soon as the full moon hung in the sky, should act as a spy in the middle of Guardium. How come they hadn't been caught so far? Sarkigar was the only one who was cut out to be a spy. Isn't that a bit disadvantageous for a spy? Yes, however, we only had few resources. It seemed like a dangerous mission, so there were not many who volunteered, and we were in a hurry, so yeah. Were they the type of person who were pretty slow but fiercely loyal? It was infiltrating into the heart of enemy territory after all, so it was no wonder none of the demons stepped forward. However, that lycanthrope volunteered. So on the night of the full moon, it seems like they hide themselves in the sewers beside the Bronzegate Bridge. The Bronzegate Bridge. Well, I did say that this place was practically the same as Seoul. If I remembered correctly, then the Bronzegate Bridge should be the Banpo Bridge. When the day of their transformation neared, they'd go into the sewers under the Banpo Bridge to hide. Living close to the Bronzegate Bridge was rather convenient, so they'd rather not go too far from it. As a result, their appearance also became quite unkept. There were quite a few passers-by who mistook them for a beggar and gave them money. So that wasn't their original goal? Yes. So, thinking what they were doing was right, they just sat there and kept begging. Didn't they have any dignity? Maybe it's because of the emperor, but the people here were pretty generous. They were a weirdo who I couldn't decide if they were living their life comfortably or recklessly. Elleris hesitated and continued her explanation. As a result, there were a lot of fights for that position. but as they were born a lycanthrope while they themselves were a strong person with good fighting skills, it seems like there was no one who could match their fists. However, there were a lot of beggars there, so they would always have a drink with the person they fought against yesterday, and then they'd just been hanging out with them and they go closer. There were just too many, so, haha. They were begging near Banpo Bridge and got into a fight over the position, defeated that guy, and the next day the guy who got beaten up came over with a bottle of soju saying something like, "Oh yeah, yesterday was my bad, right?" And with this scenario repeating, they made a lot of friends while drinking a glass or two. A rather big friend group. It grew to such proportions that it couldn't be maintained properly, so it turned into an organization. I don't really know them, but they seem to be like quite the person. Yes, we also receive a lot of help from the Melaris, who seem to have no business skills at all, and Sarkigar, who was sure to need a lot of money while living an aristocratic life. Neither of them seemed like they'd be able to survive without the help of Irene's wild dog. But Irene's wild dog, that's quite the fitting name. They could actually transform into one. They actually wanted to be called Irene's wolf, but I can understand why no one would want to call them that. That was kind of sad. Anyway, that was quite good. I just can't let Sarkigar know that I have given up on the demon realm, and Irene's wild dog seemed like a complete weirdo, but they also seemed to have a sense of camaraderie. They did help the other two spies after all. Elaris didn't seem to have any intentions to cause me harm at the moment. Sleep, Your Highness. I will arrange a place for you to meet them in the near future. Don't you have to sleep as well? This was probably Elaris' bed. She lay down next to me, saying she'd go to sleep as well. No, isn't it actually kind of weird that a vampire was sleeping at night? Are you okay? If it's uncomfortable for you, I could also sleep on the floor. It's fine. Yeah, it was fine, but at the same time it wasn't at all. This was a good outcome, but isn't it also kind of bad? No matter if I got a cheat or not, I wasn't happy with this in the least. This is life, huh? Cheat, fuck off. No one needs you. And when morning came, Nark, I woke up to a vampire screaming at the touch of sunlight instead of an alarm clock. Waking up from that fuss, I stood up and saw Elaris with her hair all frizzy. Don't you have blackout curtains or something like that? I sleep a lot. If I don't do this, I wouldn't be able to get up. Explaining as such with a hoarse and cracked voice, she went out of the sunlight. I knew that Elaris was a really unusual vampire, but using the sun as an alarm clock, that wasn't something easy to imagine. If she couldn't wake up fast enough, wouldn't she die? A vampire who lived in a sunny and well-ventilated place. I knew she was a high-level vampire who just got by, but this was just too sad. Couldn't you get Count Pontius to give you a spare room in his house to live in? It's inefficient for spies to work in the same area. If one gets caught, wouldn't the other go down as well? Elaris sighed while she changed her clothes. Don't do this in front of me. I was still a 17-year-old teenager. No, but have you never felt that it was quite unfair that one of you gets to live as an aristocrat? Well, I don't really like places with a lot of eyes on me. Rather, I think Sarkigar is living a much harder life. If one thought of it like that. Sarkigar probably didn't have a single moment in which he could relax, right? While Elaris only had one enemy in this place. The sun. But if you feel uncomfortable living like this, I think you'd be better off staying in Sarkigar's mansion. We don't even have enough supplies here to live a decent life. I really didn't want to say this, but I still want to continue living here. I didn't expect the day would come when I'd throw such a childish tantrum again. No, I was sure that Sarkigar already had his hands full even if I wasn't trying to mooch off of him. That wasn't necessarily the only reason. Insects had different feeding systems for adults and larvae. For example, mosquito larvae lived in water and adult insects flew, so not only did they eat different things, they had completely different ecologies. In that way, adult insects and larvae had completely unrelated prey, so they didn't compete for food with each other. So right now I was feeling like an insect. It was because of Elaris, who watched me eating breakfast with a look devoid of any appetite. I was wondering if she just enjoyed watching me eat. I was thinking about useless things. I'm just curious. Do you drink blood every few days? Well, once a week is enough. Does it have to be human blood? Not necessarily. Any lifeform with mana in their blood would do. I could use pigs or chickens as well. However, I would need a greater quantity of it. The blood of lower lifeforms contains relatively small amounts of mana. Blood was blood, but it had to be blood containing a lot of mana. The ones that had blood with a high concentration of mana would be humanoids. But once a week. That energy efficiency was no joke. They were higher lifeforms compared to humans to begin with. Put into human terms, that meant that one didn't have to eat for another week after having a bowl of ox blood soup. Of course, the type of blood was important. By the way, if one were bitten by a vampire, wouldn't that make one a vampire as well? In the case of wild vampires, there were often such cases where they weren't able to control themselves, but I'm not like that. As I said, I don't have a higher rank for nothing. Then will the person you suck blood out of die? Piling up corpses is never a good thing, you know. I only take enough for myself so they don't die. Because of that I had to turn a lot of subjects into vampires, but I'm very good at magic. The condition can be controlled to the extent that it wouldn't impact their lives. As expected, Elleris was a peaceful vampire. It seemed like such things as good demons existed. Huh. Then you do it mostly at night. It doesn't have to be night for me to do it. I take it mostly from customers. Well, take it as a slight punishment for those that went out of line. Elleris smiled. When such customers came around, she would probably use some type of fascination magic and take blood from them. Huh. It was pretty scary now that I thought about it. Mr. Swinton from the store next door usually comes to mess around, so I get to eat deliciously every time. I'm thankful to him. Of course, I can't do the things he wants me to do with him. He's married, you know? Is that right? I don't like men who lack fidelity. Him being a human wasn't the problem, huh? It seemed like the nearby merchants had their blood sucked by Elleris without their knowledge. Additionally, they came to this beautiful vampire on their own 2 feet. She looks nice, but in the end she had a scary side to her. Talking with you, it seems like you haven't only lost your memory, but a lot of your knowledge as well. Is that so? Yes. I've heard that one usually only loses one's memory, but in the case of your Highness, Elleris tilted her head. She knew that I had amnesia, but it seemed like she felt weird because I lacked even basic common sense demons should have. It's like you've become a completely different person. I can feel it. Did she notice? But come to think of it, yeah. In most possession stories, the main character tries to never reveal that he was actually possessing the body. Why do I have to do that? Why could I not tell the truth? It's not like I did that on purpose. Rather, Elleris would probably feel relieved if I told her I was really a completely different person. Still, it's a bit risky to gamble with this before I reached some level of trust with her. What kind of person was I? So I asked a question and didn't give her an answer. I was the master of excuses and spouting bullshit. If the person in charge asked me when I'd sent in the manuscript, I'd answer with, "Why did that bastard ask me for a drink yesterday?" If it wasn't for him, I would have already sent it, but phew, I'm getting pissed off suddenly. I would keep on sprouting this kind of nonsense. Elleris was about to answer my question, with her arms crossed. That attitude. A worrying attitude. Only I kind of got a feeling. That damn game system, we are a great prince. Yes, of course. And inspiration for all demons. You've been a role model, yes. Were you trying to spout bullshit just now? Chapter 16. Looking at Elleris' pale expression, I got a sense of what the former prince was like. Following this mixed-up development, I figured that this guy was quite the jerk. By any chance, did you ever have contact with me? Come to think of it, Elleris was able to recognize me right away. Of course, she might have seen me a few times, as a high-ranking vampire, but then Elleris muttered quietly, "Well, I was your tutor, so I did." Were we pretty close then? Weren't we supposed to be on pretty friendly terms then? But it was only for a short time. My ability was too low to teach your highness properly. It seemed like my personality was just too hard to bear with, so she either got fired or quit shortly after. Well, the past is the past. You have to live in the present, yes. Elleris seemed to want me to stop being curious about my past. I'm sure I was a total mess, but just to what extent? Wait, so the other spies also know me personally? Yes, definitely. But Elleris grabbed my shoulders and looked me straight in the eyes. You're the last Arcton. They'll know what's important. What? That's scary. The Demon King died. The Demon World War ended in the Coalition's victory. Unfortunately, the warriors also fell in battle after a fierce fight with the Demon King and the 4 Heavenly Kings. And the princess returned safe and sound. Soon, the news was announced. The street was filled with cheering people. The fact that people didn't have to die in the war with the demons anymore, and the survival of the first princess who was thought to be dead. Not only the imperial capital, but the whole continent must have been filled with cheers. Wow, this is good. Yes. No, they're just very generous. Elleris and I were walking down the street. I was just eating some chicken skewers that the overjoyed stall owner said were for free. Now that Elleris cast some magic on me, I just looked like an ordinary boy to others. Elleris herself also used camouflage magic on her body. The victory of the Demon World War made the people of this gangster-filled neighborhood distribute things for free. Elleris didn't seem to understand how I, who lost everything in a single day, could enjoy some chicken skewers at my own nation's defeat party. She was glad that the war was over, but why didn't she look like it? If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. Yes rather, my tension was much higher. Well, it didn't really have anything to do with me whether the demon realm was destroyed or not, right? I was nothing more than a little kid protected by this beautiful vampire. I wanted to live peacefully until the end just like this. Being cared for by someone like Elleris was rather peaceful and comfortable. Of course, I knew best that this was almost impossible. Are they all there? Yes, they are waiting for your highness. We were moving to meet the other remaining demons in Guardium. Long live the Empire. Long live her highness the princess. Long live Artorias. Everyone drunk on the news of the victory showed off their joy. Hooray! I also shouted out a hooray. That's when Elleris finally pulled on my arm. Your highness. Restrain yourself. Why? It's pretty fun. I can't believe this. It was fun acting a bit immature. Of course, when I thought about my actual mental age, deadly humiliation engulfed me internally. There were certain things one could only find in the imperial capital. One of them is the monotrain. So, a fantasy version of a train. They were implemented on a large scale by the imperial government, as they couldn't handle everyone's transportation needs with just warp gates, bridges and wagons inside the capital. They were eco-friendly trains, which were powered by this convenient item called mana stone, a staple of the medieval fantasy genre. The comments I received about this were as followed. Isn't that just ridiculous? Isn't that much too convenient? I mean, I'm not the only one who wrote about things like these. Lol. I did it anyway lol. If you could make a train, wouldn't you also be able to make a cell phone? Dunno lol. Well, that train was actually moving right in front of my eyes now. The city division was similar to Seoul's, and the route map, of course, also aligned with the Seoul subway route map. We had to head south of the Bronze Gate Bridge, and to do that we headed towards the station to catch a mana train. We first had to head to the station located in the Al Ligar district, and take the train to Bronze Gate. Simply put, it went from Yonsan Station to the express terminal and then to Banpo-Han River Park. It was so easy to convert. It would have been difficult for me to put my head around this if I came up with some strange map. If I did that, I would have made my life as a writer harder, not that of the readers. I should be able to write comfortably. I was so proud of my lazy former self. If I hadn't put in this convenient setting of mana stones, I would have had to take a carriage or walk there. That would have been pretty annoying. I didn't think of the places I put in the novel as these places, but as places in Seoul. That's how I'd be able to know exactly where they were. In the moving train, Elleris murmured, quietly engulfed her robes. Humans sure are incredible. What? They know how to make things like this. Were you actually praising me because I made this basically, you know? Yeah, I'm pretty good. I can't believe I made this with just a few lines. Maybe I'm a god? In fact, I might have been this world's god. A stupid one that died of high blood pressure after reading some malicious comments. How great would it have been if we created things like these with our excellent magical power instead of powerful destruction magic and war weapons? Elleris murmured in a self-deprecating voice. Certainly, demons seemed to be superior to humans in terms of magic. However, the demons only used magic for destruction rather than for their daily lives. Therefore, even with their awesome power, the demon realm looked rather dull, not prosperous at all. There wasn't really a city around the Demon King's castle. It was just a huge fortress that stood alone. However, there were a lot of people living in this human capital. She might have seen many magical tools that helped them in their everyday lives, and magic being used in ways that were beneficial to humans. Did Elleris constantly comparing the barren demon realm with this place while living here? Maybe that was the reason why she felt that the demon realm was wrong and backwards. So that was why she ended up hoping for the humans' victory and not the demons. I seem to know what she is thinking to a certain extent. A world where only weapons to kill enemies were made. A world where people were struggling with all their might to make themselves happy. Although Elleris rejoiced about the end of the war and the humans' victory, she was just blankly staring at the joyful sights in front of her, not being able to fully be happy about the fall of the demon realm. No matter what kind of place one's home was, even if one didn't want to go back to it, it would always feel sad having lost one's place to return to. The riverside of Irene was well maintained. The green grass was trimmed well, and there were people walking about the well-paved promenade. For ordinary people who couldn't afford to travel far, the park built along the Irene River was the best picnic spot in the area. It's a place that always lifts my mood when I come here. Elleris wore a soft smile on her lips despite the strong sunlight. Maybe because she liked the scenery. It certainly seemed like Elleris could tolerate sunlight better than I would have assumed. Yeah, it would be even better if the scenery wasn't right next to it. Oh yes, wawa gooeyek. Hey, you bastard. Huh. That son of a bitch, are ya cheatin' right now? How did so many threes come out? Huh. Who's cheatin'? I've been living an honest life. If it's 3 then it's 3. Below the Brosgate Bridge. People don't even dare to go there. Because of the shade the bridge threw, this place was a lot darker and gloomier than other places. A group of beggars were drunk, vomiting, eating, drinking, playing dice and trembling, all while the sun was still hanging high up in the sky. Some beggars approached some passers-by as if they got close enough to sell them candy. So the cockroaches infesting this peaceful landscape are our allies and main source of income? Yes, that's right. Why were you feeling ashamed, when it's these guys who should? I didn't even want to get close to them. Hey, young lady, buy some candy from me. Then a beggar popped out from nowhere and crept towards us, shoving candy in our faces with his dirty hands. It looked like we were also their targets. Elaris sighed and accepted the candy. She didn't really want to say no. 5 bronze coins. 1 gold coin was 1,000,000 won and 1 silver coin was 10,000 won. A bronze coin was roughly 100 won. That was how I roughly converted them. So 500 won for a candy of that size wasn't cheap. But was candy even that common in this world? Weren't you able to obtain carbohydrates anywhere in modern society? However, there was a beggar selling candy. Anyway, let's just leave it at that. I'll lose if I continue thinking about that. Elaris seemed to be contemplating if she should give me that candy she bought for 5 bronze coins, maybe thinking I wouldn't eat it. It's too dirty for your highness to eat. After agonizing about it, Elaris shook her head. I'm not so picky about these things. I wasn't particularly craving candy, but I wasn't such a fussy eater. However, Elaris looked at me slightly surprised as if she didn't expect me to say something like that. No, that jerk attribute of that former prince was quite something. Was that jerk born to be criticized or something? Will I end up receiving praise like, even though you're breathing, why aren't you causing any trouble today? To begin with, the restraint placed on my being reborn as this jerk actually had some merit. If I were reincarnated into some rising star of the century with tremendous abilities, that would be a huge advantage, but if one didn't work hard even for a single day, they will be questioned, saying things like one changed in a bad way. A bastard that gets complimented just by breathing vs a genius that gets scolded just by breathing. The former was overwhelmingly good. Being reincarnated into a person who had already been perceived as negative throughout the world would be great for pretending to be weak. If I were the former prince, would I have felt offended just by being approached by a beggar? Then would you like to eat it? Sure. I peeled the wrapper off of the candy I got from Elaris and put it in my mouth. It just tasted sweet with no flavor. Did I like sweets? I remember you did. Only I don't like sweets though. However, it seemed like being young had its advantages. The beggar who approached us was approaching others now. Most of the time, it felt more like people wanted to get rid of the beggar than honestly wanting to buy these candies. It was a disgusting sight, but I was told that that was how they funded their activities. No, I still didn't like looking at it. Chapter 17. There was a good reason behind why we chose this place to meet up. Count Pontius had servants who had no idea that he was a demon. There were also influential people coming to his mansion, as he was a noble. Elaris' shop and its second story were a little too small for the 4 of us. The base of Irene's wild dog was a place avoided by all and swarming with beggars. I was told there were also quite the number of secret spaces. Elaris passed through the mess of beggars affected by hallucination magic. Even while we were passing right by the beggars, they didn't notice our presence. There was a dark tunnel right under the bridge. This place seemed to be their real base. I was told that it originally served as a type of drainage channel that would lead the city's rainwater to Irene when it rained. As this place wasn't really visited by people, it also served as Irene's wild dog's hideout when they turn into a lycanthrope. There were beggars lying around and sleeping inside. There were blankets, mops and roughly built shacks. It really was a beggar colony. As we went even deeper inside, eventually even the shacks disappeared from our sight. As we entered the endless sewers, we saw a small light in the distance. Someone was sitting in front of a lit bonfire. Even though they were just the leader of some beggars, they still were a king in a way. However, they didn't seem like they had anything special around him. They were just like a dog basking in the fire's warmth. There was a person wearing a ripped shirt and tattered trousers, with thick gray hair on their head tied in random ways. Irene's wild dog. You're here, my lord. Come to think of it, I was never told that the dog was a man. The king of beggars. Irene's wild dog. The leader of a gang. Loyar greets His Highness the Prince. She knelt down in front of me as soon as she saw me. That wild dog's real name was Loyar, and as far as I knew she was a wolf-type lycanthrope. Yes, nice to see you. Although it's in a place like this. We were inside Guardium, but here we were meeting up in the sewers. Is Sarkagar still over there? Loyar nodded at Elaris' words. All the nobles must be busy. There's going to be a victory celebration and stuff. He'll be here soon, though. This is a lot more important to us. Elaris was a pacifist. However, she was still surprised that I was still alive. Loyar, on the other hand, didn't really have any big reaction. How should I put it? It felt like she didn't really care much about all this. Loyar, I'm telling you in advance, but he lost all his memories. Except for who he was, he doesn't remember almost anything. At those words, Loyar stared at me. For real? Well, yeah, it somehow turned out like that. Her gaze was a bit uncomfortable. I'm glad to hear that. You're happy about that? Yeah, because you tell me stuff like I should lie down with my stomach exposed, saying that dogs should behave like dogs. I did. Yeah. You'd even put me on a leash sometimes. Loyar opened her mouth as she thought about those times. Oh no, you're telling me I treated lycanthropes like some sorts of pets? Elara's mouth twitched as she was smiling half-heartedly. Loyar, as far as I can remember, you kind of liked that. When did I ever? Loyar's face turned red. What the hell were you talking about? Did I really treat a lycanthrope who changes into a wolf every full moon as a common dog? Was she like my pet or something? That I can't really remember, but I'm sorry. Well, it's fine. Your expression didn't look fine at all though. If I were in her shoes, I would have really hated being treated like that. Come to think of it, I was told she volunteered for this spy mission even though she was a lycanthrope. Could it be she was forced to volunteer to get away from me? Come to think of it, that was pretty plausible. I managed to somehow escape and come here alive, but could I trust her? Well, I can't erase my past actions, but I'm sorry. Let's try to get along from now on. I reached out my hand to her, showing her that I meant no harm. I meant to shake her hand. However, she just put her hand on mine. She didn't grasp it, she just put her hand on top of mine. Exclamation as soon as she realized what she did. Loyar was startled and then lowered her hand to hold mine. Wasn't that did she just do give paw? Give paw. At the moment I put out my palm, Loyar put her hand on my hand. She did it without realizing it and immediately pulled it back. Why, Your Highness, why am I doing that? Loyar said so in cold sweat. The speechless Elaris also added some words. It's like the body is reacting on its own without the head telling it to. Oh no. Your Highness, how about you try telling her to lie down and show you her stomach? Hey, she going to flip over. Try it. And no. Why would I do that? I couldn't get myself to do that in the end. She'd probably really do it. Why was she trained so well? How often did I bully you like this in the past? Rather, it was already on the level that her body reacted instinctively. I'm afraid she really sit if I tell her to sit. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Yes, even though her heart doesn't like me, her body was that of a loyal dog. Thinking that I put my worries about Loyar aside, I sat down beside the fire. When Sarkigar arrived, we could start talking about the details. I felt something approaching from afar. There was a sound echoing through the sewers. I couldn't even see his face yet, but I was already convinced that he'll be the troublesome type. Just like I expected. When Sarkigar arrived, he hugged me and began to wail loudly. Oh my goodness. For those wretched humans to kill His Majesty the Great Demon King. They must have used some cowardly tricks. What are we going to do about this? What are we to do? But seeing that Your Highness is still safe, there's still a ray of hope left for the people of the demon realm. What a miracle. Please quickly grow up and rebuild the demon realm stronger than it was before and erase all traces of these filthy human beings. He roughly kept on mumbling and crying loudly for about 10 minutes. He started crying even louder when I told him that I had lost my memories. No, I thought I was some kind of super jerk. Why was he so sad? Seeing how he was acting right now, it seems like even the former prince, who was indeed a jerk, avoided him. His voice was so loud that it made the entire sewer tremble. It was so loud that Elaris was forced to cast noise suppression magic around us. Kuhuksnifbuhuhuk, even I, who didn't think much about his crying before, was almost brought to tears. No, well, maybe I was the type that would start crying as well if I saw someone crying in front of me. No, that's also not it. This guy was crying so sadly. What's with this? Anyway, Sarkigar was a loyalist almost to the point of insanity. Sarkigar continued to sniffle for a while, making snorting noises. I felt like he was going to run out of breath, so I felt like I had to somehow comfort him. Why such a grown-up fiend crying like that? It's like you lost your country. Come to think of it, we really lost our country. Looks like that idiom became reality now. Sarkigar looked up at me, at my words. I see. You're right. Demons are still alive, so the demon realm has yet to die as well. What disloyalty I committed. The demon realm is still alive and well. Please punish me. That guy twisted my words weirdly, making his own determination flare up even more. Loyar and Elaris were looking at me as if they were trying to apologize for being helpless in this situation. They seemed to be tired of Sarkigar's antics as well. After barely calming him down, we all sat down around the bonfire. What a perfect meeting place for a prince and servants of a fallen kingdom. Sarkigar was looking at me with a firm expression. You must rebuild the demon realm. Elaris stared at me. She seemed to want to remind me about our previous conversation about moderately playing along. Well, that's right. And to take revenge for the previous king, we have to build an even stronger and more powerful nation than ever before. You bastard. If you keep on sticking to these unfruitful rhetorics, I'll rip out your tongue. Loyar shouted. Yes, even in novels, if a character keeps on talking about similar things, the author will get cursed out for inflating the length of the chapter. Sarkigar also fake coughed as if preparing to continue on with the third verse. Ahem. My apologies, Your Highness. It's just when I heard the news that His Majesty the Demon King had passed away, it seemed like the whole world was coming to an end. Alright, I got it. It seemed like he was the type of person who'd finish what he wanted to say no matter what. Hearing the news of the demon realm's defeat must have felt like the sky was collapsing above him. However, since I was still alive, I was his last hope, hence reigniting his fighting spirit. Rebuilding the demon realm, that's good and all, but there are only the four of us and I'm still some useless, incompetent kid. Calling yourself as such is an unfair thing to say. Your Highness' bloodline is the most noble. You are the only Arctaman left in this world! Yeah, so that's it. I cut off Sarkigar's muffled words. Only just what the hell is an Arctaman? Just what was an Arctaman, for them to not even think of finding a new demon king and simply clung to me? I had no idea about that yet. Everyone was looking at me with puzzlement apparent on their faces. Chapter 18. Elaris, who was shocked by me not even knowing what an Arctaman was, started to explain briefly. Sarkigar was about to open his mouth, but she told him to be silent because he surely would have just continued with his useless rhetorics. Arctamans are essential existences in order to create a society consisting of most of the tribes, often referred to as demons. Society? Yes. The Arctaman's unique ability. I confirmed that I had this ability to rule over demons. I remember it saying that it was at rank D. Originally, demons couldn't exist as a large society. You know that Loyar is a lycanthrope, I'm a vampire, and Sarkigar is a dreadfiend, right? That's right. Before the emergence of the Arctaman race, many tribes of demons were at odds with each other as well as humans. On the western side of the continent there were large human nations, but on the eastern there was the demon realm called Darklands. In other words, there were various demons living in small groups in that place. Even if there were no humans around them, the demons would just live by fighting each other. The Darklands were a land drenched in eternal war, so humans had no reason to care about us. The humans were prospering, while the demons just kept on fighting and would self-destruct before long. Numerous races lived in that place, but with these ongoing battles, reaching any kind of prosperity was impossible and the population of each race was just too different. However, there was someone who showed up to mediate all the conflicts and battles between the tribes and showed them how to live together and integrated them into a society. They had a strange power to interfere with the demon spirit. Was that the Demon King? Yes, he was the first Demon King Arctaman. It wasn't known where he came from or what he was exactly. However, he was able to control the demon's spirit, allowing them to live together, which was impossible before. Out of respect, the demons called him Arctaman. Eventually, this term got used to describe the Demon King's race. Sarkigar added, under the influence of the Arctaman, the demons were able to unite as one society under one leader. Its influence is still intact, but if several generations without an Arctaman pass, the demons would be divided again and return to the era of eternal war. Back into the Dark Ages. The demon realm would completely collapse if Arctamans were to disappear. If so, that meant that there were still many remaining demons that were able to get along with each other. However, if this continued over generations, the demons would go back to the time where they fought and killed each other over and over. I understood now why no one had the ambition to become the next Demon King. Unless they were an Arctaman, there was no other race capable of performing the job of Demon King in the first place. I was now able to understand that Sarkigar's loyalty was no longer just loyalty. Sarkigar believed that the existence of the Demon King was essential in order to maintain the foundation of the Demon Realm society. This was completely different from just simple loyalty to one's country. The Demon King acted as an emulsifier between water and oil, a being that made things that weren't able to mix together. Then there's one more question I have. Yes, go ahead. Why did the Demon World War happen? I just wrote down that there was a war, but not why the Demon World War happened. Humans tried to vanquish the demons, that's what I wrote. So this was supposed to be the first invasion from the human side. Elaris looked into the bonfire, saying, the humans have always been afraid of the unification of the demon realm. The probability of the event that I hadn't properly set had been fixed. It was quite bizarre to experience my messed up probabilities getting fixed like that. Humans had invaded the demon realm. Since I didn't state the reason for it, The world supplemented the possibility that humans feared the demon realm's unification and the setting of the Arctemons. I had that strange feeling of guilt creep up inside of me, as this felt like someone else filled the holes I created while messing around. The demons of the Darkland began to form a society. Even the humans, who had been fighting among themselves, had no choice but to be alert of that situation. The previous demon kings were aware of the fact that the humans would one day start to invade the demon realm. That's why the demon realm was continuously preparing for war. I nodded at Elleris' words. Even if they don't intend to invade each other, if they see the other side increase their arms, the other side would do the same. Don't get us wrong, we were just increasing our military to defend against a possible attack from you. Of course, no one would believe that bullshit. It was common for fights to happen because they feared each other. So even though the demon realm and the human realm didn't have any intentions of attacking each other, they were preparing to attack each other just because the other side existed. It didn't matter who started it. A war would eventually break out no matter what. The demon realm had the demon king, but the human realm also had mighty forces, the warriors. The warriors succeeded in taking down the demon king with them. The death of the demon king was on a completely different level than the death of a human king. So, the mere fact that the demon king was dead would have completely destroyed the morale of many of the king's soldiers. In fact, the demon king was comparable to a god in the demon realm. This explanation alone was enough for me to understand the importance of Arctemons. Yes, I can see now why Arctemons are important. Now I knew why it had to be me. Then what should I do from now on? Have you thought about that yet? You have to build your strength. Also, Guardium is much too dangerous. We have to return to the demon realm, gather the scattered demons and re-establish your power, while you must continue your training. Of course, if I returned to the demon realm, I would be welcomed by the demons who still remembered the demon king, and it wouldn't be so difficult to gather some forces. The Darklands were vast, and even if the demon king died, it was impossible for the humans to devour everything. I shook my head at Sarkigar's words. Too dangerous. The humans can't occupy all of the Darklands, but they wouldn't neglect their surveillance. If a new demonic force were to emerge, they would immediately launch another attack. They wouldn't just calmly sit by as we reconstruct the demon realm they just destroyed. If they noticed any sign of suspicious behavior, they would make a game of killing us all off. And above all, I just said that to go along with their words, because I had no intentions of rebuilding the demon realm and going to war again, you know? I was told that the demons would split up again without me, but, to be honest, that would happen in the distant future. It wasn't like it was happening now. And there was another point that wasn't as important. I think going back to the demon realm would be a bad idea. Sarkigar's eyes lit up at my words, as if he just got an idea. I didn't want to go back to the demon realm in the first place. I sure didn't like it there. I wanted to stay in Guardium for now. The city was pretty nice. I didn't want to live in a place without trains. This is the heart of the enemy territory. To defeat the enemy, one must know the enemy. Rather, we need to learn the ways of humans here. It wasn't hard for me to come up with some reason, as I was the master of finding excuses. Ooh, you're definitely the ideal prince. That boldness and courage to strike right at the enemy's heart. A king's virtue worthy of imitation. No, I just wanted to live close to the station, you know? There was also Elleris, so there shouldn't be chance of being discovered by humans while living here. The probability of getting caught should have been significantly lowered. There was no reason for me to leave Guardium. This was the best city to live in on the entire continent, and I didn't want to leave even if I were to die, unless there was a chance that I would be discovered to be a demon. I just wanted to while away my time here until the ending. It wasn't good for me to mess with the story anymore, and the ending would come closer and closer as the years passed by while being cared for by Elleris. There weren't any specific conditions that I had to be active, right? Right? Did my excuses work too well? He almost cried at my kind of plausible excuse, believing that I would really be able to defeat our enemy by learning their ways. He seemed to admire my boldness and courage. Your Highness. If that's what you've been thinking, then I have an even better idea. That a better idea? No, I don't know what it is, but I'm 100% sure it wouldn't be any good for me. Only by knowing the human's way will we be able to bring them down. I admire your wisdom. No. What are you going to say? By entering temple you would be able to thoroughly learn the human's ways. Defeating them with their own weapons would only be true revenge. Oh, what's that nonsense? Loyar nodded her head at Sarkigar's words. I don't think that's such a bad idea. Who? Huh? The temple is the cradle of not only the empires, but also almost all of the human race's children. When you grow up, you'd know all the people who hold important positions in human society. If you were to fight the empire, you'd know better than anyone else who your enemies are and their way of thinking. Or you might be able to subdue them. You would destroy the empire from within. No, wait. What? I had no intentions of interfering with the main story. However, Loyar looked at Sarkigar, seemingly agreeing with him as if what he said was something good for once. Sarkigar added, "Additionally, Temple is currently nurturing young talents with great power. They aim to nurture talents like the warrior Artorias. I'm certain it would be of great help to us, knowing what sprouts they are raising, and we might be able to remove the two dangerous talents at their roots before they grow." Yes, Temple was also an institution that nurtured talented people who would eventually become powerful forces. Even in that kind of place, there was a type of special Kels that nurtured talented people who could succeed the hero, Artorias, and his party, and yes, that was where the main characters were. However, there was no reason for me to go there. What the hell was I supposed to do there? I was going crazy. I started to get shoved into the story just because I said the wrong words. Elaris, help me. You don't want me to turn into a war weapon, right? Elaris just smiled at me when she noticed me looking at her with pleading eyes. I also think that that's a good idea, Your Highness. What was she on about? Wouldn't she normally disagree? It was hard to understand why Elaris, who should be opposed to Sarkigar's ideas, agreed. Now, just wait a second. I tried hard to come up with an excuse to avoid this strange development all three agreed to. No matter how much we can hide our appearances with magic, there will probably be wizards at Temple. Don't you know what would happen then? It would definitely be dangerous if my identity got revealed. Did these idiots want to kill me? Don't worry, Your Highness. With a smile, Sarkigar took off a ring from his finger. This is a ring that gets passed down from generation to generation in my clan. Well, what about it? Just by wearing this ring, you'd be able to use my clan's power. What? Why would you have such a thing? Why would such a thing appear so conveniently at a time like this? Huh? This was so unbelievable, honestly. Why the hell would these polymorphic bastards pass down a ring capable of granting the ability to polymorph from generation to generation? That would be completely useless to them. Wasn't this just some random setup for this moment? Do you find it weird to find such an improbable development happening in this novel suddenly? Idiot. I felt like something just went by my vision. I didn't see it properly. What was that? How could I accept such an important ring that got passed down for such a long time? It must be very precious to you. Like a memento of your parents. Isn't that right? I gradually ran out of excuses. Just what are mementos in the face of your great mission of rebuilding the demon realm? Please take it, Your Highness. Sarkigar pushed the ring towards me while shouting out his determination. Only a strong and prosperous nation is almost in our grasp. I fell victim to my own excuses. Anyway, it was pretty obvious. That person who sent me here didn't seem to want me to calmly get to the end. Chapter 19. The plan of my admission to Temple had been decided. Yes, obviously, I absolutely wouldn't get caught with that ring on. This wasn't on the level of illusion magic. This completely reconstructed my body. I wondered, since polymorph could reconstruct one's physical body, wouldn't it be possible to improve one's physical specs as well? If I were to change my body to look like someone who'd have 99 points in strength, wouldn't I get stronger as well? When I asked this, Lawyer told me, strangely seriously, polymorph of that level would only be possible for someone with the same amount of mana a dragon would have. Aren't archdemons kind of like dragons? Dragons are illusory monsters. Could there ever be a being in this world which could use magic without even properly casting? What a sad excuse of a legend. I didn't believe in legends, they were on the same level as lies. What you're using isn't actually polymorph. This is just the version our clan makes use of, so you must get stronger yourself. Strength obtained through transformation wouldn't be your own strength. You should not rely on such cheap tricks. I'm so glad that you confirmed that I wouldn't be able to use such a cheat ever. Anyway, because I gained the ability of the Dreadfiend clan, I was able to completely transform, not only disguise myself. By the way, I have a question. Of course, I knew that making myself look muscular by using polymorph wouldn't really make me muscular. For example, is there a limit to how dense I could make my hair? Yes. What do you mean? Sarkigar didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. However, I was serious. Let's say I've got hair loss. Could I just transform myself into a firm with a full head of hair? Well, that's what I was talking about. Isn't that a matter of course? That's not such a big deal. Ah, Sarkigar, your history's greatest loyalist. Of course. Of course. You're such a nice guy. I couldn't hold in my passion and hugged him. I held the eternal anti-hair loss ring in my hands. If you wish, I shall even give you my life. Loyar and Elaris stared blankly as Sarkigar and I hugged fiercely. Guardia's Temple. The main stage of the original story. Frankly, there was no reason not to go there. As Sarkigar helped me concealing my identity, I'd be fine. Even if I didn't intervene, the story would just proceed on its own, going straight for the set ending. In other words, the less involved I was, the better. However, just by intervening slightly, variables would appear. The story already changed a lot because Charlotte DeGardia survived. I didn't want to get too involved in a story that already had a predetermined ending. Also, there really was no need for me to go to school with all these kids. So why did I have to do it? However, once Sarkigar would find out that I had no intentions of rebuilding the demon realm, I didn't know what he'd do. As for Loyar, I wasn't so sure what she was thinking, but Sarkigar definitely was loyalist, but in the end, he probably was the most dangerous person to me. In the end, Sarkigar seemed to want me to grow stronger. Frankly speaking, I was neither suited for fighting nor was it my hobby. Just like everyone doesn't want to suffer pain, I felt like I wanted to escape to a place where my survival and well-being were guaranteed. However, in the end, whether or not I went to temple, I had to somehow get stronger myself. In order to someday be able to escape Sarkigar's clutches, I needed to have a certain amount of strength. It didn't matter if I was standing on Elleris' side or Sarkigar's side. I would have to enter the Guardia's temple. But how? If I took you as my adopted son, you would be able to enter temple. Using the position of Count Pontius, he could take me in as his adopted son, enabling me to enter temple like that. I'd also become the son of a noble, so would I be able to live a more comfortable life then? That's too dangerous. However, Elleris shook her head. As if not understanding, Sarkigar frowned. What are you saying, Elleris? Sarkigar, you were the one who personally kidnapped the princess. Now that she has returned, they will restart the investigation of how the princess abduction was carried out. They have the princess as witness after all. There's a chance that they'll catch your tail. I left no traces. Think of it as just a precaution. I see. A second investigation into the princess abduction could draw suspicion to Sarkigar. It was really just a precaution, but Elleris seemed to think that there was no need to take useless risks. That was how I thought it was. Then, as expected, Elleris would be best to be my guardian. No, Your Highness. Huh. I thought she'd obviously take on that role, but Elleris just shook her head. I am a vampire. If it's discovered that I'm a vampire, I'm sure Your Highness of whom I was taking care of would also fall under suspicion. I'm always careful with everything I do, but we don't know what'll happen. Although Elleris was well integrated into human society, she always kept the possibility of being discovered to be a vampire in mind. What? How could I get into temple if neither Sarkigar nor Elleris are able to be my guardians? Why can't you? Elleris pointed at the last person present as if it was obvious. What? Me? What? You want the Beggar King to be my guardian? What the hell was this nonsense? Both I and Loyar were dumbfounded, but Elleris shook her head. I'm just telling you, but it would be most beneficial for you to just be born as an orphan. I understood what she meant. If you were adopted by Sarkigar, you might be in danger if his deeds were discovered, and if you were to choose me as your guardian, you might be in danger if my true identity were discovered. I know what you mean. Even if I'm caught, my gang members don't know that I'm a lycanthrope, so he could just say that he didn't know. That's it, right? Yeah. The members of Loyar's pack didn't know that she was a lycanthrope. So even if Loyar were to be discovered, even if they were questioned, most of them wouldn't know a thing. There were a lot of members after all. In addition, there was a high possibility that I would not be connected to my collaborators even if they were discovered if I entered temple as an orphan with no ties. Yeah, Elleris was right. So, you want me to live here from now on? I can't believe Your Highness has to live in such a filthy place. That's just unreasonably, eh? Did you just call my place filthy? Are you trying to insult me? A fire blazed in Loyar's eyes. You want to let me know how it feels like to buy some bread from your own money starting today? Huh? And no. I didn't mean it like that. There's just a bit of you know? I mean, see, ain't that a little too much? Huh? Hey, if I'm gonna sponsor such a great VIP, do ya have any idea what the fuck my kids are supposed to do? Loyar was their financier. So she actually had the greatest say here. Loyar threatened Sarkigar with overwhelming force, and Sarkigar's face turned completely blue as soon as he heard that she would stop giving him money. Elleris sighed watching those two fight. You don't have to live here. If you enter temple, you'll be able to live in the dormitories. You just need to spend a few days here. She gave me a kind of look that seemed to say, how could I let you live in such a dirty place? Well, I didn't really mean to become something as grandiose as a noble son, but when I went to school, won't the other kids make fun of me for being a beggar? Mentally I was over 30, but no matter how old I'm on the inside. No, I was just saying if these little punks find out that I made my living by begging at my age, won't they hit me or something? Still, I couldn't come up with a safer idea than Elleris' suggestion. Just a few days. I have to live a few days in this place. When I asked her if I had to stay a few days here, Elleris told me that I had to. I was an orphan and didn't even have a proper identity. It seemed that in order to obtain a new identity, I had to somehow prove that I'm an orphan, and to prove that, I had to get the testimony of Loyar's group. I couldn't believe I had to acquire a new identity through the beggar's guarantees. What's with this? There are many of my little brothers who don't really exist on paper, so I know what to do, because some of the guys do end up needing an ID. It was natural for her to call them little brothers as she's the head of this organization, so to speak, but it still was strange hearing it come out of her mouth. I couldn't believe a lycanthrope being brothers with humans. Was this a live-action version of Tiger Brother? So would this wild dog also become my brother? No, rather my sister. Sarkigar's words angered Loyar, but she seemed to think that staying in this environment for a long time would be a bad thing for me as well. Elaris will come up with the right excuse, so we can just do it like that. Loyar seemed carefree. Elaris contemplated how she should get me out of here as soon as possible and admit me to temple. Sarkigar and Elaris went back, leaving me and Loyar behind. I had already been told what to do. Loyar told me not to worry as no one would touch me anyway, but that wasn't really the problem. There's nothing that can be solved easily. I don't really want to go to temple, but now I had to go while wearing an identity given to me by a beggar's group. This made me want to go even less. But what could I do? This was the safest way. Loyar dragged me out of the deep parts of the sewers and took me to the shantytown. Whistle. As Loyar whistled, all the beggars that were scattered all over the place slowly started to gather in one place. Everyone was limping, but they seemed to listen well. This must have been the dark side of Guardium. Big sis, what's with that kid? If it were Elaris or Sarkigar they would have been furious at his words, but Loyar didn't show much of a reaction. She wasn't loyal in mind, but very loyal in body. She was that kind of bizarre being. He's a new member. He's called Reinhardt. This was a new name, not my real name which was Valier. Reinhardt. No, I mean Valier wasn't actually my real name either, right? Anyway, it was an alias. Nothing more. Sarkigar suggested it. He told me I should choose another name, not Valier, as my alias, so he asked me for my opinion. Ooh, I had some in mind. Grom Hellscream. Hellscream? Isn't that name just too creepy? The first suggestion got cut down by Elaris. Then Lich King? What perfection. What a fitting name for a great demon king. If it's your highness, you would certainly far surpass the magical capabilities of a Lich. Your highness, your real name would be much more inconspicuous compared to that. Sarkigar agreed to it, but Loyar refused. She said something like, if you'll choose such an ugly name, you'd be better off just using your real name. Well, this name was the equivalent of Kim Eam Doom in Korean. Then Thrall. Your highness, we can't possibly use a weird joke like that. Elaris quite seriously thought Thrall was a pun on damn it. T/N. Korean writing for Thrall equals SS-Ral, damn, it equals Yi-Gi-Ral or also written as X-Ral X-Ral. Don't you know the Warcraft series? Eventually, after arguing for a long time, we were able to decide on something. How about Reinhardt? Oddly enough, it's a very main character-like name, but I think it's a better name than Hellscream. It wouldn't hurt to add a few more syllables. A king's name can't be too simple, only if it's even longer than that it would be a pain to say. I also don't want to be mistaken as a noble or something. That's how it got decided. It wasn't particularly flashy, nor was it something weird. It was just a name. Chapter 20. At Loyar's announcement, a sloppy, but strong-looking guy, who probably was the second-in-command here, chimed in. Big sis, where should we put him? Oh, don't make him do anything. Loyar shook her head. I'm gonna send him to temple. At those words, the beggars made rather strange expressions. Did ye eat something wrong? Huh. One of the beggars who said something along those lines slightly shrank back, when Loyar raised one of her eyebrows as if they were talking bullshit. No, why did you suddenly accept this kid when you stubbornly refused to let any in before, cause they done even know anything? And temple? There certainly weren't any children my age in Loyar's beggar group. Teenagers who derailed and ran away from home definitely were as hard to control as rabid dogs. So, it was quite natural that they asked something like that. Loyar shook her head. This guy's our future. It felt weird suddenly becoming a bunch of beggars' future. Maybe I've actually become the future of these guys to a certain extent. Everyone's expression showed more and more confusion. Loyar looked at the beggars, who were thoroughly dumbfounded, and placed her hands on her hips. The king of beggars began her speech. As y'all know, we have nothing and we don't know anything. Ain't that right? Some of you keep talking about the good old times where y'all were great, but look at you now. Left to rot in some gutter. That's why we got together like this. So that the ones who don't exist can also live their lives. But how long do ya plan to live like that? I don't care if it just were me, but you guys don't want to live like this, right? You want to get out of this life, right? But it's too late for us to learn anything new. So through our power, money, yes, using our capital, we will nurture talented people who'd be responsible for this gang's future. Thinking what she said was quite plausible, Loyar seemed content. Somehow, this is the first time I've witnessed such charisma in any of my lives. I instructed Loyar to briefly explain this, as a strategy to nurture talent for the future of the gang and to first heavily focus their capital into one talent with the goal of optimizing the situation of all the beggars here. One of the beggars tilted their head at Loyar's proud declaration. Big sis, I don't think sending some guys to temple would suddenly make us sleep on feather cushions, though? A valid concern. Of course, Elaris and I came up with a lot of excuses to deal with this situation. If I say it's like that, then it is like that. You bastards. However, Loyar just shouted at them, not tolerating any protests. If that's what the boss said, I guess you're right. And everyone accepted that one sentence rather than millions of excuses. That was a boss for you. However, would it be worse to be found out to be a demon with the air of a beggar organization? Aren't they both pretty dog-like existences? Strictly speaking, Loyar's words weren't just cheap excuses. Everyone was just convinced by the feeling that whatever Loyar told them, they had to do. It was that kind of attitude. Perhaps this wasn't the first time that Loyar made them do something absurd. Loyar took me to a rather big shack and brought someone else with her. A man of strong stature. He was the one who looked like the second-in-command from earlier. Loyar introduced me to this man. Since Loyar was the boss around here, he promised me to treat me comfortably. Say hi to each other. This is our gang's future. Reinhardt. Reinhardt, this is my most trusted younger brother, so you can trust him too. His name is Reborn. Nice to meet you, Reinhardt, I'm Reborn. He was the younger brother favored by a lycanthrope. Was this a friendship that transcended race? It wasn't even 1%, it was friendship with a few decimal places between them. T/N, as in their positions. I'm Reinhardt. I shook hands with him. His hand was as large as a pot lid. Rather than a beggar, he looked more like a retired soldier in a slightly shabby outfit. He gave of a rugged impression. Perhaps because he trusted Loyar just that much, but he didn't question or ask anything about this stranger that appeared out of nowhere she suddenly offered to send to temple. Take him to get an ID tomorrow. If you got time, swing by temple. Yes, big sis. The three of us just sat around for now. It was messy, but it was worlds apart from the hallway inside the Demon King's castle littered with corpses. This place was only dirty, so this was a literal heaven compared to that. I thought about the worst-case scenario and affirmed my present situation. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, it could be worse. Then Reborn spoke up hesitantly as he looked at Loyar. Big sis, what are you gonna do about the tuition? I'm not really sure, but ain't temple for noble children? I heard it costs a lot of money. It was a problem we were already aware of. We made the decision I'd go, but didn't even have a way to solve the most important problem. It wasn't about getting detected, but getting enough money. For that reason, there were doubts whether it would be possible for Loyar to continue paying tuition for temple. The Guardia's Temple was the most famous educational institution on the continent. Not only members of the empire, but also members of leading families from all over the continent often came to study abroad there. Because of that, the tuition was extremely high. The temple itself was an educational institute, but it was also the place that gave the empire the most revenue. Just by getting admitted to temple, one would be able to build connections with a lot of influential people. Nobles didn't hesitate to pay a lot of money just to send their children to temple. However, it was doubtful that this beggar's organization could admit me to temple and continue to support me by paying that sinfully high tuition fee. I already had a contingency plan though. Temple's tuition fee varied depending on the grade and major. However, ordinary students required to pay 50 gold per semester. About 50 million won. That was equivalent to 100 million a year. In addition, tuition wildly varied depending on the major. First of all, you only have to provide the tuition fee for a certain period of time. Are you thinking of going for a scholarship? Of course, I probably was smarter than the average kid, but honestly, there were definitely plenty of kids smarter than me in that place. However, that wasn't what was important. The Empire wants a second and third Artorias. So what if one definitely had the talent, but didn't have the money to get an education at temple? In that case, the tuition will be waived. It sounded like I was guessing, but that's what would happen. Students with outstanding talents, but with limited financial power, were specially managed within temple. Of course, they wouldn't make you pay the huge amount of tuition fees. I was an Archdemon. There should be something I could do. Once I enter the school and get some education, I should be able to find something I'm talented in. After that, tuition would be waived. This isn't just nonsense as well, because I could make a talent bloom with my achievement points. It might not be possible at the moment, but there were plenty of ways to get achievement points if I started sticking close to the main story. Everyone nodded to this as if it was quite plausible. Before I was forced to go to temple, I did say that I wanted to live a comfortable life, but if I had to go anyway, any thoughts about that went right out of the window. I had to become stronger, whether I liked it or not. So, it was important to gather enough money to attend the first semester. From that point on, I'd get woven inside the main story, collect achievement points and develop my talents. That was my goal now. Can we even do that with our earnings? I don't really know, but probably not. Loyar wasn't particularly sharp. Daebun hesitated before he opened his mouth. Well, how about if we cut down on what Big Sis is taking from the gang's finances, the money Sarkigar spend on his aristocratic life? Perhaps Loyar didn't disclose what she used the money she was taking away for. If we do as Daebun said, we'd be able to save up enough money for me to go to temple. However, Loyar firmly shook her head. Didn't I say I had to use it to prevent crap from happening? Yes, you did. Loyar seemed to have told them that she uses the money to bribe the guards, explaining why her gang wasn't cracked down on even though they were the way they were. Of course, I didn't know if she really did that or not. Well, Sarkigar was a noble after all. He probably used his power to prevent this side from getting affected by anything. Either way, neither Loyar nor I could give up the support given to Sarkigar. Daebun sighed. These days our revenue is decreasing. Big Sis, no one is getting close to Bronzegate Bridge anymore. There were rumors spreading that this place housed solicitors. For a long time now, people in the know didn't come close to this place. As such, the revenue was gradually decreasing. That was only natural. This is a serious problem. It seemed like Loyar only realized at that moment that things weren't going as planned. Then she glanced at me, as if telling me to do something. Yes, I was waiting for my turn to speak. How about we think about this a bit differently? Huh? Differently? Daebun furrowed his brows as if what I said was strange. No, these people just didn't have enough sense to improve themselves. The answer was actually quite simple. If the customers are avoiding us, we just have find them ourselves. That was only natural. If one didn't have customers, one had to find some. I got quite restless seeing that they didn't even try to leave this place. It seemed like they were running around this area trying to sell their candy to people passing by. If one market was blocked, one should just open a new one. Who'd help you if you just stayed on the ground saying you're screwed? Find them? Do you mean to expand our power to other regions? That's right. Do you have something in mind? If you'll send them too far away, the kids might get exhausted too quickly. Daebun seemed to think it would be difficult to realize because they had to walk long distances to expand our power. No, this'll make things more comfortable. Comfortable, yes, they just have to go to one place. It's a place with a lot of people coming and going with a huge flow of people, you know? As if wondering where such a dream-like place was located, Loyar and Daebun looked at me with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The monotrain. That place had the largest flow of people in the whole capital. They'd evolved from simple solicitors to subway vendors. Only both Daebun and Loyar were astonished by my idea that could be called revolutionary. That was it. That was how things should be done. Chapter 21. Daebun continued to admire me, saying that he didn't know how we couldn't think of selling things in a place like that. And Loyar also seemed to think that that would be a good idea. I've only been on that train once, but it didn't seem like there were any guards positioned on it yet. There might be complaints against the vendors getting filed, resulting in countermeasures, but that would be in the distant future. It didn't end there. This was my cash cow. Of course, things had to work out here. They had to earn a lot more and be more stable than they had ever been before. In fact, it was difficult for me to believe that either Elaris or Sarkigar would bring in any income. Hence, this place was my lifeline. Of course, just selling candy alone like before would be a little weak, so we have to have something that would draw in everyone's attention. Attention? A place where a large amount of people gathered was overflowing with consumers. Of course, candy alone wouldn't garner much attention. It had to be a product that was specifically targeted at our customers. However, our financial situation isn't good enough to sell the good stuff, you know. Right, of course, it would have been nice if we could sell good quality stuff that people needed, but if that were possible for us, we'd just start an official business. Simply put, something simple, inexpensive that attracted a lot of attention, something that focused on utility rather than quality. Toys would be the best thing to sell in our situation, I believe. Toys? I don't know what stuff they're selling elsewhere, but do ya think they'll sell? Loyar seemed a bit hesitant. I chuckled. Toys are products who are demanded by a different consumer group than the actual purchasers. Huh? What do you mean? Daebun would probably understand, but Loyar wasn't the sharpest. Well, yeah, this was optimized for Isekai characters. Not bad. An Isekai cliché. Talking about completely normal, everyday things as if they were amazing in front of stupid characters. Depending on the level of the things the writer makes the main character say, one could tell the writer's knowledge level. Something along the lines of, "Ah, this is soap. Because of the surfactant in it you can wash your hands really well. There's a 100% chance that you'll feel great about yourself for using the word surfactant, and about 98.235% of people will think you're one smart cookie." Anyway, this time I was talking about toys. It's the kids who will be begging for toys, but it's the parents who have to pay for them. Toys were something kids demanded, but the actual purchase happened through the parents. Let's say a toddler were to cry for that toy on a crowded Mana train. They were both staring at me talking. Then the parents would buy that toy, whether it was poor quality or not. I didn't know how I should explain knowing this, even though I lost my memory, but I was sure they'll hear me out. If they keep suspecting me, I didn't think it would be such a bad idea to tell them the truth. I could even tell them I was a writer, however that would probably sound like nonsense to them. I had no intention of acting careless purposefully though. Anyway, Loyar and Daebun were looking at me almost as if I was some kind of devil's spawn. Well, wasn't I kind of one? "You're terrible," without realizing it, Loyar's true intentions slipped out of her mouth. I was surprised myself. "Even if you treat me comfortably because I'm a kid, huh? You want me to be good? Huh? Didn't you say we should live comfortably together?" I was getting a little mad. "Come on, let's do our best." I reached out my palm. "Het." Loyar, of course, gave me her paw out of reflex. Her face was completely blank. Conclusion: I didn't have any more plausible bullshit but toys in stock. There were many other conditions I added. For starters, they needed some neat clothes and a sales book to keep track of the articles they sold. Like that they wouldn't be shunned at least. They would at first do it like they did so far, but I've been trying to urge them to become more customer-friendly in the future. We also had to think about our products though. Daebun was very impressed with the measures I had taken. He told me that he now understood why his big sis wanted to send me to temple. He even generously praised me, saying that I deserve being their gang's brain. He even mentioned that it would be great if I received advanced education there. With just a few words his attitude changed, as if he just received $1,000 instead of having to pay off a debt of $1,000. I joined amidst the group to get to know them a bit better at least. To be honest, it felt pretty uncomfortable, but I couldn't avoid them anyway. It seemed like Loyar usually doesn't do anything but sleep. She apparently did make an appearance when it was time to punch someone. I heard that Daebun praised that guy. Although Loyar acted as the boss, it seemed like it was actually Daebun's role to manage the organization. Loyar said she'd send me to temple, and Daebun didn't hold back with his compliments, claiming that I wasn't an ordinary person, so the other members seemed to be looking upon me quite favorably, albeit still a bit skeptical. "Hey, have a drink." They offered alcohol to me without hesitation. Although one could see I was a minor at first glance, it seemed like they didn't care about that. Hey, all of this. I, who was in my 30s, also wanted to have a taste, but I was rather surprised. "Hey, what are you giving alcohol to some kid?" There were some who said things like that, but I just giggled slightly and downed the drink in one go, before they could dissuade me. Whoa, awesome. Everyone burst into laughter seeing me do this. It's a little bitter, but who cares? Alcohol is alcohol and water is water, so it wouldn't matter anyway. The old man who poured me the drink chuckled. His breath didn't smell that good, but it didn't really matter. That young and already knows how to drink. Huh? Is there a life without alcohol? Well said. This is it. Oh, we can become great friends. I've been getting drunk ever since I was your age, now look at me. Haha. Then let's get drunk again today. Let's goo. Let's goo. Let's drink. Here we goo. Without them I probably wouldn't be able to live, so I couldn't be picky and ungrateful. I drank vigorously with the beggars until far into the night. Surprisingly, these gents knew how to drink the right way. No, well, I actually was an old man, so of course I couldn't help but match these old men's pace. They asked me this and that, and I wasn't that drunk, so I answered them as I planned. But how did she get here? I don't even remember anymore when I was abandoned. I was just drifting from place to place. Too young to remember when I was abandoned, Lawyer found me while I was wandering around the streets, so she took me in. My origins were unknown. Everyone patted me on the shoulder saying that I must have had a hard time while still being so young. I was also told that I should go to temple and become a great man. Don't be like us. They said. They gave me some advice that almost brought me to tears. By the way, what's the name of this gang? It seemed that Loyar was called by the nickname Arine's Wild Dog, and she repeatedly called this organization a gang. Didn't they have another name for it? What the hell, the name can't just be gang, right? Oh yeah. There's a big intersection up there. Intersection? What did that have to do with anything? What, does the newcomer not even know what this gang's name is? One of the middle-aged men burst into laughter. Rotary gang, dude. Remember that? Ah. After seeing this drunken chaos in the middle of the night, Lawyer got mad, sighing, "What gave you the idea to make a kid drink alcohol?" It felt like I got drunk, and my elder sister dragged me away to scold me. I actually did get nagged, but it was very different from my old days. Did the former prince not drink before? Still, probably because I played around with the others at what felt like a welcome party, everyone seemed to see me as a very nice guy. The next day, I made it my goal to somehow sort out the situation of the Rotary gang. Even though they were on my side, I didn't make the mistake of thinking that I knew everything about them. The reason I drank with them yesterday was obviously because I wanted to get to know the Rotary gang as well as its members as much as possible. The Rotary gang had about 200 members. That's quite the number. I didn't know what the exact income of the solicitors was, but if it was enough to support the everyday life of a nobleman, then one could assume that it was quite high. However, not only were they able to support a nobleman, but they were also able to cover food costs and received compensation money, you know? Just how many candies did they have to sell a day for that to be possible? Even if every single one of them sold one candy worth 5 bronze coins every day, which would just amount to 1,000 bronze coins and 10 silver coins, that would just be 100,000 won. Even if everyone sold 10 pieces each, it would just be 1,000,000 won. Moreover, not everyone is mobilized at once to sell candy. It seemed impossible to even maintain this group with just that. Of course, there were people who begged as well as those who solicited, but I didn't know if that would be enough to maintain such a huge group. The Rotary gang must have had a different source of income. There was no way that Kierkegaard and Elleris didn't know about this. It appeared that they didn't tell me on purpose. Loyar, Elleris and Kierkegaard kept some secrets from me about the Rotary gang's source of income. I was wondering what was going on, so I asked Loyar directly. Loyar usually hung around the bonfire deep in the sewers, where no one ever set foot in, whiling away her time or sleeping. I believe you have a different source of income somewhere else, but just what is it? You don't need to know. Lawyer cut me off as if she didn't want to tell me. Okay, then just answer me one thing. Yeah. Are you hurting people? It's nothing like that, but sometimes that's what happens as a result of it. That was how Lawyer answered. It wasn't something that necessarily hurt people, but in some cases it might happen as a result of it. I heard that the gang has about 200 members. Yes, that's right. However, I believe there are only about 50 people living here. 50 was still a large number, but it certainly wasn't more than 200. This was an indirect question pertaining as to where the rest of the members were. Lawyer let out a short sigh. It's like she understood that I wouldn't back down so easily. I didn't tell you because I thought it would be better if you didn't know about these kinds of things. I had no intention of deceiving you. Yeah, it might be a little dangerous if I knew about it, right? That's what you were thinking. Selling candies is just a disguise. Soliciting wasn't their main goal. We are supported by the Guardian Thieves Guild. Their main goal was collecting information that organization wanted when they wanted. That's how it was possible to maintain a group of this size, Loyar added. So, I was right about this being the fantasy version of the Beggars sect. The Rotary Gang was the information-gathering organization the Guardian Thieves Guild outsourced. Even if beggars were driven out, they were rarely suspected. Then, at my question of whether my proposed change in soliciting method was meaningless then, Lawyer shook her head. We are inextricably linked to the Thieves Guild, but the more dependent we are on them, the more they will try to control us. If the gang can operate only with the gang's profit, that alone would be meaningful. In the end, the proposal I made yesterday meant a lot to Loyar and Daebun. If the group couldn't maintain themselves without the support of the Thieves Guild, they would try to use the Rotary Gang more and more freely. However, if the Rotary Gang's own revenue grew, it could be freed from further interference from the Thieves Guild. I did notice that Daebun was unusually excited, so that might have been the reason. It's complicated in many ways, but in the end it was all about money. I could also understand now what she meant with that it could end up harming someone, as they didn't know what the Thieves Guild would do with their information. You don't need to know much about this. You can just go to temple using the fact that you are from this side and forget about us. She told the gang members that I was their future, however what she truly meant was that I should just focus on training myself at temple. I didn't have a reason to care about the Rotary Gang's matters. Even if there were problems with the Rotary Gang, Elleris suggested that I should just cut ties with them after I got them to pay tuition for me and I entered the school. If I developed some kind of talent, I would be exempted from paying tuition fees and I would no longer have a need to be involved with the Rotary Gang. That was why Loyar, Elleris and Kierkegaard didn't tell me about the gang's secret source of income, which I didn't need to know about. If I've satisfied you now, go with Daebun. You need to make an ID. Aside from gathering the admission fees, I needed an identity first. Let's take a single step at a time. Shit, I had chosen a path when I was at the crossroads between just quietly waiting for the ending to pass and setting foot in the main story. I wanted to live comfortably, but in the end, I ended up having to join Temple. If it couldn't be helped, I would just have to do something about it, just like I did when I saved Charlotte the other day. After entering Temple, I had to clench my teeth. Only the future would change greatly depending on how strong I became. At that time, Sarkigar, Elaris and Loyar, they all would find out that the demon realm wasn't that important. In Chapter 22 I was told that Daebun created a lot of identities for people that had no origins. He took me to the Imperial City Bureau, so to speak, to a nearby district office. The person in charge looked tried as if he had seen Daebun many times, maybe even questioning why he had come again. You're looking quite neat today. It's because I've brought a child this time. Hey, I didn't know you actually cared that much. Perhaps because Daebun played the role of my guardian today, he wore clean clothes and bathed today. I did the same. The person in charge didn't seem to be all that fussy, as if this had already happened frequently, except that we looked rather neat. He didn't have any suspicions or questions, completing the procedure swiftly. When I received the Dreadfiend's ring, I thought long and hard as to what to change my appearance to. Naturally, I should have a lot of hair. I shouldn't be too handsome or too ugly. I did want to live as a super handsome man, but I didn't want to attract too much attention with my looks. That was the first thing Elaris told me. So I tried to make myself look moderately good-looking. Blonde hair, slightly curly blue eyes. Neither the hair color nor the eye color were especially rare. It was good enough to look slightly better than average. I was a bit good-looking, but not overwhelmingly handsome. Name? I'm Reinhardt. Where were you born? I don't know. Well, you don't even know from what town you come from. The person in charge looked at me rather frustrated. Yes. I don't really remember, because I was abandoned when I was very young. He didn't ask for much more information after that. He told me to put my hand on some mana stone in front of the table. He seemed to check something and then nodded. There's definitely no data on you. You must have lived a rather righteous life. He suddenly spoke some nonsense, but I could roughly understand what that meant. This seemed to be something like a fingerprint reader, so if I were caught by the guards after I committed even a petty crime, my data would have already been registered. Homeless children like me were more likely to commit crimes, but seeing that I did not have such records, he presumed that I lived a righteous life. After all, my birthplace and address were unknown, but I couldn't just leave it blank, so I just made up a date of birth with those two. The birthplace was set as a suitable city that disappeared a long time ago, and my address was south of the Bronzegate Bridge. It seemed like I owned the bridge, but I actually lived under it. Due to the advanced nature of the Empire, they had a magic tool with which I was able to get a photo for my ID card. Daebun and I left the office, sent off with the reminder to periodically come around to renew the ID. So, it really was no different from a modern district office. They were too expedient, to a shocking degree at that. However, that was good. That was pretty easy. We gave him some things after all, so of course our stay would have been comfortable. I assumed that the person in charge was provided with a variety of things. I did feel that he was too easygoing. If he got caught doing things like this, the outcome would be pretty clear. I checked my ID that was in the form of a metal card. It showed a picture, my name, date of birth, and identification number. It wasn't much different from a modern ID card. The same went for the registration of biometric data. Only its appearance fit into medieval fantasy, but its convenience wasn't much different from the modern world. Once again, it was medieval fantasy. Anyway, to sum it up in a single sentence, it was convenient. The town was still in an excited frenzy as a result of their victory. That atmosphere would last for a very long time. The improvement event when the war veterans returned would be on an even greater scale. A long festival would follow. Now that I had an ID, I decided to smoothly proceed with my admission to Temple. By the way, does Temple just admit anyone who has money? Wasn't there something like they won't accept commoners or something? While we were on the way to Temple, Daebun tilted his head. Well, I never heard anything like that. The tuition fees were just so high that it was almost impossible to enter the school unless one was a noble's child, had wealthy parents, or was part of a merchant's family. If one had the confidence to pay hundreds of millions of won a year, depending on what major one picked, one was free to go. If one wanted to pursue higher education, one would have to expect to pay twice as much. 50 gold coins was the average. Depending on one's major, tuition fees could rise to unimaginable amounts. Of course, there was a scholarship system, and there were cases where children were exempted from the tuition depending on how much they contributed to the empire. So, after the end of the war, a huge amount of medals would be handed out, leading the temple to be crowded with more freshmen than usual starting with the next year. Temple was so expensive because they reinvested that money earned from that huge tuition fee into talented children. Most don't get that much education. Daebun took me to the Iridian district. That would be where the Gwanek district and Seoul National University were located in Korea. The only difference was that temple was a much larger educational institution covering the entire Gwanek district. Therefore, it was only natural that the number of students was also astronomically high, meaning the money that went into this school was equally astronomical. Not only that, in order to prevent non-students from wandering around the campus, temple was equipped with physical barriers as well as large-scale magic barriers that block those that weren't students, faculty, or people who had permission to enter. The temple's security, crime prevention system and barriers that I set up were exactly the same as the imperial castles. There were children said to come from each country's powerful family, so they created an environment in which they could fully focus on their studies without worrying about their safety. That's why everyone was able to send their children off to a faraway place with a peace of mind, and it would be a big deal if any of the students were to get harmed or abducted while they were walking around the campus, so they put huge emphasis on the safety measures. Of course, there were loopholes, because an incident had to happen after all. If the defense and countermeasures were too perfect, incidents wouldn't be able to happen. No one wanted that, especially me. Anyway, Temple was practically a town's name, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense to say we arrived at Temple to begin with. The monotrain couldn't even go inside of Temple. We arrived at the admission office outside Temple. Daebun couldn't keep his mouth shut. This is my first time coming here, so why are there so many people here? The admission counseling center on its own was already huge enough to be called a school, and what was even more surprising was the number of people waiting near the entrance. They were people waiting to get admitted. They all pulled a number ticket, all of whom were children with their parents next to them. Daebun just couldn't understand that there were so many rich people out there trying to send their children to temple. I knew what this was about. Maybe that's what it is. What do you mean? Children with special talents can enter temple for free. That's what they're trying to confirm here. Will there even be cases like that? One could never know. I put it as if it was just a guess, however it was actually the truth. Even though it was difficult for them to pay the tuition, there were some parents who thought their child had special powers or was a genius. Parents who couldn't afford to pay the school fees would come here with their children, counting on that possibility. Of course, most of them get sent back disappointed that there was no talent to be found, but they definitely did discover children with special talents, allowing them to enter the school. The probability was just very low. There were 4 forces in this world as a great whole: combat, magic, divine power, and a power that was completely different from those 3, a power that hadn't been discovered even after a long time. Supernatural power. Combat wasn't just about being able to run well, but being able to display superhuman powers after one grew up. Such was the case with Artorias. The Knights of Duke Salirian who pursued me must have been those with similar powers. However, even on the side of the demon realm, there were monsters a lot stronger. There was a good reason why the gargoyle was able to crush these veteran knights in a single blow. In any case, those that have the potential to develop superhuman powers will go on to learn martial arts. Children who were unusually smart or were discovered to have magic-related talents would go on to major in magic. Those who show talent in divine power would go down the path of a priest or paladin. And very rarely, children sometimes awaken to bizarre abilities. These powers, dubbed supernatural powers, had not yet been fully elucidated, because it wasn't an ability that could be learned and used like magic. Some people might not even be able to control them properly. That was why the Empire was taking special care towards these supernatural powers. They weren't used as resources in the Demon World War, but they could be very dangerous depending on the person. Depending on the level of danger, users with supernatural powers that were thought to be out of control would eventually be disposed of secretly. For children with supernatural powers, Temple served as an institution to socialize as well as learn how to control and develop their abilities. Of course, most of the children gathered here would most likely fall under none of these 4 classes. Having talent was rare. Really rare. By the way, with so many people here, will we even get our turn today? Daebun seemed to be thinking about a much more realistic problem. I was rather sure that if we were to line up there we would have to wait for a really long time. Perhaps so long until they closed their doors, so we couldn't know if we would even be able to get in today. Of course, that was an unnecessary worry. We're here to apply for admission, not for consultation, right? We didn't come here to try for the free admission, because we didn't have enough money or something. Ah, that's right. We proudly entered through the entrance to apply for admission, not into the admission cancellation office. Unlike the admission cancellation office, the place to apply for admission was quiet. Of course, there were people there, but the place they waited in was decorated very luxuriously. There were some parents who bawled their eyes out at the thought that they had to say goodbye to their children soon, perhaps because they came from afar, and some children who whined that they didn't want to go. No matter how good Temple was, you could always find people like that. What did they know? Just because they had to part with their parents. This is the window for admission applications. Seeing me and Daebun, who looked rather neat, but also rather penniless, the counter staff tried to gently guide us to the other side. That's only Daebun froze by my side, perhaps because that was his first time coming to a place filled with enormously wealthy people. No, why would my guardian be scared, huh? I came here to pay the admission fee. On the contrary, when I spoke up calmly, the staff looked rather embarrassed. Chapter 23 The admissions counseling center was practically crowded with people. But the admissions application office was quiet and each student had a one-on-one meeting with a counselor to receive counseling. Said counselor said they came because we said we had the money to apply, but they looked at Daebun with a look of disbelief. This may sound rude, but may I tell you something in advance? Yes. Go ahead. Daebun was completely frozen, so I just stepped up. The counselor continued with a slightly apologetic expression. There are some people who only pay tuition for one semester. Those who wish to first enter the school. It was true that 50 gold was a huge amount of money, but if they liquidated everything you had, there may be some people who could afford it, so there were some people who only paid for one semester like this. Was this about that? Can you not do that? If we couldn't, wouldn't that mean my plans wouldn't go through? The counselor also spoke respectfully to me. Perhaps it became a habit after meeting so many children of higher-ranking people. Of course, if you don't have the money to pay the tuition for this semester and the next, it's a rule to expel these people after a certain period of time. So if I don't have the money for the next semester, I won't be able to register? Yes, in principle. However, there is no reason to sanction this just because of that, as not all the students admitted like that would end up this way sometimes, that is. What? Was there an additional setting or environment created by some probability that I didn't set up? The counselor hesitated to speak. They would first pay the tuition for just a single semester and then, they would try to build up friendships with other more financially stable children during that semester. They then would ask them to pay the tuition for the next semester. There were quite a few like that. Oh, I seem to know what they were talking about. Children would whine to their parents that a close friend of theirs had to leave Temple because they lacked money. There were parents who would listen to them, but this is rather damaging towards Temple's image, in many ways. Even if the tuition for Temple was pretty expensive, that was of little importance to those who were very wealthy. In Temple, where nobles, commoners, and royalty lived together, friendships transcending their social status sometimes occurred. Therefore, there were children who entered for one semester in the hopes of building such a connection. Of course, it was mostly the parents that made them. Even if it wasn't just to make them pay their tuition fees, they calculated that it would be beneficial just to have an extremely wealthy friend. The children might make a fuss about their friends leaving, but the parents might just go complain to Temple why they would let beggars just casually wander around their grounds. I didn't even think of that when I set up Temple, but indeed, short-term admissions could be used like that. It's ridiculous, sad, and pathetic that I didn't think of that. After this became a problem, we decided to no longer admit children whose parents cannot financially support them well enough to allow them to study here for a considerable amount of time while at Temple. The other problem is that if children just leave after one semester, the other ones who were close to them would also end up very hurt. Temple's stance on this was understandable if anything. Changing classmates too often was also detrimental to the children. Even if that student was just trying to mooch off of other kids, I would also want to implement such a policy if I were in their shoes. However, I was planning on developing my talent after entering the school to become a permanent scholarship student, They probably wouldn't believe me if I started saying things like that. Wouldn't my path be immediately blocked if I told them I was the successor of the Bronze Gate Rotary Gang? Rather, I might have had a better chance if I had come from Sarkigar's side. Once you have prepared the documents to prove your financial status, we can review them. You don't seem to have that much leeway though. The counselor was very politely dismissing the two of us, however I wasn't particularly offended by that. The Demon Prince couldn't enter Temple because he didn't have enough money. We came with the confidence that I'd be easily admitted. That soon turned into the feeling of needing to beg to be let in. Daebun lowered his head as if he had committed a crime. No, if you don't have money, then you don't. It's not your fault, dude. What was I supposed to do? I didn't think I would come across such an obstacle. The Rotary Gang had many people, but it was difficult to prove their finances. It may have been possible to borrow money through the Thieves' Guild, but that was just ridiculous, as that would rather prove that I had connections to a criminal organization. As expected, my only other option would be to change my appearance again, get another ID card, and enter as Sarkigar's adopted son. Sai, there's nothing more I can do. Can't we do that inspection thing or something? When I was about to get up, Daebun said something out of the blue. An inspection? What inspection? If it's an inspection. Daebun had a desperate expression on his face. He might be a genius or have supernatural powers. Well, wouldn't that be possible? Does it cost money to do the inspection? No, what's wrong with this man? The counselor looked puzzled at Daebun's sudden outburst. Of course, we conduct inspections at the Application Consultation Center, not at the admittance office. Inspections alone do not cost money. However, the chances of a child having a talent are rather slim. Most children don't have a single talent. What the counselor said was true. I didn't have any talent right now. So there was no hope for the thing Daebun suggested with such a desperate expression. Hey, let's just get out of here, Daebun. Well, we wouldn't know about that if we didn't try. How long does it take to get tested? Does it take long? It doesn't take that long. You just have to touch the physical scanner, but you shouldn't do this here in the admittance office. The counselor seemed troubled by Daebun's sudden obstinate attitude. They looked between me and Daebun and eventually sighed slightly. Okay, since you came all the way here already. The counselor rummaged through one of the counseling rooms and took out a magic tool, saying, "It won't take that long." A physical scanner, so to speak, was this world's talent and status meter. They determined one's current ability and potential talent with these things. This was the staple among convenient settings. If I didn't add something like that, wouldn't that have been too difficult? I would have had to describe it a lot more and vague at that, so there was a need for a state window. Like that, one could immediately determine how strong a character was. Stat windows would quantify strength in numbers. Without it, I would have had to describe the strength through events. I would have to explain it like before I did this and that, and I just couldn't do it, but now I feel like I got stronger. That was just too annoying and difficult. Attack power increased by 1000. Wasn't that just too comfortable to write? I love it. But anyway, what Daebun was doing now was pretty much meaningless. I don't think this will be worth it, Daebun. If you got nothing to lose by doing this, then just do it. Or is there something wrong with that? It seemed like Daebun wanted me to take it as it was free anyway. He seemed to think that I desperately needed to enter temple. I had another way, but Daebun didn't know about that. He was just thinking of me. He was such a nice guy. However, that didn't mean that I suddenly have some talent. You just have to keep your hands on the scanner. Wait for about a minute. To determine my talent, I will have to put my hands on a crystal ball. My talents will then be printed out on a tablet-like magic tool the counselor held. There's nothing I have talent for. It's not like they'll be able to see that I'm a demon through this, right? Or see that I have that skill, demon domination, right? I didn't think so. I had Sarkagar's ring after all. Demon domination was a unique skill of the Archdemon race. It was completely sealed after I changed using the ring. Since it was an ability I could only use in the form of Valier, it should be hidden. Of course, it might not be as well. I should just run with the ring. Let's just go back and think about how to change my looks next. Yeah, let's do that. The counselor suddenly tapped on the tablet. Was it that thing where you continue to tap on an iPad when it's not working properly? Did you find something? At Daebun's question, they shook their head. My apologies. It seems that it's broken. This item is only rarely used here. They left the counseling room as if they didn't even know how that tool worked, as they were actually more used to dealing with the wealthy, but didn't have any experience checking for talent. They said they'd bring a new tool over. Didn't they find something? I shook my head at the expectant Daebun. No way. I checked my status again, but of course, I couldn't find a single talent in it. I knew my condition better than any magic tool could. I brought a new one. I even checked its functionality, so it should work this time. It seemed like the counselor was gradually getting exhausted. It probably was because we caused them extra work just for someone who had no talent at all. I put my hand on the newly arrived crystal ball, and the counselor was speechless. What is it malfunctioning again? The counselor furrowed their brows. How strange. I've never seen anything like this before. Perhaps because they were bewildered, but the counselor spoke informally this time. Is it something that breaks easily? No, it's not a very complicated tool after all. As if he couldn't understand what was going on, the counselor showed the corresponding part of the tablet screen to Daebun. Should I even call it a screen? It kept blinking. I kind of wanted to know what characters it displayed and why it just kept blinking. What was this? Was that a talent? Do I have the talent to break machines? Wouldn't it be better if I didn't have that kind of talent? That's one of the shittiest, most common talents I had ever heard of. It was as bad as that kitchen disaster attribute. It was so common that it wasn't even used anymore. But now when it gets mentioned, it feels rather novel, but it was still hella old-fashioned, you hear. Don't give me that. The counselor asked me to put my hands down and put his own on the crystal. Looks like the tool is working normally. The counselor then asked Daebun if he had his talents measured before, then told him to put his hands on it this time. Certainly, the tool has no defects. That screen blinked so much, it was apparent that I was the cause. The counselor asked me to put my hand back on the crystal. Just hold your hands on it for a second this time. Yes. What the hell? I held my hands on the crystal ball for circa a second as I was told. The tablet screen was again blinking wildly. Soon after, the counselor opened their mouth speechlessly. What I think I know now. In that case there were all sorts of cases before, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. What do you mean? Daebun approached the counselor with an excited expression on his face. There are cases where a subject doesn't show a specific talent, but aptitude. For example, it's not developed enough to be a talent, but if the subject works hard, they would be able to be outstanding at a certain field. It's a kind of subconcept of talent. Aptitude? Ah, I knew what that was. For example, someone with an aptitude for swordsmanship would be better in learning swordsmanship than archery or spearmanship. If a person with an aptitude for swordsmanship continued to study swordsmanship, he or she may become very gifted with the sword, or even excel more than someone who has talent in it, even if it isn't a talent. So what does all that mean? Daebun was excited. This device can read not only talent, but also what field the subject has an aptitude for. So they have this kind of service at the counseling center. Even if a child doesn't have a talent, they will tell them what aptitudes they have. It was rare for a child who doesn't have talent to not have any aptitude as well. Identifying aptitudes. There were people who came from far away to receive counseling for the temple admission, so even if the child wasn't a genius, they will tell them what route would fit the child best. Your child has no talent. However, since he has aptitudes in these and other areas, please make him study this and this. Temple seemed to provide that kind of service. The counselor turned the tablet screen and showed it to Daebun. It seemed that this was the first time that for them witnessing such a case. Only swordsmanship aptitude, archery aptitude, magic sensitivity aptitude, spiritual aptitude. The screen was filled, showing all the aptitudes I had. It seems that Reinhardt was born with an aptitude for everything in the world. The screen wasn't blinking. My aptitudes were almost infinite, so the screen was just constantly updating. Chapter 24. I really don't have any idea what to call this. Were you born with God's blessing, or was this some type of supernatural power? The counselor looked puzzled. However, I knew what caused this. I could certainly force an ability that I originally didn't have to become my talent using achievement points. Even if I didn't have enough points to do that, the possibility was still there. Therefore, I was currently in a state where I could have all the talents in the world. I was born possessing every aptitude in existence, so that it wouldn't be impossible for me to get certain talents. The counselor seemed dumbfounded. In this case, I don't know if it would be possible. Having an aptitude in both swordsmanship and archery wasn't really a problem, but if this data is correct, then Reinhardt can use both black magic and divine power. I could both wield the power of darkness as well as holy power. Of course, it would be impossible to be able to use both of them at the same time, but it was possible for me. By the way, there has never been a case that a child was granted a special admission only based on their aptitude A, and not on talent. The counselor seemed to think that this wasn't a problem he could solve with his authority alone. Then he could be admitted to temple, right? Daebun seemed to block out the details and only heard what he wanted to hear. This is such an unprecedented situation, but as this is such a special case, the counselor blankly nodded their head. Perhaps, I think. Good for you, men. It's Daebun slapped me on the back and shouted. That almost killed me. In the end, it seemed it was just a delusion that I knew my condition best. Through Daebun's useless insistence, I could now see for sure what my condition was like. I didn't know something like this would happen. An aptitude for everything? Yes, that's what they said. Loyar's eyes widened when I told her the inspection's results. It wasn't over just with the counselor's words. After that, a professional wizard appeared to precisely check my talents. So after suffering for a while, it was confirmed that the judgment on my aptitudes was true. Hey, isn't that a lot more than we expected? That's what she said, but I could feel the tremendous admiration in her words. Even the previous Demon King wouldn't have been like that. Although I had no talent, I was born with the aptitude to acquire talents in any field. This may just be a correction caused by being able to interfere with my body using this system, but that correction in itself was already a tremendous ability. These aptitudes included even opposing aptitudes. It was possible for a person who had no talent or aptitude for swordsmanship to become a master swordsman by training swordsmanship. However, it would be very difficult. One had to overcome this wall with effort. But why would a person who had no aptitude for it train swordsmanship? Wouldn't it be better to just wake up from those delusions? No one could just have strengths. Even those geniuses who had many aptitudes and talents had also a good amount of inadequacies. For example, if a person had an aptitude for divine powers, of course, they wouldn't be able to use black magic. Conversely, a person who had an aptitude for black magic would not be able to learn divine magic. Some abilities rejected their counterparts. But I didn't have a single inadequacy. Of course, I didn't know if it was possible to give myself inadequacies, but like hell that's going to happen. Am I crazy? I went to temple with the intention of paying the tuition for a semester, but ended up on a completely different path. I'd have to return to the admissions office sometime later, but I've been told that they'll most likely decided on granting special admission. I didn't think much of it right now, but if there's some guy capable of being good at anything, it would be rather weird to not let him enroll through special admission. This was an unexpected windfall. Just because they decided to let me enroll through special admission, we didn't have to create a hole in the gang's funds. There was no more need to leave traces behind by paying the tuition with their money. Everyone wanted me to have an environment in which I could completely focus on improving myself in temple. Like this, everyone would be satisfied. No matter what happened later with the Rotary gang, it wouldn't affect me. But you don't look very good, though? I smiled at Daebun's words. And no, it's nothing. This is great. Like this, I can enter even without being part of the gang. But just as Daebun said, I wasn't in such a good mood. Originally, my plan was to gradually develop my talents over a semester, and then I was planning to be exempted from tuition, leading me to join the main story through said talent. However, in terms of development, I might have a higher chance to enter the main story like this rather than as a simple scholarship student. Temple had two types of special classes. The Royal class, which one could enter through talent, and the Orbis class, which one could enter through skill. Students with exceptional talent entered the Royal class. Students who lacked talent, but gained outstanding abilities through hard work, entered the Orbis class. There was a certain rivalry between these two classes, but that would come into play later. It would be only after a long time that the Orbis class was mentioned. Anyway, entering the main story meant that I would soon join one of Temple's special classes, which will probably be the Royal class. There was a high chance that I would enter the Royal class because I was recognized for my potential talent and not my outstanding ability. Originally, I planned to slowly enter the story by building my power for one semester and then climb to that position later. However, I would end up entering the Royal class right from the beginning. That meant that I would be together with the main characters right when the main story starts. I would bump into them without thinking much or planning to do so. If the story changed because of my actions, I would receive some achievement points, but the consequence of that would be that the story might bounce into weird directions. All the events would become unpredictable. I would have to use the achievement points I received by changing the future to see how the future changed. I would gain nothing from that. I could get other benefits, but those achievement points are the most important to me right now, so I couldn't just waste them. That's why I wanted to take that one semester to plan things out, but that opportunity got stolen from me. Phew, therefore, I couldn't help but sigh deeply thinking about the special admission. Anyway, I was pretty sure this development is happening purposefully. What kind of novel was The Demon King is Dead, you may ask? Although it was a novel I wrote, it was more like part of my dark history though. It got the worst ranking and tons of bad reviews. This was supposed to be a slice-of-life story that took place after the Demon King got defeated. The story took place in Temple, located in the imperial capital Guardium, where people with immense power and wealth gathered. Although they nurtured talent specialized in combat, teaching things like magic and marital arts, Temple, who was recognized as the cradle of all learning, also encompassed elementary, secondary, and higher education. The number of students, excluding the faculty, exceeded 100,000. From elementary school onwards, they adopted a similar teaching system as universities. One could apply for classes one wanted to take. Therefore, there were a lot of kids who never ran into each other even though they were in the same class if they don't take the same courses. Even in a place like that, the main stage was the Royal class, one of the two most important classes in Temple, the other one being the Orbis class. Those two classes were filled with the most talented of the Empire, the ones placed the most expectations on. Of course, they all held permanent scholarships. However, let's keep the Orbis class out of this talk for now. I won't run into them anyway for the time being. Anyway, one of the two flagships of Temple. Royal class perks. Even if a course is already filled to capacity, one may still apply for said course. Even courses that go beyond one's grade could be applied for, as consideration for the geniuses. Therefore, the Royal class was inevitably the object of envy and jealousy of ordinary students. In addition, Temple shoulders the cost to maintain a certain level of dignity as well as a luxurious dormitory exclusive to the students of the Royal class. There were many who tried to get into the Royal class using their money and power. However, one could only enter Temple through money. However, the Royal class didn't know status, rank, or wealth. Only talent determined whether one could enter or not. Higher education at Temple started with high school. It didn't end there. Temple's higher education, including the royal class, consisted of 6 grades just like elementary school. That meant that a 6th grade high schooler wasn't that uncommon in this world. Simply put, it was like graduating from middle school and then immediately attending college for 6 years. In reality, it was more like starting from the first year of high school and ending with the 3rd year of college. Of course, it was possible to attend for 3 years and then graduate, but the education is usually completed after the 6th year. After that, there's university, but that was more like a graduate school. The royal class, that could be said to be the best of the best, divided the classes based on talent. The main character belonged to first-year Class B of the high school section. What was different about this was that the royal class, which selected people based on talent, divided the grades based on talents in the early stages of high school. That meant between Class A and Class B of the royal class, Class B was the inferior class, which was made up of children with lower-ranking talents. Since the class was divided in order of talent, the members of the royal class remained the same even when they reached the next grade. Unless someone got eliminated or dropped out in the middle, or a person was added, the number of classmates didn't change from the first year of high school until graduation. Class B, who was the inferior group of talented elites, is where the main character appeared. He first got confused by his defeat-ridden classmates, endured humiliation and ridicule from the kids of Class A who were more talented and powerful, and eventually they were able to overtake Class A with the power of love and friendship. That's the kind of youth drama I was planning to write. Not interesting at all? Sounds like it was no fun to read? Of course, it was hella boring. Stories about weaker students overcoming stronger students through hard work was rather common and nothing new. The power of love and friendship? People are doing well on their own these days. If you let your classmates suck away your own life like carcinogens, they'll think they're hot shit after you cared for them and helped them grow. I should have stopped writing right away after hearing what the person in charge told me. Anyway, it was now February. The main story would also start with the new semester in the same year as the end of the Demon World War. You have been admitted to Temple Royal Class 1A, and the Temple admissions office judged my infinite aptitude to be an advanced talent. There was nothing really good about that. Class A would be the place I'd receive my education in later. Are you worried? I was currently at Elleris Scroll Shop. I'd lie if I said no. I sighed. It's nice that they think I have some crazy talent. Being able to get in through special admission is also good, but it seems difficult to actually meet these expectations as fast as they hope. I didn't have to be around the Bronzegate Bridge all day, so I went to visit Elleris. The Rotary Gang was also relieved of its financial pressure thanks to me getting in through special admission. So until the entrance ceremony I was going back and forth between Bronzegate and Elleris Scroll Shop. I'm sure you'll do a good job. Elleris gave me a reassuring smile. Yeah, I could become anything. I knew that I was just nervous because I was nothing and hadn't done anything yet. Thanks to my aptitudes, which were judged as an advanced talent, I was able to bypass numerous procedures required for admission. If one had a highest-ranking talent, Temple didn't simply admit the student, rather they'd just take them in. That was why all the sloppy parts about my identity and origin were just glossed over. Rather, Temple itself became my guardian. Things worked out incredibly well. However, even if things worked out somehow, there was a definite future, so thinking about my friends from Class A made my head hurt. Above all else, living in the dormitory without Elleris, Loyar or Sarkigar who were practically my guardians, was one more reason for my nervousness. In general, there's this widespread opinion that accidents did not happen at Temple. However, as a writer, I did add in many incidents to happen. I was well aware how sloppy Temple was, or rather than knowing, I made it that way. Elleris grabbed my hand while I was lost in my thoughts. The vampire's low body temperature felt unfamiliar, but at some point that coldness started to feel like warmth. We will support your highness with all our heart. And even if you enter Temple, does that mean that you are banned from going out? I'm not, but still they wouldn't ban me from going out or something. If I wanted to see them I could come out and visit Sarkigar, Loyar or Elleris. Anyway, are there any things you need to take with you? I don't have that many things. I would wear a school uniform most of the time anyway though. I would have to go to the dormitory tomorrow, so I had to take something there, but I didn't know what I should bring because I'm literally in a position where I have nothing on me but my clothes. As I filled out various forms before my admission and was told everything I needed to know, I didn't really think I need to take much. By the way, why did you want me to enter Temple? I asked the question I couldn't find the answer to the other day. Elleris didn't want me to become stronger, but she still encouraged me to go to Temple. Elleris smiled at my question. Because I think if you were to stay close to humans, you would come to love them. This was a slightly different logic from Sarkigar, who wanted me to get to know humans to use their knowledge against them. Ellerus seemed to want me to get to love them. Well, I mean, I didn't feel any real love towards humanity in the first place. You might regret this later. Ellerus laughed at my words. I'll think about it when the time comes. The strangest one of the bunch wasn't actually Sarkagar, but Ellerus. She brought over a trunk from somewhere. Rather, she summoned it here with a snap rather than bringing it over. What's this? These are plain clothes you can wear. You can't just wear your uniform all the time. It seemed like she didn't want to send me off empty-handed. Ellerus then took off her necklace and put it around my neck. This is, do you remember that I called myself Tuesday? Ah, I do. I didn't really understand what it meant, but was it something about that 7 nights something? I believe you have forgotten about this as well, so let me explain. There are 7 vampire clans who call themselves the Houses of the 7 Nights. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like that? Yes, that's correct. Those were pretty simple names. Each family specialized in the magic type of the corresponding element. There's elemental magic based on the days of the week. Yes, the Monday and Sunday clan disappeared a long time ago, so it didn't get handed down which type of magic they held, but Tuesday is fire, Wednesday is water, Thursday is wood, Friday is metal, and Saturday is earth. T/N. To clarify, this is based on the hanya of the words for the days of the week. Each day except Monday and Sunday have a type of element in their name as mentioned by Ellerus here. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. While I still could kind of understand the power of the moon, I couldn't even imagine how vampires could use something like sun magic. Since vampire lords could withstand sunlight, maybe it wasn't that strange that that clan could use solar magic. This is an heirloom of our clan and the symbol of our house, the Flame of Tuesday. The necklace Ellerus gave me held a small golden pendant studded with a blood drop like ruby. Ellerus, then, does that mean they call the heads of a clan vampire lords? That's how it would be, but Ellerus seemed to be one of the most powerful vampires, and yet it still wasn't easy for her to stay out in the sun, even though it's not to the point of impossibility. So, why did you give me this necklace if this ring harbors the power of the Dreadfiends? What do you think this pendant could do? A pendant harboring the power of a clan that specialized in fire magic. It will enable me to use fire magic, right? Of course, it would only work within the confines of your highness amount of mana. It's a little different from Sarkagar's ring. You'd be able to summon flames just by using mana, no need for complicated chants. I didn't understand it fully, but just hearing her explanation just made me realize what a ridiculous item this was. Magic was a power only geniuses could use. This thing enabled even an idiot to summon flames if they have enough mana. Scrolls were only one-time use items, but with this I'd be able to permanently use this magic. A great treasure indeed. Do you want to try it out? And by using the Flame of Tuesday I could use fire magic. My mana level was at 9.9 as far as I could remember. I knew that this was quite high for someone my age. I held the pendant in my hand and imagined flames in my head, just like Ellerus told me a second ago. Flare! Then a flame appeared in front of my eyes. This is how it works. But only this much? I didn't expect something of the leaven of a fireball to appear, but this was just on the level of a lighter flame. Did I actually have as much mana as a rat maybe? Your Highness isn't able to make full use of your mana yet. If you learn powers related to magic sensitivity or magic control, you would be able to create more powerful flames with the same amount of mana. So in the end that's all I could do with this powerful treasure due to my lack of ability. Why are you giving me this? There might be some emergencies in which your Highness wouldn't be able to do anything, so having this would be advantageous, right? I didn't really know what I could do with a lighter flame though. Still, something like the symbol of your clan, can you just give me something like that? If I gave you something of similar value to what Sarkagar gave you, wouldn't the chances increase that you'll stand on my side in the future? Ellerus spoke while laughing jokingly. Sarkagar and Ellerus both gave me their family's heirlooms. It was quite funny. Sarkagar, the one that wanted war, gave me something that would help me live a peaceful life in the human world. The pacifist Ellerus, on the other hand, gave me an item related to destruction. Also, it would be rather shameless to proudly wield that place's items while deciding to betray them. Ellerus seemed to want to relinquish all the responsibilities and obligations she held as a clan head as well as the last member of the Tuesday clan with this. It seemed like demons couldn't let go of their families even while betraying them. I just have one thing to ask. Yes, Your Highness. If I use this, just this little flame comes out, but what would happen if you were to use this? I was just able to produce a flame the size of a lighter flame. The simplification of the magic chant would be a tremendous thing for a wizard, rather than someone as ignorant as me. So how much power could this little thing exert in the hands of someone like Ellerus? I don't know, because I've never used this before. One could tell just by looking into her eyes that she was lying. It seems like there were some painful memories resurfacing in her, but I saw that this pain only briefly passed by her eyes. Elleris told me one last thing, looking straight into my eyes, holding my shoulders. Your Highness, this is by no means a good item. Elleris didn't seem to appreciate this heirloom called Flame of Tuesday. It's an object that responds to darker emotions. The more malice you hold against someone, the greater the flame would be. This seemed to be something I should be careful about while using. An object that could sense its owner's emotions, especially hostility and malice. It was an item that completely fit the preconceived image humans had of demons. I hope you'll understand why I offered the Flame of Tuesday to you. She didn't want me to hurt anyone, but she was worried about me, so she gave me something like that. If something happened at Temple, I should only use this if I was in a life-threatening situation. That's what Elleris meant. Elleris was afraid of me, but she valued me just as much. Thank you, I plan to never use this until I graduate. Elleris smiled brightly, as this was what she wanted to hear the most. She really was the weirdest one. The heirloom of the Dreadfiend clan. The heirloom of the Tuesday clan, which was part of the Seven Knights. I was the only heir to the Darklands, the demon realm that got unified as one nation, so it wasn't so strange for me to hold these items. Still, a beggar-turned-temple student was now in possession of two great relics of the Imperial level. That definitely was suspicious. The ring, of course, was a camouflage item, so it had transparency and dematerialization magic properties on its own, so it just looked like an ordinary metal ring, and Elleris put an old-looking metal case around the exterior of the pendant that otherwise looked precious. It certainly seemed like the better option to put a normal-looking casing around it than camouflage magic that might get detected. So in the end, all I had was what looked like a worn-out ring and pendant. To be honest, I believe it if someone told me these things were picked up by a beggar wandering around. Since I received some amazing items from both Elleris and Sarkigar, I had the thought that Loyar might give me something as well. But then again, how could I expect anything great from someone wearing rags, chilling around a bonfire all day? She should just take good care of herself and eat well. That was what I thought, but what is this? Pocket money. Loyar handed me a bag of gold coins to use at Temple. Loyar told me to tell her if I needed any more money, because the issue of the admission fee got solved anyway, and Temple would only pay for some of my living costs. Loyar was the most important instance to me in the long run. It seemed that their progress of spreading their power to the Mana trains was going smoothly. Tomorrow, I'd finally move into Temple's dormitory. Of course, it wouldn't be good for me to continue living here, but I was exhausted just thinking about moving into an environment I knew nothing much about, filled with major characters. It wouldn't have been so bad just living at Elleris' place. I couldn't fall asleep that night, maybe because I was just thinking about all the trouble this would bring. However, I made a promise. I was going to do the things I set out to do, and I would do them well. I felt it in Charlotte's case. It wasn't such a bad thing saving someone who was supposed to die. As a result, I could save people who died because of my karma. If you asked me, I believe this to be a good thing. This was a slice of life story. But even slice of life stories were written by people who were talented in that field. So the biggest reason for this novel's failure, the reason all the readers who kept going until the middle of it fell away, was I didn't have the talent for writing these kinds of stories until the very end. As the events and materials I had planned out were depleted, my writing lost its way, and as a result I lost my motivation to move the story forward. Therefore, I just flipped the table. This crazy novel only came into being because of the author's lack of ability to create any more events. In the middle of that story, I made gates suddenly opened. Chapter 25. This was called Self-Satisfaction. Naturally, the readers dropped the novel in disgust of that sudden development. But what should I have done? At the time I thought that would be the best development. Of course, it would have been better if I had just ran away, leaving it unfinished as usual, but then I had a sudden compulsion to complete it somehow. If you do stupid things, one day you will end up paying for them. Because of that crazy development, I now had to eat the shit I produced myself. So whether I liked it or not, that chaotic situation in which gates suddenly opened in this world, sending this world to ruin, was approaching with every moment. It was a slice of life story for one half, and the other was some weird gate diving story. I now had three options. I could wait for the ending to come in a safe place, ignoring the fact that I had knowledge about these gates. I could train until I got to a state where I could fight before the gates opened and jump right into the situation. And lastly, I could eliminate the situation of the gates opening by using the rewriting function. For the second option, I didn't really have to join Temple, but the third option absolutely required me to be part of the main story to get achievement points. As I had already experienced several life or death situations in the prologue part, I had no confidence whatsoever in fighting or seeing someone die right in front of me, so I had no other choice but to somehow prepare for the gate situation. If it were up to me, I'd choose to hide somewhere and just watch the fire slowly burning out without concerning myself with it. Even though it was cowardly, my life was more precious. However, Sarkigar, Loyar, and Elaris had pushed me away from that. As my excuses were blocked one by one, I had no other choice but to give up. Anyway, if this reality really is the shit I made, I had to take some responsibility. It's impossible for me to take full responsibility, but if I were able to do something about a given situation, I should absolutely do that. I didn't know if it were possible to stop the gates from opening. It was probably impossible. If that didn't work, then I had to become stronger through achievement points and decimate the monsters coming out of the gate. So anyway, part because of my own self-righteousness, I somehow had to do something about this future only I knew about. I arrived at the first page of the main story. Temple. I had to either become the strongest on the continent, or somehow get rid of that gate situation. Or I might end up with useless talents that were neither this nor that. I wasn't even good at the things I liked, so should I try harder on things I didn't like then? Cold sweat ran down my face. Temple was divided into 3 main sections: the elementary, secondary, and higher education facilities. 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 6 years of high school. There was also a graduate school for further education. Of course, there were numerous subsidiary facilities and special purpose halls scattered here and there. In other words, there were stadiums and other special facilities, including concert halls. As the campus was just too large to traverse by foot, Temple also had a separate tram line that only operated inside of it. Of course, it was free. Entering Temple for the first time, I was able to get inside with my pre-issued student ID including my admission permit. The vast campus of Temple accentuated by the blue sky spread out in front of me. It didn't really just feel like my imagination came to life. It was much grander, much bigger and neater than I imagined, so I couldn't keep my mouth shut. There was no way after all that I could picture this with just those limited written descriptions I gave. Among countless students wearing various uniforms coming and going, I stood blankly at the entrance, not knowing whether I should call this feeling I felt being astonished or being moved. There were many different school forms in Temple, so I created this setup of there being diverse uniforms, but seeing that variety right in front of me felt strange. The statues and street lamps placed beside the huge park-like streets, as well as the various educational facilities, seemed more like independent works of art rather than school decorations. The tram was also just running quietly along the tracks built on this huge campus. It was a mix between the classical and the modern, and in a way, it was a kind of disorder only I was aware of. Now wasn't the time for that though. I could admire it later. The place I should be heading to is the Royal Class Dormitory near the higher education facilities. As there were more than 100,000 students, the dormitory facilities were bound to be enormous. The Royal Class of the Department of Higher Education had about 20 students per grade, and the high school segment had 6 grades, so there were 120 students in the Department of Higher Education in total. That was a fairly small number. This also showed that only very few people actually had talents. So the class I would be entering had on average of 10 students in each class. 20 students would be divided into Class A and B, although I got added in later, so there would probably be 21 students this time. I got off the Temple-owned tram at the place written in the guide. As soon as I got off, I saw a ramp lined with columns leading to the dormitory building. It felt incomprehensible to me how this 7-story dormitory only housed around 120 people. It was unbelievably huge. Although I wrote they receive great preferential treatment. However, seeing this with my own eyes, I began questioning if this was really okay. I didn't think that even a high-ranking lord could live in a place like this, you know? I was both bitter and happy because of the many things I wrote into my novel. I walked between those columns. As their shadows flitted past me at a regular pace, I started feeling more and more nervous without realizing it. I felt like I was about to enter a place I wasn't supposed to enter. I thought it would be rather burdensome if I continued to feel this way every day. Let's forget about the Bronze Gate underground sewers, but Elaris' scroll shop was much more comfortable compared to this. Upon going through the entrance of the dormitory located at the end of the colonnade, I could see a high dome-shaped ceiling, looking up, and a marble staircase leading to the upper floors. The lobby was communal and was connected to the first and second floor through the staircase on the left and right. I knew this because I set it up like that. The first floor was for the first years, the second floor was for the second years, etc. Therefore, as their grade goes up, students become more and more annoyed. Of course, I wrote that there was something similar to an elevator. It worked with floating magic or something like that. The thing in the middle of the dome seemed to be that elevator. Looking at the structure of the building, the rooms for Class A were on the left and those for Class B were on the right. All the students belonging to Class A regardless of grade lived on the left side. The same went for Class B and the right side. I roughly knew what was going to happen from this point on. You're a freshman, aren't you? Yes. A senior student, wearing the same uniform as me, approached me with a file folder. A person wearing a female uniform. I'm Ceres Van Owen, a 5th grader and the president of the Royal Class Student Council. Hello? Yes. Hello? Yes, that's how it was. Although the Department of Higher Education had an overall student body president and vice president, each school had their own separate student body president and vice president. Therefore, the Royal Class had its own student council president and vice president. The number of students the student council had to manage was enormous, so they had a lot of authority. To begin with, there were more than 50,000 students who were part of the Department of Higher Education. However, the authority of the Royal Class Student Council, which had less than 1/100th of the high school section's total number of students, was also quite high. This was the Royal Class after all, one of the two pillars of Temple and not some regular school. Of course, due to the relatively smaller number of members, the Royal Class Student Council had no other choice but to help out with certain things, like guiding new students. No matter how well received they were from outsiders, there was no denying that there was a shortage of manpower within the Royal Class. I handed my student ID to the senior student who introduced herself as the student council president, and she looked through her files looking for my name. Reinhardt, no last name, Class 1A. You are assigned room A11. Let's get along from now on. Yes. She reached out her hand and I grabbed it. Students of the 5th grade of high school were already adults since they were 21 years old. The student council president in front of me would be in her last year next year and would probably be busy, so we probably wouldn't have many contact points. However, leaving a good impression was never wrong. Regardless of her actual skills, the Royal Class Student Council president was the most powerful person in this dormitory after the faculty. She had a lot of real power. Then she spoke to me with a smile. Perhaps after everyone arrives, they'll make you gather in the central lobby to give a brief reception and some warnings. It's okay to take a short rest after you unpack everything, but don't fall asleep too deeply if you decide to. Understood? Yes. I dragged my suitcase behind me and headed for the hallway on the left. The sunlight trickling through the window intertwined with the shadows formed a complicated net on the floor. I never imagined I'd see a scene like this in my whole life. As soon as I passed the main lobby, a lobby dedicated to Class 1A appeared before me. Although it was smaller than the other one, it was still a formidable hall equipped with sofas, tables, and reading tables where one could sit down at and relax. That was where the kids of Class B got together, ate snacks, chatted, and conspired, although that referred to the lobby on the opposite side. Starting from this hall there were corridors leading to the dormitory, the magic lab, the reading room, the indoor gym, and many more additional facilities including a restaurant. It kind of served as a hub. The main hub would probably be the main lobby. There were some facilities added as one rose in grade, but they were mostly similar in layout. Now that I came to a place I could properly recognize in this world, I felt more comfortable, but in the end, I was still missing the details, so there was still some awkwardness left in me. It was a complicated feeling that was difficult to describe. I entered the hallway leading to the dormitory and headed for room A11. Just by tagging my student ID, the door opened immediately. That wasn't new to me. Everything was just powered with magic. This room was quite large for a single person. There was a neatly arranged bed, a large wardrobe, and windows. There was even an indoor shower facility. The inside of the room wasn't as fancy as the outside, but was designed with a clean, modern feel to it. Rather, this was much more convenient. If it were too flashy, it would just hurt my eyes. Currently only the basics were present in this room, but if a student requested for it, other things would be added. Whether it was training equipment for physical training or a magic research lab. As long as it was within Temple's power, anything could be added to this room. This was the best environment in which one could completely focus on developing one's talents without having to worry about other things. When I opened the closet, I found many uniforms custom made to fit me hanging in it. This was a service ordinary students at Temple could only dream of. I took my things out of the suitcase and put them into the closet one by one. I didn't even bring that many things because I could get anything I needed just by asking for them. The thing I should always carry with me is the ring of the Dreadfiend clan and the flame of Tuesday in case for unforeseen emergencies. After unpacking my belongings, I lay down on the bed. I didn't know how much earlier I arrived, but I was the only one that got off at the Royal Class dorm station. Once all the students arrived, I had to face both the students of Class A and Class B when the student council summoned us. They said it would just be a simple reception, so more like a greeting and not a party. There I would get to see all the characters I had written. However, there was something that's been bothering me. My room. Room A11. Temple was a place that liked to rank people. Of course, the room number wasn't just randomly given out. Room A11 meant that the admission office saw my talent as the lowest among the first-year class of talents. Yes, me becoming part of Class A was a miracle in itself. I had no talent at all after all, although my aptitudes were infinite. I was put into Temple's Royal Class, which was divided into Class A and B, and there I was, the lowest ranking one in Class A. What the hell? I could already imagine what kinds of disputes I will fall into. Oh, you're that infinite aptitude guy I've heard about? But aren't you actually all squishy? Hey, aren't you just weak? You're in Class A? How the hell did that happen? I thought I'd probably get to hear stuff like that. I would have rather gone to Class B. Sigh, would I be beaten up by students higher ranking than me? I didn't want to be first or last. It's just that this strange situation itself was like dogshit, and I didn't know if things would go well or not. It seemed that no one fell in rank because of me at least. Obviously, Class A and Class B were set to have 10 people in them, but here I was number 11, so that meant that I came in as a member outside of the original quota. Wouldn't it be fine if some hot-headed idiot got dropped out? Wasn't there someone like that who would get kicked to make place for me? No, wait, they might have ended up going down the list and pushing someone important out. Thank God, it was the way it was. I could see various people getting off the Mana train in the distance from my window. It seemed like they were arriving one by one. If my guess was true, there obviously would be things happening that deviated significantly from the first part right at the start. I wondered what would happen. I took out the notebook and writing instrument I had prepared. Let's get my thoughts in order. It would probably be hard for me to remember every single one, and there might also be the possibility that there are some characters who had no presence, so I didn't know them at all. There were some characters who only appeared in my setting notes and were otherwise like air. I set up all 20 students' personal details, but not all of them played a major part, because if all 20 of them played an important role, my writing would have become a mess. Of course, my writing went to shit after the whole gate opening thing in the middle. Anyway, Class A and B. I should organize the personal data of all the students that come to my mind. 1, 2, 3. Because there were more than 7 people, I couldn't seem to remember properly. My memory was just great. I worked my brain hard to figure out all the names of all the unused characters and organize them. Fortunately, although I couldn't remember all their names, I still knew what kind of people they were. It was late afternoon or early evening. All students of the Royal Class, please gather in the lobby. All students of the Royal Class, please gather in the lobby. Finally, a broadcast calling for all the students of the Royal Class appeared. I came out of my room, which was on the far left, and was able to see the backs of my classmates walking around as they listened to the broadcast. Elite or whatever. I now had to act as a freshman in high school. As much as I thought that I had to hurry up, my steps became heavier and heavier. I was already exhausted. The students of Class A and B gathered in the lobby on the first floor. The student council members stood on the high stairs that led up, and there were people on each floor leaning over the railings looking down on us. The 6th graders who were on the top floor didn't even come out to look. But why did all the senior students decide to look at the new students coming this time? Come on, both Class A and Class B, line up in your room order, starting with number 1. Everyone lined up at the student council president's words. They didn't have any discipline though. Well, they were kids after all. I was at the back of Class A. Normally the senior students shouldn't come to see the new students, which was a rare event every year. However, here they were looking at all of us. I already found something that was different right at the start. Well, shall we start with A1? I'm Bertus de Guardias. Just hearing that name gave me goosebumps. Bertus de Guardias, I heard the voice of the man who almost caused my death several times. It was such a lively and bright voice for someone so evil. He didn't exude any form of authority and seemed like a hard worker. It was strange. Originally, Bertus entered Temple while hiding his identity, but now he was openly introducing himself with his last name. So the entirety of the Royal Class was aware of the fact that he was the prince. So originally, the other students shouldn't have been interested in the new students, but after hearing the news that the prince entered the school, they became eager to come watch. The introductions continued. I simply said my name. Of course, no one paid any attention to me. Now then, shall we start the introductions of Class B? Now B1, could you introduce yourself to your friends? Only it immediately became clear to me why the direction of this event's progress was different from the original one. I am Charlotte de Guardias. Someone who shouldn't have been here. Charlotte was in Temple's Royal Class.